Hey, who's this? Who's this, Steve Kingston?
Steve.
Steve who?
This is Steve.
Oh, hey, Steve.
How you doing, Howard? Hey, I just happened to be...
Tell me about some other radio station. What's the matter with you? Stupid ass. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. The guy was going to call in and say that my wife was hitting it on one of the DJs from Z100 last night.
Was what?
Hitting on one of the DJs from Z100. My wife went to that Jingle Ball.
Yeah, their big Christmas concert.
Yeah, it really pissed. I didn't say a word to her about it, man, but it really pissed me off.
You're upset about it?
Has no clue.
Back to her?
No. Z100 is a competing radio station here in New York, and they have this thing, Jingle Ball. I don't know what the Jingle Ball is.
They're not even all bands she's into, right?
She tries to act like she's into these bands. I never once have heard her listen to music. All right? Between you and me.
Oh, no.
So she's running around the house. I got to get tickets to the Jingle Ball. Jingle Ball. Now, I know what the Jingle Ball is. It's a Z.
Yeah, they have it every year.
It's a Z100 promotion.
Oh, yeah.
And they're not even having good bands there this year. Like Shania Twain.
Shania Twain.
You know. That was the biggest name they had there. The other ones I never even heard of.
Well, the Goo Goo Dolls were there.
Well, okay, Goo Goo Dolls. So my wife's like, I got to get tickets to the Jingle Balls. And I'm going, does she know how I make my living? That I'm on the radio? That it might be potentially embarrassing to me to have my wife...
Your wife at the Jingle Ball.
This sounds like her girlfriend's, Howard. Can you get
it doesn't matter.
No, I know
it's just like, you want to know something, man? Like even my shrink said to me...
Get you tickets
my shrink said to me, what's the big deal? It could be funny. I go, no.
He's not into competition either. He sits in an office.
Right. I said, you don't understand something. For years, thank you. I wish you were my shrink. I'd get nowhere. I do wish she was my wife. I'd marry her in a minute. If she would look at me sexually. What do I need to marry her for and then have her ignore me? I got that already.
Laugh at you.
Yeah. Oh, your penis is so small.
What are you going to do with that?
Would have married you years ago if I didn't think you'd ridicule me.
She'd kill you.
All right. So, anyway.
Laugh and cut you right in half.
All right.
Oh, shut up. I'm cutting you right in half right now.
So, listen to this. So, she's running around the house looking for Jingle Ball tickets. And she's my assistant, Laura, Jingle Ball, Jingle Ball, this Jingle Ball. And I'm sitting in my office. I'm like, Jingle Ball? Jingle Ball my ass.
Jingle Ball.
I'm like just freaking out. But in a real way, I'm just going, because, you know what? I compete with radio stations for a living. Mm-hmm. That's how she gets to drive around in fancy cars.
If you didn't do... Jingle Ball would like to see you dead.
Right. Everyone at that Jingle Ball wishes I was dead because I'm the #1 goddamn disc jockey in the world.
Jingle Ball would like to kill you.
Yeah. And I'm just saying to myself, boy, this is awfully passive-aggressive.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you know a lot.
What she's thinking about.
What do you think she's thinking about?
I'm hoping she's not thinking.
Well, do you think that people don't think? I think they do.
I don't know. I hate to say it, but I think even, when you say you're not thinking.
You're thinking.
It's just you're thinking.
Right. And you know what?
You don't want to know how horrible a person you are.
I know I'm never thinking, but I'm thinking. What is it, Baba Boo?
I could tell you something, a rumor that I heard that's going to make you nuts.
Go ahead.
What?
So we put in a ticket request.
Right.
Which is often because all radio stations get tickets for all events.
Yeah.
It's a big concert and stuff. I think that we couldn't get tickets. Your wife had this request in for tickets, and nobody here wants to disappoint.
Right.
So I think that they bought the tickets from scalpers.
Oh, my God. I'm so embarrassed. First of all,
rate.
you know what else? I don't want my wife asking the station for anything. I don't ask the station for anything. It's such a goddamn insult to me that my kids and my wife are over at the Z100. What about my kids? They don't know what I do for a living? My wife doesn't tell them?
Well,
I bust my balls.
You encourage them to listen to Z100.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care if they listen to the radio station. I'm not going to be some hard ass. But my wife, I'm not saying.
Go, I guess.
I'm saying my wife. Why? I work my ass off to beat the pants off all these guys. Why would she do that to me?
That would be like General Lee's wife, coming to a union ball.
Yeah, and getting upset about slavery or something, you know?
You know what it is? It gives. I understand where you're coming from.
Did General Lee's wife say... General Lee was from the South, right? Did his wife go, honey, maybe we should free the blacks? No.
No, and he didn't say, I'm going to that ball to raise money to free the blacks.
Right.
So you know what this does?
Seriously. And it gives them fodder for on the air and all that.
Right. And now, and even off the air.
Right.
They could say, Howard Stern can be number one all he wants, but his kids and wife love us.
Right.
His wife, his kids want to be over here.
And it really pisses me off, but I didn't say nothing. I don't say anything anymore. I used to mouth off about everything, but now I just sit and I stew.
Is that good for you?
Nah, nothing's good for me. Yeah, I'll tell you what's good for me. You don't want to hear what's good for me.
Wait, you said you brought this up to the shrink.
I'll tell you what's good for me.
You brought this up to the shrink, you said.
I did bring it up.
What did he say? Did he say
I don't want to discuss it.
Didn't he say that you should, Robin's right. Do you think it's really good for you to just sit and let it fester?
No, he said, I don't want to get into it.
What?
Well, it's all about, he thinks that
Does he think you're wrong?
He thinks I'm a madman, okay?
Does he think you're wrong for thinking the way you do?
What?
Guess what? Only madmen get anywhere.
Right.
Where the hell is he?
Right.
He thinks you're making too big a deal out of it? Is that the point?
I don't know. And then I heard that, Steve Kingston had to go to Z100 personally and pick up the tickets.
Yeah, now you got to be making calls.
Yeah, and now I owe Steve Kingston. I don't want to owe people. My wife doesn't get it. I don't want to owe anybody. Where is my wife?
John will get her on the phone.
Get her on the phone.
Are you finally ready to talk about it? I don't want to talk about it.
Howard, when
I'm going to ask her, do you know what I do for a living?
Howard, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When she gets on the phone right now, will she have any inkling at all that you're feeling this way?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Will this be a huge surprise to her that you're a little angry about this?
But what you're going to hear is, what's the big deal?
Yeah.
Because it isn't a big deal to anybody but us.
Yeah, she doesn't go into work every day and bust her balls. She's just spending my money.
Howard.
I mean, no offense.
Well, I'm not the spending the money part is not important to me.
My wife's probably on Imus this morning.
Oh, no.
It just kind of irked me a little bit because I do work so friggin' hard. And they reap all the benefits.
But why wouldn't you just say something?
Because I used to say something, and then it gets into a big argument.
Well, I don't know how you say it either.
Oh, I'll tell you how I say it.
Wait a minute.
I say, you're not going to that goddamn thing. Why don't you think about who I am?
No, that's the wrong
thing. See, I know how you feel about this because we talk about this.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I don't know that anybody knows how deeply you feel about this outside of here.
This woman traveled the country with me for 20 years.
It's not the same.
She knows exactly how I feel.
It's not the same as knowing... bottom line, what it means.
But why does it always have? Why did you have to bring it up like that? Couldn't you say it in a?
No, I don't say. I'm sorry.
Frankly, if you really knew how Howard felt, would you ever bring it up?
Yeah, and believe me, she knows how I feel about it. I don't buy that she doesn't know how I feel.
I certainly wouldn't come in here and ask for Jingle Ball tickets.
Right. Hi, honey.
Hi.
Hi, honey.
How was the concert last night?
Wonderful.
You had a great time?
I had a great time.
Yeah. Well, tell me all about it.
Howard, please. I'm really busy right now.
No, come on, honey. Tell me all about it. Tell my audience how the Z100 Jingle Ball was. And how did my children enjoy it?
They really enjoyed it.
Yeah? Had a great time?
Yeah.
Do you know what I do for a living? What do you think I do for a living?
Stop it, Howard.
No, seriously.
No, don't talk to me like that.
I'm not allowed to?
Very condescending.
All right. But really...
What is it you need to say to me?
Okay. Don't you think it might... Did it ever occur to you that it might bother me that I work every day and Z100 spends all day trying to beat me and that I'm in competition with another radio station, that it might be potentially embarrassing to me that my children and my wife...
Well, I don't think anybody there knew that I was going there.
Did you know that Steve Kingston had to go buy tickets for you from a scalper?
Yeah.
And now that I'm the one who has to pay for that? I mean, I don't mean with money. I mean with favors.
I was willing to pay for any tickets I got, Howard. Stop it.
No, but they feel... Listen, when you call, they don't want to disappoint you.
No, they said to me, we don't think we can do it, and I said, fine. I wasn't looking for anything.
No, I'm not...
I
listen.
mean, if he had to buy tickets, then I'll certainly pay for the tickets. I wasn't looking for anything at all.
But, I mean, you know...
The kids were interested in going, and that was it.
Who was there that was so important? Shania Twain? I mean, I'm just curious. I don't know.
Listen,
I guess
if you have a problem with it, why don't we talk about it privately?
No, but I mean, it does bother...
I'll talk to you later.
It bothers me...
I'm really not interested. I'll talk to Steve, and I'll pay him the money.
No, you don't have to pay...
Really
don't pay him...
I'm not interested in this.
Oh.
I'm really not.
All right.
I'm really sorry. I'll talk to you another time.
Thank you. Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Because I got yelled at.
How about those men? Yes.
It was so not a good idea.
That was not a good idea.
So not a
but I didn't think it was a big controversial discussion. I just don't think...
but you know what it is?
Once
It's
again,
the way...
it got mired in the wrong area. It had nothing to do with the money.
Plus, if she pays Steve, she's paying him with my money. So I don't want her to pay Steve.
It has nothing to do with the money.
Oh.
The truth is, you don't appreciate it. It seems like a lack of support.
Yeah, it's like the president of General Motors, his wife driving a Mercedes.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Howard, you might have been a little teeny tiny bit condescending. Maybe
was I?
Maybe the angle you took. No, that's
the truth is.
Well, I know what the truth is, but sometimes it's how you say it.
The truth is that they start talking about issues other than the real issue.
Well, I didn't have any real issue.
Yeah, your real issue is that you don't want her going to other radio station events.
But she knows that.
No, she doesn't.
She doesn't?
Because now she thinks it's about the money.
Oh, no, it's not about the money.
But that's what she thought.
See, because you started piling into another area that really has nothing to do with the real area of concern. Yes.
Oh.
Tell me the truth. I gotta know. How do you walk in the door?
What are you talking about? That's such a controversial discussion whether my wife should go to the Jingle Ball?
No, I'm saying that she seems very irritated.
Well, maybe she's irritated, but maybe about something else. I mean, that's not a... Was that really a big deal?
Oh, my God.
The Jingle Ball?
Oh, dear. Well, if it wasn't a big deal, why are you talking about it?
Well, I'm just saying it irks me on a scale of 1 to 10. It might be a 3 as opposed to a 10.
Well, why did you tell her that at the very beginning?
Well, I was trying to work into it, but she hung up on me.
That's a 3?
I don't want to be around for a 10.
Well, maybe it's a 10.
Wow.
No, I feel very...
No, I understand.
I feel attacked.
I understand.
He feels unsupported.
I understand.
Right.
It is weird because she's been with you since the beginning and she knows the whole radio thing.
Right,
like the new wife.
But I don't know that everybody understands it the way me and Howard understand. I don't even think you understand it.
Jackie would go to the Jingle Ball.
He would do the same thing.
I asked her
it's a good time.
A ticket.
I mean, Jackie would go to the Jingle Ball.
Yeah, he would have the same deal going.
Right.
And we have the same problem with him. We feel unsupported by him.
You want to switch wives? I've asked you before.
Oh.
I would switch wives. My wife doesn't want to be with you.
No, she wouldn't give me a ticket for the Jingle Ball.
No, hi, Tim.
Yeah, yo, Howard, man.
Yo,
That's
man.
a disgrace to you. You should not even get into that situation. But if that was my wife, I would have knocked out.
Oh, great.
You would have beaten your wife for that.
No, not beat her up, but I would have just knocked out with the tickets.
Right.
Robin got big hands.
Really, man.
What did he say?
Robin's got big hands.
Oh,
it's on everybody's mind.
Right. Yes, Lisa, what is it?
Howard, listen.
Yeah.
You have nothing to prove because you are number one, and everyone knows that.
Right.
So the fact that Alison can go and show her face and represent shows these people, look, Howard is not the least bit threatened by you people.
So you don't
you got nothing on him. So that just shows you should just support and say, hey, she could go anywhere she wants. I'm number one in the country, and that's the end of it.
I don't see it that way.
And you don't understand Howard. Howard, no matter what Howard has, he always has something to prove. I don't think there's ever an end.
Right.
That's not the point.
Yeah,
we have a bunker mentality here. Let's get serious.
Yeah, we do have a bunker mentality.
But you know what? I have seen you work with other radio guys that we've competed against.
Right.
I've seen guys down and out, but just not quite dead.
Right.
And I said, I mean, he's almost dead. And you're like, no, he has to die.
Right. Well, that's how I feel about it.
We have that mentality.
Because it's just like, if I ever had to shoot somebody, like if I was Bernie Getz and I had to shoot someone on the subway, I would shoot them until they were dead.
Right in the heart.
The guy would not get up again. I mean, to me...
That's exactly right. You don't go trying to nick the guy.
Right. You shoot him
you
dead.
Kill him.
In fact, you know what?
And I don't want...
We're not nicking these radio people.
You know what you said to me once, Howard? I'll never forget. Remember, we used to deal with Imus,
right?
And then we went to mornings and we crushed him to the point where the Spanish radio station was at one point beating him in the morning.
Right.
And you were still pummeling away at him. And I said, Howard, don't you think, why are we even talking about it? Don't you think enough is enough?
Right.
And then somehow he resurrected himself, and you said, see, Gary, we should have killed him when we could have.
That's right. Dead, he can always come back.
I would have killed him.
And that's the way we live. We've always lived this way.
Sean, yes, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, I completely agree with you. Your wife should be a little bit more understanding of those type of things.
Of course. Of course, everyone should be understanding of me.
No, it's not that everyone should be understanding of you. It's simply that this is what we do for a living. It's the most important thing.
But I also agree with Robin. You had what you was upsetting you on your mind, and then you kind of got sidetracked when you were trying to explain it to her.
Because you know why? I'll tell you exactly why, if you really want to know.
All right.
Wow.
You know what you should do, Howard? You should call her back and re-explain yourself.
I would like to.
Because it's very... You know what the truth is?
Oh, I wouldn't do that.
You're terrible.
I wouldn't do that.
The truth is... You talk about all those other things because this one really hurts. And not to be understood in this area is really painful and upsetting and scary.
Yeah, you should be married. You do a much better job of it. No, she should.
Howard.
Yeah.
One quick question I got to take off. I'm from Boston, and I remember when you came on the air down here.
Right.
And
by the way, BCN is a great radio station. It's WBCN in Boston that we're on, and it's a thrill for me to be on that radio station. And I'll tell you something else. Recently, WBCN celebrated, I think, their 30th anniversary. And they wrote me a note. They put out some kind of magazine where they wanted me to say a few words in the magazine. And I wrote a note to myself, I definitely want to participate in that because I love the station so much. And I forgot to do it. And I see they put out their, magazine. And I just want to congratulate them on their 30th anniversary and say how much we are proud to be a part of that radio station and their great heritage.
It was a lifelong dream.
It really was.
It's very cool when you mentioned BCN, and I've been listening to it for years. I was just wondering, did you intern over there?
Never.
Never? And,
no, I didn't intern anywhere.
Did you know Charles Lockwood Arrow that you took over for in the morning?
No, I don't know him.
Oh, okay, because you mentioned his name on your opening press conference, but I was just wondering, there was rumors here that
you did listen to him at one time, right?
Sorry, what, Robin?
Didn't you get to listen to him while you were in Boston?
Yeah, I heard him when I was in Boston. I wasn't a big morning radio guy in Boston. I used to get to sleep in because I didn't have classes till late. But I've heard Charles a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, no, he was a decent guy. I thought maybe you guys knew each other.
You were aware of him.
I was aware of him. Thank you.
Have a good holiday.
All right, later.
Bye.
All right, so anyway, I don't know. That was a pretty bad conversation. I didn't mean to go that way.
What if Alison had to come to you the way that last girl caller came to you? Like, Howard, you're number one, you're the best, they can't touch you, you shouldn't be threatened.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I agree one way or the other. I just
Again, you don't understand. That's what I'm saying. You don't understand.
No, I totally understand where he's coming from, but I'm saying would that have made it any different?
Jim, what is it?
Howard, I just want to tell you, call your wife, man, because you know you're going to have to put up with this when you go home. You might as well just do it on the get it over with.
It's a bad way to start the vacation.
You don't want to hear a big fight. Just be quiet.
No, I don't have to go home. I could stay in the city. I mean, really.
For how long?
2 weeks? I don't know. 2 or 3 weeks.
What do you mean, how long?
What do I care? What am I, a baby? I got to, what is this? What did I say that was so terrible?
You didn't. That's what
I just said, hey, well, how was
You know what? I don't know why everybody's so sensitive.
Everyone is sensitive.
I got $50 that you can't even get her back on the phone.
I'm sure I can.
I think you can.
I think you're right.
I don't know about that.
But I better have a good vacation, I'll tell you that. Because if I don't...
Wait a minute. That's a good... How are you going to have a good vacation?
I don't want to hear anything about it. This is ridiculous. I just wanted to say, I don't think anybody should be going to the Jingle Ball who works here. I don't think anybody's family should be going to the Jingle Ball. That's how I feel about it.
That's absolutely, and everybody knows that.
I think we're at war. Those people are trying to take my money out of my hands.
You have the same mentality as a boxer.
Right.
Sitting in the ring, looking at the guy across the ring.
That's how I see it.
That guy's trying to take food out of my children's mouths.
Right. That's how I pay for my kids' clothes. Those guys want to see me. Those guys go to the ad agencies every day and tell them lies about me.
That's right.
So what am I supposed to do? Go support their event?
Those are the same people who send in complaints anonymously to the FCC.
Yeah, that's how I see it. That's how I see it. They're my enemy.
That's the guy.
And I don't fraternize with the enemy. But you don't see that. Seriously, you think it would be all right if your wife went to the Jingle Ball?
No,
I know that.
I agreed with you.
Do you?
John even asked me outside.
Really?
I totally agree with you. Especially for you. Of all people on the show, especially for you more than
I'm a
anyone.
high-profile guy.
Well, no, you're the guy.
Yeah.
That's your wife. I mean, people look at what she does.
Yeah.
Talk about it forever.
Listen, Howard.
Right.
Somebody wouldn't even recognize my wife, but your wife is, she's your wife.
It's my wife. Let me tell you something. We're not even allowed to wear competing station T-shirts at this station.
That's right. The station certainly takes it seriously.
That's right. Everybody. What is it, Benji? Oh, Allison. Okay.
Throw water under the bridge, boss.
Just calling from the Lord.
Honey, I don't want to fight.
Howard, let me explain to you what I was trying.
Please.
First of all, you knew about this. If you had a problem when I asked you.
No, I never would say anything.
No, but you're entitled to say something if you had a problem.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just, I'm doing a shtick. That's all.
No, but you were very condescending. Gary hit it right on
You're
the
right.
head.
You're right. I apologize.
And that's what I objected to. I'm perfectly willing to have a conversation, and I would never do anything to jeopardize your job or your standing or go to a competition. I mean, I would never do anything like that.
I know. It was maybe a misunderstanding. I should have said something.
And I will use my money to pay Steve King.
I felt funny saying anything to you. I figured if you felt sort of angry at the other radio stations and wanted to join in on that, I felt that perhaps you would have come to it yourself. But if not, that's okay. I mean, listen.
No, that's not fair.
Honey, I'll do my best to beat those guys anyway, even though you're a fan of theirs. I'll do my best so I can support you and the kids.
Listen, I took a look at those DJs. I'm never listening to that station again.
Well, listen, listen, what the heck. Listen, you gave him a couple of bucks and you help him out, and that's all right with me. I don't care. What the hell? You know what I'm saying?
No, listen,
let's just have a nice time and relax.
If you had a problem, and it's not like I did it behind your back. I went to you. I checked with you.
Nah, you seemed very excited about it. I wasn't going to...
this is a different story. You told me you weren't checked with it at all.
No, I wasn't. It was actually, the tickets were gotten without my knowledge.
I said to him...
Laura told me days later that she had gotten the tickets.
Excuse me, I was in your office, and I said to you how the kids want to go to Jingle Ball. Is there any way you could get me tickets? Can I check with the station? You go, I don't think I can get you, but yeah, you could check into it. Period. So I said,
all right, then I stand corrected. I must be wrong.
I would never do anything behind your back.
I know. All right, no offense taken. Please, let's not bring it up anymore.
It's not coming home with us. That's why I wanted to.
Right, that's what I say. Now I feel good about coming home. The air is clear, and I can walk in the house and enjoy my day.
And if they would make it on a Friday night next year.
Oh, let's hope so. And honey, you'll be assured that I'll buy the whole hall for you because I'm going to work my hardest to support you and the kids. Even though my family supports the other radio station, I'm going to do my best to win.
I feel like we're in a Twilight Zone.
I feel like this is Ozzie and Harriet.
I am biting my tongue so badly.
Are you bloody yet?
There's blood dripping out of my mouth.
Sounds like a pee-wee.
No, this is the way you got to be married, guys.
Oh, Lord.
Sometimes you got to hear the other person and what they're saying. My psychiatrist says you got to hear.
Passive-aggressive. Now you're being passive-aggressive.
No, I'm not.
You are not communicating.
Can I tell you something, Robin?
Like a pee-whiff down.
Let me tell you what I'm doing right now.
You don't have to be angry.
I have a 2-week vacation where I got to live at home. You understand? You're going to go back to your empty apartment.
I honestly want to know your feelings.
No, she doesn't.
Absolutely, I do.
All right, you want to know my feelings?
Yes.
No, I don't think this is. They're going to egg us on into an argument.
No. You want to argue. I don't want you to argue.
All right, want to know my feelings? Here are my feelings. Here are my feelings. Allison?
Yes.
You have been with me the whole way, right?
Right.
All right. You know what angst I go through. Even when somebody edits one word of mine. And
all
you know
what to do is say any of this to me.
No, I know. But you know how I felt.
No, you see, that's not fair to do it after.
You have never, listen, I'm
not a mind reader.
No, that's true. I feel I did not support this. I don't think I was, originally I think you and your friends got a couple of tickets, but you needed more tickets. That's my memory of the event. Am I right?
No.
Okay.
I checked with you about going.
No, you didn't. You said you were going. You told me you were going and you were going to get tickets.
In fact, Laura want to go. Do you think you could get me tickets? And that was the time to say, you know what, I have a problem with you going.
No, I wouldn't say it because I don't want to be controlling. You have to do your thing. I'll do mine.
But now you're being extremely controlling.
Not at all. I, in fact, just decided to let you do your thing, not to try to interfere.
Well, wait a minute. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah,
I felt that you already were in the midst of getting tickets. I wasn't being asked permission. It was a question of you were hunting tickets.
I ran the whole thing by you in terms of...
After you already started hunting. The hunt was already on for the tickets.
No, it wasn't.
Right. But I don't even want to go over this history. You're right. I am telling you...
But now you're trying to have it both ways.
No.
You're absolutely
You say you held your tongue at the time and decided that you were going to let it be okay and let everything go through, and now you're changing your mind and saying it really bothered you.
If you were... All right, let's put it this way then. Here's how I feel. If you're in a war, and my wife knows I'm in a war. She knows I compete with Z100. I don't have to spell it out for her. She knows it. If you're in a war, all right? And your wife has been there all along.
Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Seen what I go through.
If you were in a war, you would have stopped somebody from fraternizing with the enemy.
Now, there's extenuating circumstances.
Oh, here we go.
My wife feels I'm too controlling. She feels that I'm a boss.
There's a whole other array of things to do in the world besides the Jingle Ball.
Not in my house there wasn't. It was the most important thing on the list. It was a whole big event and extra tickets for friends and all kinds of things.
You know, things have gotten a little comfortable and you've been #1 for a long time. People have forgotten that there's a war going on.
Do you think I want to owe Steve Kingston for running around looking for tickets?
Absolutely
I've expressed that a million times.
But do you think I want you to owe Steve Kingston?
How many times? Answer me this fairly, okay? Haven't I always said that I hate asking the station for any kind?
That's why I checked with you about everything.
But I didn't want to be controlling.
But you have a right to be honest.
No, I couldn't be in this case.
Well, then that's not fair. Then that's not fair to me.
Don't say anything now. You felt you
I expect people to understand that they should not call. I'm sorry. I don't think it's that big a leap.
There's the point.
I don't think it's that big a leap to know that the Z100 is my arch enemy.
I understand you because I do this every day. I don't know.
My wife lives with me. You don't think she knows me that well? That I sit down there and scream bloody murder about everything?
I think what Howard is saying that it shouldn't have even been an issue.
Right. I didn't want to be the one to bring it up.
I've been down this road. You've told me many times on other issues that you think I should just know.
Right.
I'm not sure, but...
I have said that to you. There's some things you know.
But if she did mention it to you, there was your opportunity.
All right. So, fine. I am at fault. I am at fault.
No.
I'm accepting blame.
But she didn't ask our permission.
This is New York City. This is where I work. This is right in my face. My children.
No, I'm saying
children.
No, I think Howard said she.
But I can accept that I handled it wrong.
You had a right to be honest at that moment and have a conversation with me.
I just thought you would understand intuitively.
Understand what? Silence?
Let me ask you something. If your husband works at radio stations all these years, and you know I compete, and I've never once set foot in another radio station event, and you've never set foot at other radio station events.
Well, maybe I went as a spy.
No, I know when you're going as a spy. You weren't going as a spy. And I'm just saying, it seems to me there are certain inherent things you know. It's almost like...
Howard, that's why I brought it up.
Right.
And discussed it with you.
Well, okay.
She was asking
then I'm
if the
wrong.
rules had changed.
I'm wrong. I didn't think there was much room for discussion.
Well, there was plenty of room for discussion.
I wouldn't have thought so, but okay.
Well,
all right, so have we worked it out?
I'm sorry I gave you that impression, because that's where I was coming from.
And I'm sorry, too.
Oh, you are bad.
What do you mean? No, I'm sorry.
You are bad.
I'm sorry for what I did.
Howard,
I'm sorry I didn't speak up.
You were so good in private parts. What happened?
What?
You were so good in private parts. What happened?
What happened?
You're falling off. You're getting rusty.
No, listen. Let me tell you something.
Oh, he's very withholding, and then this is what he does.
Well, I hear that.
Right. Listen to me. Gary, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Would you go to the Jingle Ball?
Personally, me, absolutely
How
not.
do you know not to go? Why would you say you wouldn't go to the Jingle Ball?
Because I'm a recognizable character from the show, and I think it would make you unhappy.
Do you think some people recognize... Honey, have you ever been recognized as my wife in public?
Not last night.
Not last night, but in your history...
But excuse me, I don't even like Gary's reasoning. I wouldn't go because I would never support a Z100 event.
Right, but I also would make...
What did he say?
Not at all. He said he wouldn't go because he's recognizable and blah, 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 blah.
Shut up a second.
Z100.
The blah, blah, blah is it would make Howard unhappy. So
I don't support Z100, period. It has nothing to do with Howard.
I don't either, but I was...
for K-Rock.
I got you, Robin.
He wouldn't support Z100 because I wouldn't allow it. But all right, for whatever reason...
It would make you unhappy. God.
Why wouldn't it make you unhappy?
It would,
Why do you feel this is how you make a living? You know how I put food on my table?
Howard, the most important thing to me is
how you know how my kids have a stereo and a printer and a this and a that? You know how they get it? By me kicking the crap out of these other radio stations. You know what these other radio stations spend their time doing all day? They badmouth me. They go to ad agencies. They talk about dirty words that I use, how they shouldn't spend their dollars. You don't think you should know that? You don't think my wife knows it? You don't think Robin knows that?
I'm aware of all that.
Right.
And if you had a problem, we should have had that conversation.
I don't have a problem. It's something that you've got to feel.
And you're not honest.
I wasn't honest. I should have pointed it out. You're right. All right.
We should have had that conversation. I said to you, how do you...
But let me say something to Gary, Allison, seriously. Because, all right.
I said
you know what my wife's saying? That I should have had a discussion with her?
Right.
You should just know that inherently.
And I do.
All right. My wife doesn't know that inherently. You should know that inherently.
Yeah,
and Jackie should know that inherently.
Robin brings up a point.
And Fred should know it inherently.
Listen, I do know it inherently, and I checked with you to see if you had a problem about it.
No, I would never say it. It's same with Gary. When Gary comes to me, I tell him, Gary, stop asking permission. You got to know what to do.
Well, Howard, then that's not fair either. You put people in line.
Right. But I'm saying that But I was wrong. I should have said something. You're absolutely right.
You should have.
Yes, I should have. I should have said something.
No, here's the answer. Can I tell you something? Here's the answer. I figured Allison maybe... should have known not to bring it up, but when she did, you should have said something.
Right. All right, fine. There you go.
All right.
There are lots of times that I see concerts I might like to go to, and then I see another radio station sponsoring them. It goes right out the window. I'm not going.
Right, of course.
But of course, Rob.
But of course.
But I'm just telling you, that's what you do for a living.
Well, Robin knows. Robin sees me every day getting beaten and defeated and down.
I'm beaten and defeated, too. What are you saying?
Right, I mean...
No, the point is, Howard, the most
That's true. My wife isn't here to see that. That's true. No, that's true, Robin.
The most important point is that there has to be room for conversation and discussion.
Right.
And you can't...
In the marriage, but not here at work, guys. Let me tell you something.
I know.
My wife needs conversation. You guys don't. You guys have to understand that how I feel about other stations, they are taking our livelihood away from us.
I'm not getting any cookie ideas.
Okay. My wife wants me to discuss it with her. All right? But you guys... I don't need to tell Robin, but I'm telling you and John... Yeah, we don't live together. Jackie and Fred. Fred knows. Yeah, Fred knows.
He doesn't leave the house.
I don't mess with that stuff.
Hold it, Alison. There's a guy on line 1 wants to invite you to something. Hold on. What is it, Kevin?
Hi, Alison. How are you doing?
Very good.
I just wanted to let you know that the Mark and Brian Christmas party in Los Angeles is coming up, and you're more than welcome.
Well, honey, there's a Mark and Brian Christmas show. What do you think about going to that?
Who's playing there?
Who's playing there, sir? Who are Mark and Brian going to have?
Well, Shania Twain's going to be there, too.
Oh, good.
Probably the same lineup.
Well, I'll check with my kids.
See if the kids want to go. The whole family can support the Mark and Brian show.
Well, on the other line, I have a representative from Mancow, too.
Yeah, please. Tell him to...
Listen, I could be a spy going to these other events.
That's true.
You go to all the balls.
All right. All right, honey, I hope that this clears the air. I apologize for not discussing my hatred of other radio stations. That was my fault, okay?
Okay, and I apologize for even bringing it up in some way. But
no, you don't have anything to apologize for. At all. At all.
I have a question for Robin.
He wants to get laid this week.
Well, I want to be able to live. That's all. I got 2 weeks off. I want to just relax and watch my movies and mellow out and be pleasant.
That should not really be the reason. It should be that you want to work this out.
Yes, I do want to work it out. That's what I want.
Okay.
I want everybody to leave me alone is what I really want.
Howard, I have a question for Robin.
Yes, go ahead.
When I go to the K-Rock Christmas party this next week,
go ahead.
That we share with
That's why I'm not going.
WFAN.
Oh, I wouldn't go to that.
Should I not talk to anybody?
I have
Then let me ask you a question. Why'd you talk to Gelman? Why'd you talk to Gelman at the wedding? Why'd you talk to him? He's on the same... Yeah, at the same time we're on the radio. Why'd you talk to him?
Oh, they don't.
Why?
Because that's not even our audience.
That's not our audience.
Come on.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you put it that way, you can't talk to the whole world.
That's right.
It's different going directly.
Listen to somebody else.
But you wouldn't.
So I shouldn't go to the party? You think, or I should just talk
and fraternize with WFAN?
Did I get down on my knees in front of Gelman? I said hello.
The Christmas party should be for K-Rock, where we work in New York.
You're probably right.
It should not be between K-Rock and WFAN.
I have no friend.
WFAN, they've badmouthed me. I wouldn't go set foot with those people, and I wouldn't let my kids either. Because they're trying to take money out of my mouth. I'm here busting my ass. What's so hard to understand?
So, Robin, that's the reason you're not
Honey, I apologize. The way I handled it.
10 years reasons.
Oh, that was because I didn't want to go. But this year I wouldn't set foot in there.
I wouldn't set foot with them.
I was not working on that day, and so I said, maybe it'd be nice to go to the K-Rock Christmas party. Then I keep saying FAN.
I was going to go to the K-Rock Christmas party for the first time this year. I'll tell you why I was going to go.
Why?
Because some people had said to me, gee, you never show up. It'd be very nice. It's a nice thing if you just stopped in even for like a drink or something.
And we're not working.
And we're not working, and I got to be in the city anyway.
I was considering it,
yeah. And then all of a sudden I said to myself, wait a second. I'm going to sit there with those skunks and lowlives over at another radio station. And we'll work with Imus.
It was really fun.
Let me tell you something. The day I sit down and break bread with Imus is the day I should get my fat ass off the radio. That's what I say. You won't see me fraternizing with anybody. I am an animal when it comes to this stuff because they're animals to me. And if you don't think they're sending letters to... Let me tell you something. And Alison, I want you to hear this. Z100... honey, please, I don't want to offend anyone. Z100 sends letters every day to the FCC under false names. I have that for a fact. Documented. You think I go to their goddamn jingle ball? I'll cut their goddamn jingle balls off.
Oh, Jesus. Oh.
My wife wouldn't have known that. You understand? She doesn't really know that. She doesn't see that side of me.
Well, maybe this means you should share a little more with me.
Well, maybe.
You want him to yell like that at home?
You don't believe me.
Believe me.
It's weird, Howard, because, Mel throws the party for the K-Rock.
I don't care who throws the party.
He owns both the stations.
I know.
Let Don Hewitt go.
Go with the kids to the K-Rock party.
Go fraternize with everybody. Let everybody do whatever they want. I'm a defeated man.
Now there's an attitude.
You're a tortured man.
Tortured man, yeah.
Wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
What am I doing? Where am I? I just lost consciousness.
Take a giant breath.
Oh. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry to my audience and my wife. I just lost consciousness. And I don't know what just happened.
All right.
All right, honey, go ahead. Have a great day.
You too.
And I'm glad thank you for calling back. It eases my tension.
Me too. I'm glad I called back.
All right, and thank you so much.
Happy holidays.
The same to you and your family. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just allow the mind to rest. Let the mind sink into a still deeper state of rest and peace. If any thoughts come that try and pull you from the here and now, do not get involved with them. Watch them come and watch them go.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
let's get ready to smell each other's farts!
Yeah, the Lugs shoes are beautiful. I wear Lugs every day. I wear the Lugs jean jacket every day. I love it. It is a black jean jacket. And, Robin, you said I looked really cute in my jean jacket, didn't you? You thought I was cute in my jean jacket.
Oh, absolutely.
That's right. That's why I wear that a lot. You notice?
Where is it now?
I want to put that on. I want to look cute. Nothing cute about me.
You have wonderful broad shoulders. Why do you put yourself...
You like my shoulders?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you come here and touch me?
Yeah. You're going to need it.
Yeah. I think you're going to be the only person touching me.
Oh, come on. See, you could work this all out.
We did, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It sounded like the air was clear, didn't it? If you're telling the truth,
no.
Don't hold back, because that undelivered communication messes up things.
Oh, boy. Yeah, well, you might be spending all vacation with me.
And, just back to the impeachment debate again. Representative Bob Livingston, who did admit yesterday that he had extramarital affairs over the course of his 33-year marriage. Here he is during an interview that aired on CNN on November 10th, where he is talking to Wolf Blitzer, who had just asked him about his past.
Is there anything in the background at all, if it comes out, could cause some concerns out there? Are you worried about anything in the past, mistakes that have been made?
Look, I'm running for Speaker of the House. I'm not running for Saint.
So he couldn't even talk about his past at that time.
Right.
And as I said, they have made it, they have admonished congressmen who will be debating the impeachment issue today not to refer to the histories of other congresspeople while talking about the indiscretions of the president.
Yeah. Might just be too embarrassing.
They have also said that they don't want any, disparaging remarks or name-calling done toward the president. They're just supposed to debate the issues at hand.
Asswipe.
So they're going to very nicely try to throw it out of office.
None of these guys can get up and admit and say, you know what, why don't we all admit
that
marriage...
I'm a guy, he's a guy.
Yeah, marriage is not an easy thing. It's a complicated thing. Sometimes things happen in a marriage or any long-term relationship, whether it be married or not. And you know what? Let's stop busting the president's balls on this, because nobody here would, in their right mind, admit to having an extramarital affair.
And, if you're going to talk about somebody who's, lying and how bad it is to promise not to lie and then lie.
Right.
Well, isn't that what you do when you take wedding vows? Mm-hmm. You promise to be faithful. You promise to do all this crap that
Thank
you don't do.
Thank you for that music.
It's the same deal.
You're absolutely right.
How was your weekend? Good morning, everybody. Yes. They said I wouldn't be here, but I'd be in seclusion somewhere, but I'm here. I'm here, I'm queer, and I'm proud. And get used to it. All broads, please call.
Oh, my God!
If you could just form a line outside the studio, I'd appreciate it. Yeah. Robin, you're in charge of the line.
No, I figure this is the end of me in the show.
This is the end of you. Yeah, now all debauchery begins. Oh, man. I just saw an internet poll that says I'm going to be banging you.
Well, that's what I thought. I said, now they'll think, okay, that affair between them can be brought out in the open.
Why don't we talk about it? Why don't you come clean?
Look, I like the secretness of it. If we're going to be open, I'm quitting.
I said, now I'll never get to bang Jackie's wife, because I think she only wanted me when I was married.
Right. Now that you're available, she won't want you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm real available.
Vote now. See, before, you know,
I think she'll bang him.
But wait a minute, you're not divorced.
No, I'm not.
I
you know
don't
what?
understand this whole separation thing.
I will explain it.
Okay.
If I can figure it out.
Because I was like, what is that?
I don't want to say the wrong thing either, because it's a very touchy situation. I had maybe the worst weekend of my life, so.
Really?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I thought things were supposed to be getting better now.
No, things are bad. Things get worse. I'll explain it.
All I have to say...
What? Yeah, nothing gets better.
Oh, please. All I have to say is thank God for the Yankees.
Knocking me off the front page.
Yeah.
Right.
Because what would have been the front page got obscured by 5 or 6 pages of Yankee coverage.
Yeah, somebody told me they got me on Saturday Night Live. Jackie said he was in a bar somewhere, which is shocking.
No. He was in a bar.
Did you hear about that?
By the way, I just want to say something before we go to commercial, because once we get into this discussion, you know it's going to go 7 hours.
That's right. We won't be taking commercials.
You should see the phone calls lined up.
Oh.
I mean, I'm looking at some of the phone calls, like, you know, there's about 6 guys who want to sleep with my wife.
Of course. That was the thing. Are you going to be able to handle that?
No. And she's
Your wife is going to be a target.
Yeah, she's a real catch. I'm reading the newspaper what a catch she is.
Yeah, for guys now. She's like going to be a guy magnet.
I'm going to call her up and ask her. This has been a nightmare. So I'll tell you all about that. I just figured I'd come in, we'd talk about it. I'll answer all the questions.
Yeah, this is almost like an intervention. We're all sitting here. We're having counseling.
I just want to say one thing. Robin, you were very nice to speak to me about this. I'm talking about, you know, over the weekend, I didn't get one call from Jackie or Fred. I wrote them a note.
You know what?
What?
I didn't hear about it till Saturday night.
I wrote you a note. I wrote Fred a note.
I wasn't home this
I said, but where the hell am I going to call him?
The only 2 guys I didn't hear from.
That's the other thing.
Well,
I was on Long Island all weekend with my wife and kids.
It's not like I didn't think to call you. I was like, you know.
My wife and I are spending more time together now than we ever did.
Well, that's what I thought. I said, well, this is a major tragedy. He probably spent the weekend with his wife and kids.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, everyone was looking for some big scandal or some sort of, like, thing to rock the universe. It just,
like now you'd be, you know, here with your new girlfriend.
Yeah, like my girlfriend would show up today and we'd be having sex on the air.
That's right.
I thought if I called, it'd be like out of morbid curiosity, like, hey, boss, what's going on?
Well, that's another, you know, because I started to call and I said, no, you're probably being inundated with calls.
I actually called you. And I hung up in the middle because I was being inundated by calls, so I had to hang up.
Oh, because I...
And I got sick of talking about it.
Right. Absolutely. And I said, what, am I going to add to that?
And
that's what I thought, too.
My wife was handling all the calls and talking to people. And
oh, I can't even imagine.
It's a nightmare. And then, you know, I got 3 kids, and there was a picnic for them.
Oh.
And the whole thing was just a nightmare. It still is, but...
Yeah, I was in seclusion. You didn't. I almost didn't show up today.
I know. But I figured if we don't show up,
then yeah.
Then
it off.
You know, the other thing I thought about, I said, this is horrible, because I know Kathy Lee is dancing around her kitchen.
Yeah, Kathy Lee, that bitch. That's all right. Kathy Lee had one failed marriage.
Please.
Come on. And her husband cheats.
Has left many people.
That's right.
She's, you know, just an other wife.
So, Kathy Lee, you angry broad.
Right.
If you think you have one over on me, you don't. You better shut your trap. I still have it over you. I'm still ahead of you. And I still say my kids will turn out better than yours. I don't care.
Because that's what I thought. Ooh, I hate all the people who gloat.
Hey, let them gloat.
Did you see the counselors in the paper declaring?
I brought in all the articles. All the marriage counselors. One guy got it right.
Well, maybe.
One guy kind of got it right.
He said, just guessing, though, like everybody else.
Yeah, I'll read the article. We got a lot of articles to read. Today, the show's about me.
What's it been about before?
I just said, hey, you know, but Jackie and Fred, you don't even get, like, a call of, like, how you doing, bro?
No.
Like, my wife got tons of phone calls. She has all kinds of friends, and that's what did in the marriage anyway. She's got all connections and friends and everything.
Well, yeah, but whose fault is that?
Mine.
So?
Believe me. You know. I told you my wife's complaints about me. I'm a skunk. She didn't even say I was a skunk. She was just like, you work all the time. You're not the life of the party when you come home. You just sit in your basement. Just gave it to me.
Uh-oh.
You know, what am I going to say? It's not this guy in the newspaper had it right. This guy in Dix Hills, he's a...
right. How
Dr. Joel Block.
Yeah, I don't
he says, relationships fail on things that wouldn't make a great movie. Everyday kind of things. And in my view, it's practically always about intimacy. It sounds just like my wife talking. She's right.
Saturday, right?
And she was right. Yeah, that was sad. I'll read the whole thing.
Actually, that was Sunday.
It was Sunday,
analysis,
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was fun. New York Post is really strange.
The post-mortem.
I'll tell you why they're strange. I'll tell you everything when I get back. I'll take the phone calls. We'll do all of that. It should be an interesting show. If there's anything that's good that comes out of this,
it'll be a
highly rated show.
I got to tell you, though, the first thing, because, like I said, I was happy that it was not on the front page of the newspaper.
Right, because of the game, yeah.
Then you'd have, it would have been a nightmare.
Well, it was on the front page, except the front page was 10 pages in because of the special Yankees section.
Yeah, so instead of seeing your marriage ending, people saw the Yankees won.
Yeah.
And I'm in this pet food store.
Right.
And the guy calls his wife because I'm in there. Oh. And she gets on the phone, and she says, you tell her she works with a horrible man.
Oh.
And the guy's like, no, he's a family guy. That's just what he does on the air. He's leaving his family. I was like, oh, my God, thank God this is not on the front page.
There goes that.
Yeah, because the one redeeming thing about me was that I was married for 21 years.
Yeah. That you were still married.
Yeah, I was still married.
I don't know if married for 21 years.
You're right. But you know what? I didn't get that much slack. I was thinking about it. Here I was married, but even my critics would say, yeah, so what? He's still disgusting. I never got that much break for being married.
We'll see.
That counts a lot. Counts a lot. Maybe I did.
It would have been worse.
You never know.
You know what I said? I said to Dan Cloris, my publicist, I said to him, because he released this to the paper, I said, here's what's going to happen. There'll be a bunch of articles about this, but I said, Andrea Pizer on Monday will have this huge column about, how horrible I am. And there it is. But actually, she confessed to being a fan. Did you read it?
Yeah, I've talked to her before. Yeah, she's a fan.
We'll read it on the we'll read it on the air. We'll read all these articles on the air. We'll analyze it. We'll try to be open about it. Obviously, it's a pretty painful situation and not easy to talk about, but
well,
I'll tell you
what's giving everybody something to talk about.
Yeah, I know. I said to Alison this weekend, because we spent the whole weekend together. People think we're like warring or something. We're not. We're not at all.
Oh, yeah, there's people in the paper speculating that it's not really friendly.
I know. I'm going to talk about that. Well, then what was I doing in my house all weekend? And, it's actually very friendly. That's the hard part about all this.
Yeah, because you were always good friends.
We're still good friends. We're still best of friends, and sometimes things just get a little complicated.
And there's every possibility that you'll get back together.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. It's just I think we need a break, and the problem is I think a lot of couples go through this.
Yeah.
And what happens is that they don't have it on the front page of the newspaper.
Right.
So now there's like all this pressure, and we're just trying to take a break and get some downtime.
Get some perspective.
Yeah, because things haven't been good for a while, in terms of, we've had a good friendship. We have it's just weird when it's on the front page of the newspaper. I've always liked being a celebrity. I always thought it, got me into some good situations. But when something bad happens like this, it doesn't make it easy because, everybody's calling. Everybody. I said, here, once again, we're entertaining people.
Right, absolutely.
with this horror in our life.
Absolutely. Now people can talk about this.
Yeah, it is. It's a horror. I've heard people talk about divorce, and I don't come from a family of divorce, neither does my wife. I've heard people talk about separations and stuff and how horrible they are and what it's like for the kids and all that kind of stuff. And I just figured it would never be me. I just never thought that this would happen to me. And here it is happening, and it's like worse than I ever could have imagined. It's the worst thing you can go through.
That's what everybody says.
Yeah, and when people say that, I always go, yeah, so what? And then you go, oh, yeah, some guys, oh, yeah, you're going to be out banging chicks or something. Forget about it. It is so...
You don't have time.
You don't have, man.
You're so busy.
I'm more busy with my kids and my wife now than I was the whole time I was married. Honest to God.
That's what
Yeah. I'm trying to figure how I'm going to pull this one off.
He was explaining his schedule to me. I was like, oh.
Oh, my God. I don't even...
I was like, oh.
I'm going to be exhausted. I'm going to have to quit the show. I'm not kidding you. Now,
That's regimented like a Marine, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, because we got to manage the kids together. We got to...
time here.
Yeah, oh, my God.
I mean, it's just, you need your own shuttle service.
And you feel horrible because you don't want to disrupt your kid's life. It's a nightmare, man. The whole thing's a nightmare, but Alison, listen, anyone who's listened to this show knows that Alison is really the best friend I have and probably the most wonderful person in my life. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, I really mean it. I'm closest to her. I'm closer to her than anybody in this world. And we just spent the whole weekend crying and
you are
just being miserable.
The story of us.
Yeah, the story of us. I won't go. That's why I told you I wouldn't go see it.
I went there knowing this.
Yeah.
And I cried my eyes out.
Right.
Because all I could think about was, oh, my God. You know, and at the end, I was like, oh, my God. I really did. I just cried my eyes out.
All our friends keep calling and saying, how do you explain this? In fact, some guy in the newspaper, one of my neighbors, who's a real nice guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, says, gee, I just saw them in their car this past week, laughing with the kids and blah, 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 the gas station guy where we go to.
Oh, the gas station.
Yeah, him too.
Good friend.
Yeah, and it's the truth. We can't figure all of this out. We try to explain it to our kids. We're like, we can't explain what's going on with us. We're just kind of in a bad spot right now. And
it's
we keep
part of the growth process.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
No, it is. I mean, how do you, for 20-something years, be with a person without a... I mean, you were with your family for 20 years, and all you could think of was getting away.
I know.
Once that 20 years was up.
Yeah.
And you love your family.
Yeah, I do.
But, you need a break sometimes.
Yeah, so we're having a break. I know a lot of couples who have done this, but they do it very privately.
Yeah.
And
you wouldn't even know it.
You would never know it.
Back together, you'd never know they were separated.
Yeah. Like I was reading in the paper today. I was reading something about Stephen Bochco and everything. I said, very few people know that he got divorced like a year or two. Yeah. Who would know? Who cares? But, man, for me, it's
you don't even recognize him.
Yeah.
But that's what, I was like, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God.
Yeah, well, there's a ton of phone calls. People want to talk about this, so I'm prepared. I'd rather not, but that's not...
I'd rather not have this happening.
Yeah, but, what am I going to do? What can I do? Well, hopefully if I talk about it for the next 3 years, it'll go away.
You'll talk yourself right past it.
Yeah. Today's Castor Oil Monday. Today I take my castor oil. Today everybody gets to...
Have at you.
Yeah, everyone gets to pick at my bones.
That's right. I said the other day, Gary said to me, what do you think's going to happen to us when we die? I said, they'll drag us down the street behind the hearse.
Yeah, we'll be like Mussolini. People will urinate on us.
That's right. People throw garbage out their windows as we pass.
I know there's tons of people who are happy this morning.
Yeah.
I'm separated from my wife.
That's what I was like, now the gloaters will come out.
Oh, yeah. Well, so, who cares? They're all jealous anyway.
Absolutely.
Just jealous of our careers.
They still don't have as good a relationship as you do.
I guarantee you, I still have a better relationship with my wife than most people sitting at home with their wives do.
Staying married, that's right.
That's the odd thing. Why don't we take a break? I'll take a break. Everyone will sit by.
See, even here we take breaks.
Right. Everywhere. Everywhere in life you take a break. People don't get that. Thank God for you.
Oh.
There was an internet poll. They say Fred's next. 42% of the people.
That was the other thing. Is there a domino effect?
Yeah.
This is due to the whole, everybody listen up.
One woman in the newspaper this morning, I don't know if you read this, said,
no.
I had this thought too. She said, I am really afraid. I believe there'll be an avalanche of separations because Howard Stern kept a lot of guys in line. They identify with him.
Right.
And even though, maybe things were rocky, they believe in staying with their wives.
You know what? It's really funny.
Yeah.
I'm leaving your house.
Howard did it. I'm doing it.
Yeah, so, if you have Mr. X and I, we're having a little conversation. All of a sudden we hit a little, separation agreement.
Right.
Let's work out the separation agreement right now.
You don't want to do that.
Oh, please.
Think of your cats.
You know what? I was going to say, are you leaving the dog?
I don't know. That hasn't been determined. No, don't talk to me about the dog. It's very emotional. What is a Baba Boohai?
You know what? After you discuss your story, you really ought to go around the room and ask everybody what the conversation was in their household this week.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
John?
All right, wait, let's take a break. That's great.
I said, should I call? I didn't want to call anybody.
Now I'm Mr. X. All right, let's take a break. Obviously, everyone is having a lot of fun with this, except me. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after these words.
When you work for the Howard Stern Show, there's no time for anyone to rest, except for one person.
Yo. Jack, what's up? Sean.
Where are you?
I'm at work.
What time is it?
It's like 6:30.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's 2 times in a row they didn't call me.
Yeah, well, we called you.
I'll be there as quick as I can. God damn it.
All right, so how you feeling?
I'm fine.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
The Howard Stern Show. Never mind. Now, back to the Howard Stern Show.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
Yeah, my mom doesn't like that joke either.
95X. Turn it up. A man with nice feet. Howard Stern.
All right. We're back live. It's Monday. So where's Robin? We got to get this started. Obviously, people have a lot of questions for me. I seem to have been, outside of the Yankees, they seem to have been the news over the weekend. I seem to have been the focus of a lot of news.
Yeah, I hated it because every time, like, you know, even like the all news channels, everybody was like, guess what?
Yep. Hey, guess what? Howard Stern's life is ruined. You know what was weird for me? I have never, ever imagined that this would happen to me. And...
You're not the only one.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I still can't think of anything as anything but Howard and Alison.
Me neither. That's the thing, and it's...
And I know that if something bad were to happen tomorrow, the two of you would need to be together.
We would. So we don't even know what this means in terms of our future. You know, we try to explain it to the kids, and it's all very confusing. It's a Twilight Zone episode right now.
You couldn't explain it to me. How are they?
I haven't cried since college, and I just spent the whole weekend crying, and it's tough stuff. It's tough stuff, but because I got a great family, I got a great wife. I mean, I'm really torn up about it. So, but this crap happens. We did the whole marriage therapy thing. Remember, I kept telling you I'm seeing 2 shrinks.
Oh yeah.
Well, that was the second shrink, and I don't know. Things just sometimes get into a rut, and I take most of the blame because I'm a workaholic. I do work all the time, and when I'm not working, I'm hiding in my basement trying to recover from working. And I'm pretty much hidden from life, but I don't think it's easy to be married to me. I'll tell you that's the truth. And, you know, I was reading these articles in the newspaper about me.
You think it's easy to be married to Jackie?
I don't know. You know what?
Somebody else who's a picnic in this room.
But can I tell you something? I don't think any marriage is easy. No. I mean, I know that. And I can't imagine being married to Jackie with his disgusting habits. But the fact of the matter is, Jackie is more of a participant in life than I am. And I can imagine a woman would find that exciting. No.
Okay. But I'm not either. You know.
You're not either what?
You're not either what?
I work a lot, too, believe it or not. You know.
I don't believe that.
I know you don't.
I've seen you.
Yeah, I'm working on the jetty.
But now you think it's garbage. It takes a lot of work to put
Jackie's
garbage.
Good, I'm glad this happened to Howard. I just wish I had half his money. I deserve it, not Alison.
Well,
Robin, I came in this morning.
I'm the whole show.
I walked in and they did 10 minutes on me because nobody wants to get... Fred hasn't said one word to Howard in his own voice about this so far.
Right. Fred was very nice. He came in this morning and told me how... he was very... I thought I'd get a note or something from Fred, but...
I definitely would.
But then I realized this is a guy who doesn't even speak to his nephew. So.
Pete, when did you find out?
I found out I was in San Francisco over the weekend. And
that's not answering the question. They have no phones in
Saturday afternoon, and I was about to go to a gig.
Who told you, your wife?
Yeah. She was shocked.
It was?
Yeah, definitely shocked.
We're all shocked.
Saddened.
We're all saddened.
Actually, everybody was really kind of nice to me and very sympathetic. And very sad for us, which that's all we feel is that we just feel like this is a great tragedy.
Yeah.
And we feel like we're in a funeral because it was weird. Phone calls were coming into the house all weekend. Friday night we told the press, we told the kids and stuff. And our kids had known for a while that, you know, things weren't doing too good. But we didn't want them to have to sort of live a secret. And we told the press, that's the reason we told them, because we wanted our kids to be able to talk to their friends about it, because that helps kids through stuff like this. And Saturday, we went to my mom's house, me, Alison, and my daughter, Ashley. And
I thought about your parents, too.
Yeah, it's tough on them. But it was my mom's birthday and my niece, Sharon. So we went to my sister's house, all of us together. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, that we actually still continue to have a great relationship in many ways. Mm-hmm. You know, which is very confusing to everyone, our friends, our kids, and to us.
Right.
We're just very confused.
And very scary to most people because if you two can't.
Yeah. And quite frankly, I haven't been on my own ever. I left my parents' house. I met Alison when I was 19 in college, and we've been together ever since. And, you know, this is a very strange reality.
How are you going to get anywhere?
I don't know.
Alison gives you directions to everything.
In fact, Alison and I went out Saturday night, and she had to get me to my sister's house, told me how to drive there, and then I had to take the kids. I had to take the kids 3 blocks from my house, and Alison had to write down how to get there.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a very, very strange situation to be in, and it's very public, and to say that I'm depressed would be an understatement.
You know what? I think a lot of celebrities oftentimes don't make it through a situation like this because of the public scrutiny.
Yeah,
whereas a normal couple, that can quietly do this and take care of what they need to take care of, then they can go on with their lives.
That's a good point. I just hope that, people just back off my wife, back off the kids, and back off me. I know people are going to rib us and stuff or whatever, but, if we get a little breathing room, maybe things will just be all right. At least we can make it comfortable for the kids.
Say, could you please honor our privacy? This is a very painful time.
I now understand that.
Yeah. I was like, oh, those words have new meaning.
They have new meaning. Like, you live long enough, you actually become sensitive. Because there's one guy in the newspaper. I forget which paper it goes. It says here, according to the press release, it's an amicable split-up. Even Howard Stern would laugh at something like that. There's no way he gets along with his wife. And I went, nah, you got it wrong. It is amicable. It's a little too amicable. In fact, some of the marriage therapists say it's like it's better off if you fight. We're not fighting.
Well, that's, because I'm sitting driving in, I'm going, there's nothing wrong.
So that's what my niece came over, my niece Pam came over last night. She goes, I don't get it. You guys are like the greatest couple I've ever known. And in fact, you're my role model. That's the only reason I get married, because based on your marriage. I said, well, we still have a great relationship. We spent the whole weekend together with our kids. We're just having a tough time being married right now. And whatever that is. What can I tell you?
Because I've never known what that is.
Marriage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really don't know what that is.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know
obviously I don't either. That makes 2 of us.
What you people are doing?
Let's ask Jackie and Fred. They're married. What's it like being married? Scott, the engineer, comes in this morning and goes, I don't know whether to congratulate you or... And I go, Scott, are you out of your mind? Do you think anybody wants this?
Run him and pummel him.
I go, Scott, you are a loser.
You bald bastard.
You bald bastard.
He didn't. He was like,
he goes, I don't know whether to congratulate you or...
Oh, my snickering.
I go, you got to be kidding, Scott.
It was like one time...
You got to be kidding me.
He's going to commiserate.
You've been through a divorce.
Really bad. When I got divorced, that was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Right.
So I know how... And I didn't have kids with that marriage.
No, it's a second. Growing hair was the hardest.
Yeah, growing hair was the hardest thing for you. Yeah.
Leap into my pool of misery. So I know how you feel. I was just trying to...
You were trying to make a joke.
Welcome you to the pool of misery. You're right.
Well, you know what? I said today I'm a bigger loser than you.
Yeah.
All right?
I was crushed when a 14-year-old girl left me.
Welcome.
Yeah, I married my wife when she was 14.
He's at the door of the losers club.
I'm the Jerry Lee Lewis of Queens. 15, she wanted to see the world. She left me. No, I really feel bad.
Thank you.
I know it's really bad.
It is bad. It's
and
the worst.
My current marriage, every marriage has its problems, and I've had problems as well.
Are you
That's shocking.
Wait a minute. What is this, a male
hey, Robin,
bonding?
We're in a tent. You better step out.
Get out of here.
No, every relationship has its rocky points.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you try to keep it together.
Although I would think being married to you, you're such a catch.
A dream.
You're such a dream.
You just want to sleep all the time.
Like Brad Pitt, you're so hot. I think any woman could overlook any flaw you might have in your personality.
That's the problem in my marriage. The women keep coming on to me.
That's right.
Yeah.
The temptation.
Yeah, I've seen some of those beauties.
My marriage has its downs and downs.
Just when you think it can get lower, another door opens.
Another trap door. Yeah, right through the bottom.
What the hell is this? What kind of cool chill? I'm in
Australia. New level of low.
Well, let's go to the phones, and then we'll start reading the articles.
I want to hear what the people have to say.
And then we'll talk to everybody on the show and find out what
Is there anybody lining up to be, the first...
What, the first to, what?
First date.
No. It ain't about that.
I thought they would be crawling out of the woodwork, too.
No. Nobody's crawling. I think crawling is me. Yes, Larry.
How you doing, buddy? Hey, listen, I just want to tell you, I'm a fan of your show. I love the show. We don't want to hear about your personal problem. I mean, we
sure you do.
Well, no, we don't. You know what I mean? That's your personal life. And
what do you want to hear?
What do you want me to talk about?
You're a good father to your daughters, and we just want you to tell everybody to kiss your ass. You do your job, and we're happy. You make us happy on the ride to work.
Thanks,
and,
Larry.
Hey, man, keep at it, you know?
Thanks, man.
You're a good guy. We love the show. Robin, I love you. And F. Jackie.
Thank you.
Okay, pal.
We can all get together on that.
I could go and Sally Jesse Raphael now.
Oh, man, you don't want to do that.
You know what? I'd rather be shot.
That's right. You'll be drawn in quarters.
David, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard. I'm the astrology guy, and several...
What is the astrology guy?
I do astrological compatibility and...
How come every male astrologer is gay?
Oh, man. Not true in my case, but...
Oh, please.
Oh, come on.
Look in the stars, buddy.
David, you've never had given a man oral sex?
No, sir.
Really?
No, never.
All right. You sound kind of swishy.
You're actually with women?
Well, I'm divorced myself, but I did the compatibility...
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have a point.
I did the compatibility between you and Alison several months ago.
Yeah.
And I was going to call, but I didn't want to after I did it because I didn't want to be the one to tell you that although there's an aspect of lifelong love between the two of you, excuse me, I'm nervous, it is not a marriage. It's more of a great friendship, a business partnership.
You know what this guy's like? Remember the woman, Jean Dixon, who said that Kennedy was going to be assassinated?
After the fact.
After the fact.
Calls in and says, I tried to get to him.
My wife went to a psychic about 6 years ago, and the psychic said to him, my wife said, you know, none of this was going on. She said, well, you know, my husband and I be together for a long time. You know, will we live a long time? Yes, you both live in your 90s, and you are together for life. You have been married many times in the past, and you will be together until the very end. Well, good reading, you ass.
I would like
Can she get her money back?
Yeah, I'm suing.
That person.
I would like to help you find a true soulmate.
No, that's okay.
Who cares about you?
I'm not looking for any soulmate.
He'll do his own search.
Dude, you had your own divorce. What soulmate did you find?
Did you find someone else for yourself?
I'm still looking.
I know who my soulmate is. It's Fred.
I think this guy's volunteering to be your soulmate.
Yeah, really.
How do you help someone find their true soulmate?
How do I do that?
So there is no such
Every
thing.
time you find somebody, he'll do their chart.
I found my true soulmate. It's my wife.
You and your wife do have a great love between you.
Oh, shut up.
Marriage.
You said that already.
You sound like my wife. Thank you.
I can explain a little bit about my astrology if you'd like.
That's all right.
Nobody cares.
Thank you. Josh, hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard. Listen, man, I feel really bad because, you know, my favorite movie is Private Parts.
Right. Yeah, that's the other thing. And you know what? Private Parts is the truth. I mean.
That's what I thought. I mean.
Well, it was.
It wasn't made up.
It wasn't made up. It's true.
It's an inspiration to me relationship-wise.
It's
one of those movies.
Don't watch it for that reason.
No, that isn't the main reason that I watch it.
Wait a minute, though. I mean, is it a real loss if you have that with somebody, even if it's only for a little while?
Well, that's what I said to my kids, and that's what my wife and I always say to each other. We have so many great years and such great kids between us that, you know, it's not a, you know, in many ways it's a failure, but I don't know, in a lot of ways.
You can't rack up the whole thing is a failure.
Right.
You got to take it year by year.
We had great years of happiness, and what's so painful is that we are still sort of happy together in a lot of respects. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I have no other explanation for it.
I have an explanation for it. It's that you guys are soulmates. I mean, this movie is one of those movies that I kind of watch and get depressed over. Because it's one of those sad movies that it's like, this is a perfect relationship. This is two people who mean so much to each other that how can you not, you know, because it's this kind of relationship that people envy. And I'm a person that envies it. You know, if you asked a lot of people who are fans of the show and who know you pretty well, I think that they would, if they were asked, what's the perfect relationship, they'd say, well, it's Howard and Alison Stern. I mean,
in fact, you were voted.
Meanwhile, Glamour magazine last month said we had the greatest likelihood of longevity in any marriage.
And there's still that possibility.
Yeah, well, you know, I said, just a weird place for me to be in, and in many ways, you know, like even my mother said to me, she said, you know, I think you're going to spend the rest of your life looking for everything that you found with Allison. You know, it's
if you lose it, you definitely will.
That's right.
What did I tell you when I first met the two of you?
What did you say? I thought you told me I was...
Never believe that woman.
Right, well...
I did. I said, you'll never find anybody who loves you the way she does.
Right.
Never. It's not possible.
What about you? You love me.
I love you, but it pales in comparison, and I love you a lot.
Right.
Pales in comparison to what she feels for you. I've never heard love expressed the way
really
he would talk about you. Oh.
What about when Fred talks about me?
Fred, still, it's not as the same. In fact, that's when I knew, I was like, wow, I never heard anybody feel like that about another human being.
And we feel that way about each other. It's very, very strange.
Well, you didn't say it, she did.
Well, you know I love Alison.
Of course I do. But I was just like, don't ever, ever, ever. You could never find that anywhere else.
All I know is I've been talking about this nonstop, and it's like...
other people may love you, but they wouldn't have the capacity to love with which she has.
Right.
Hey, Howard, do you feel like you can talk to her about anything?
My wife?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's something that is priceless. I mean, like, I'm not trying to rub it in because I know you must really...
Yeah, no offense. It's like we're going through enough
without you.
Yeah, we know all this.
I know. I'm sorry. I really mean it.
We've been through marriage therapy for a year.
I know. It's just my friend and we're kind of like walking around depressed all weekend because it just seems so unreal that this could actually happen.
It is. When I opened it, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Yeah. Wow. When I opened up the newspaper and I saw Howard and Alison, most people just don't get to see it this way, but it was like Howard and Alison call it quits after 21 years of marriage. And I went, whoa. I went, man, that's just like so weird to be reading this stuff. And it's like you just want to keep it private, but you can't.
Well, I'll tell you, it wasn't real to me until I saw it in the paper.
Me too. And then when I saw it, I just closed the newspaper and I couldn't read it.
Yeah.
I didn't even want to look at it because it's just so goddamn depressing.
Oh. Well, here's what's going to cheer you up. You're going to invite me up there and we're going to party all week.
It's
so boring down here.
You know what I heard? One of the newspapers called Lonnie from Scores to interview him about this.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
He knows.
He knows plenty.
He knows the funny money.
Right.
Where's the trail of the funny money?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How's that? Are people, like, really kind of ticking you off with talking about this?
You know what? I got to tell you something. People in our lives have been incredibly wonderful. I mean, the saddest conversation I had was with my father-in-law. And he said to me point blank, you're still my son-in-law. And he's like one of the greatest guys I know. My in-laws are great people. They're the best people in the world. They really are.
Yeah. And
Alison is very close to my family. She considers them her family. So, we're just devastated. Our whole worlds are rocked. Because we affect a lot of people. We have so many family and friends, and all our friends called up and just said all the right things. For how sad they were for us, because that's how we feel. We feel sad. And the kids are very, very sad. Listen.
Yeah.
Think it'll be easy.
Keep your chin up about the whole thing. I really think that it's going to work out for the best. I mean, I know right now it's a really tough time. But the thing is that everyone who kind of got into the other side of Howard Stern, everyone, there are two Stern fans, in my opinion. They're the kind that listen for the lesbians taking their shirts off.
Right.
And they're the kind that think you're like them. And that's like the kind of fan that I am. I think that, I don't know, I just see a lot of myself in you, and I kind of understand your personality, or at least think I do. And I don't think this is going to last.
I'll tell you something. I was reading Andrea Peiser's column in the newspaper, and she was like,
Andrea say?
Well, she's saying stuff like, hey, Howard, just get back with Alison because everybody relates to you guys. And I said, because she was kind of saying what this guy's saying. She's saying, hey, you're the everyman, and that's what we like about you.
Well, I was thinking that myself.
Right.
Like, what are we going to talk about?
Yeah. And I said, you know what? Like the everyman, most marriages are going through this right now.
Depending on what's going on.
Over 50% of the couples are divorced, and those that stay together, most of them are having some sort of weird situation at home. So, the fact of the matter is, I know other people are going through this. It's not any consolation for me because I can't believe I'm going through it. I just never wanted to be this guy. It's weird. And I used to read about somebody famous separating from their wife and stuff. I'd say, what a jerk,
Yeah.
You could work it out. What an ass.
Hey, look at it this way. You could be Kelsey Grammer. You're not Kelsey.
Well, it could be.
I could end up being Kelsey Grammer.
I won't be here.
Right.
No.
Thanks for your support.
I support you 100% from far away.
Right.
What?
I want to tell you that I think you're beautiful, and I think you're like one of the coolest people in the world just because, I don't know, you're just awesome.
Thank you. But I don't think I could handle...
And Howard, just keep your chin up. I think everything's going to work out great.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
I couldn't handle the parade of Bims. I'm sorry. I don't...
Honey, right now this ain't about you, okay? What you can handle. Right now it's about me.
I'm just telling you.
We understand.
I've thought about it.
We understand.
I don't think I can.
All right.
sitting some sideways.
Here are my needs.
No. It's just, I don't think it would be good for you, and I couldn't watch it.
Right now, you know what? That's not really what I'm thinking about.
Good.
Right. Thank you, Robin.
Saying, a lot of people are saying, well, what's he going to do now?
Oh, okay.
I don't want to know.
There you go. Don, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Howard. I just wanted to say how shocked and sorry I was to hear about that. I woke up Saturday morning and heard that first thing on the news, and at first I thought it was a hoax.
Yeah,
That's the best radio hoax ever.
Well, it is. See, I was just kidding. There you go.
It was all a dream.
I just want to goof on you guys.
That's funny.
It's not even April.
Yeah,
well, if I do it in April, you'll all catch on.
Hope it doesn't change the show in any way, you know?
The show could be changed. We don't know. Right. We don't know what it'll be.
You're not thinking about, going out to L.A. now that you're separated or anything, right?
No. I got kids. What are you, crazy? I wouldn't go out how what am I going to do? Wake up at 3? No, I'd have to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning to do a show from L.A.
Oh.
I'm not doing that.
I thought maybe, because you have all the TV stuff going on, that you might think about, making that part of your life.
No, that ain't part of my life.
No. Well, I hope everything works out.
This is just a hoax. It's my way of announcing my third book, which will be out on the stands next week. I just needed some publicity real quick.
I just hope everything works out for you.
Everybody else was running for president.
Yeah, that was all taken, so I had to do something more extraordinary.
Oh, dear.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
I think I'm going to be nauseous. Oh. This has been such a bad nightmare this past year with all this. And this weekend was awful.
Don't belch at a time like this.
Well, it helps me. Oh. This isn't about you. This is about me and how I get through it.
I want you to help me at this.
What?
Don't parade no bimbos and don't belch. I'll give you a cat. I'm getting sick in the nuts.
I'm afraid.
Hey, KC, could you bring the hot waters on, baby?
No, he's not going to.
Every half hour?
I'm too saddened and shocked.
I'm mourning out here.
I can't move.
That's right. I don't know what to do.
One of the things I was talking about is the singing psychic did predict this. You got to give her a do.
Wait a minute. She finally
got one right. Remember, she was doing her predictions about 7 months ago?
Uh-huh.
And she said...
She sang.
Someone on the show is going to get divorced.
You're not divorced?
No, I'm not divorced. Yeah, actually, that makes her wrong.
Well,
not yet. She's not right.
Right.
You better give her some leeway. She'll never be right.
Pretty close, but not right.
You were going to explain separation to me.
What do you want to know?
I just want to know what that means. I mean, where does that leave you?
In terms of?
Marriage, relationship.
We're legally separated. That means that in fact, some of the experts were actually congratulating us, if there's to be a congratulations in any of this nightmare, that we settled our differences through mediation.
Mm-hmm.
And,
they said that was unusual.
Yeah, and it shows you how well we get along, that we could actually, one of my pet peeves is lawyers, particularly divorce attorneys, who, by the time people get divorced, some of these high-profile divorces run into the $3 to $4 million range.
And not only that, people can't stand each other.
Yeah,
it escalates any hostility.
Trying to stir up a hornet's nest.
And forget about wealthy people. What about middle-class people who are literally bankrupted by divorce attorneys?
Yeah.
And I always said all along that if in any separation, I would love to give my money to my wife than some lawyer. That kind of thing. So the fact that we had a mediation was very nice for our children. It's not a fighting, bickering kind of thing. And we were able to do that. And it means that you're not married, but you're not divorced. You're separated.
I don't know what that is.
I don't either. I can't even read the agreement, so I just don't even want to know what it is. I don't even want to know what I am.
Oh, dear.
It means that you're no longer a married couple.
See, I've never understood that. That's what that means?
Yeah.
But you're not divorced.
Right.
Well, what is...
You're legally separated. So you're not married, but you're not divorced. You're legally separated. And that's all that's all I know.
Jeez.
Yeah. Means I don't own my house anymore.
Well, now, do you have to knock?
Yeah, of course.
She can shoot you if you can.
Yeah, exactly.
See, that's weird, too. Right. You have to knock on your own door.
Yeah, let's read some of these articles. So, the first article came out Saturday, which was, basically that I was...
The article was shocked.
Yeah. So then the next thing was the New York Post. The New York Post is weird because, you know what? Actually, all the newspapers were pretty kind about not showing up where I live and stuff. But they just keep printing my address and keep...
I know. I said, would you draw a map?
And I'm really angry at Rupert Murdoch because I understand a newspaper covers this kind of thing. But, you know...
What does where you live have to do with it?
We had to arrest reporters and stuff. I mean, it was just... They were just there illegally. And it's just like they're... I don't understand Rupert Murdoch. I don't get him. I mean, it's like... I'm even doing business with Rupert Murdoch right now. I'm in the middle of putting a show together for FX.
He's made a lot of money.
And I got really pissed off, and I said, you know, I'm going to start putting cameras on him and his family, and I'm going to run it Saturday night on my TV show.
A couple of months ago, he went through this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I understand covering it. Listen, I'm the first one to sit there and make fun of somebody who goes through this and does and all that kind of stuff, and I'm prepared for it. Mm-hmm. I know it. This is the very human side of my life, but... You know, what can I tell you? I don't get them, man. They're just relentless. You know, it's weird. There was
he created this whole kind of journalism where you just bore into somebody's life till you can see their toenails.
Shouldn't I do that to him, though?
Yeah.
To give him some of his own medicine?
Sure.
All right, I'll work on it.
You've threatened before and always backed off.
Here's Dominick Barbera, by the way.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
The contract is like, it's an agreement. If you ever got divorced, that would be your agreement. So
right.
You don't have to litigate again.
I understand
That's what separation is.
Where does that leave you in terms of your fealty, if you will, to the other person?
No, you have no obligations to one another.
No, really?
Well, you don't fight anymore. There's no economic fight. That's all done. The custody's done. The visiting is done. It's the cleanest way, and if you ever want to go back, you rip it up. You know, you sign a letter saying it's canceled.
And you can go back without having to go through...
Oh, yeah, you don't have to get married again.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But I have to tell you, as a fan and someone who loves all of you, listening, it's so surreal. It's scary.
It is, isn't it? I can't believe it's me.
And Robin, it's strange, but I don't explain it. Because Irma and I, being with you, Howard and Alison, and with the kids, and listening to Robin also, I have to put myself in her shoes also, in that it's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Well, listen, it's very hard for me. And doing this show today is very, very hard for me.
I was going to say, don't you know you're supposed to do this when you're on vacation?
Yeah, but you know what? I didn't want to do that because then they just keep hounding my family and looking for some kind of comment. So now they're going to have all the comments they want. I've talked about it. What am I going to say? It's everything that we said in the press release. It's the saddest time in our lives. It's awful. Just the most awful thing. I don't want to be going through this. I don't want my kids going through this. I don't want Alison going through it. We just the two of us looked at each other, and after trying to work stuff out between us, and I admit I'm a distant guy. I mean, everyone who knows me knows I'm distant. My mother knows it. She knows I'm the type that sits at home. I sulk in the basement a lot. I mean, that's just me, and I work 24 hours a day, and I think I'm a tremendously difficult person to live with.
I know Alison once asked, because, she said, does he ever zone out on you when you're talking to him? I said, oh, yeah, all the time. She goes, well, what do you do when he does it? I said, ignore it.
Right.
But I said, you're in a different situation. You can't leave. You can't ignore.
Yeah. And, I've tried to, listen, we have tried so hard to work things out. We don't want to go through this in the worst way, and we don't want our kids going through it in the worst way. But we just came to a point where we even said, up until a few days ago, we weren't sure we were going to go through with this. We were literally going to just, we're such good friends, and we rely on each other for everything, and we talk on the phone constantly, and we're in the house together. We spent all weekend together. We spent the weekend...
So you're not leaving your house?
Yeah, I am, but I'm also, not right now. It's too hard with the kids, and...
But psychologically, you really have to,
yeah.
It's not fair to the children.
Right.
To have what's called a de facto marriage.
Right. No, we know that. We know all that, Dominic. I mean, seriously, we do. But right now, because of the publicity around this and stuff, it's very difficult for us to go anywhere with the kids. And, we just want to make things comfortable for all of us. And, listen, I can't even believe I'm talking about this. It's just too weird. But what am I going to do? I'm on the radio. And if I don't talk about it, everyone will say, hey, man, you don't talk about it. So
you're treating yourself differently than you've treated everyone else.
So I'm here to say, look. This is going on in my life. I've been home crying all weekend about it, upset about it. I look at it in the newspaper, I don't even believe it's me. I see a picture of my wife in the newspaper today, and a bunch of psychologists telling me what's breaking up my marriage, and, and Andrea Pizer chiming in about how, I'm whatever I am. I'm not even sure what her point is, but...
Just go back is what she's saying.
She should just go back, even though, maybe my wife don't want me back, Andrea. You know what I'm saying? They always assume it's the guy.
Yeah.
But,
Howard, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you sometimes wonder what's real and what isn't anymore?
What do you mean by that?
Well, like
Dominic, you might be having a schizophrenic break.
I think you're really affecting Dominic more.
Well, what do you mean what's real and what isn't real?
Well, like the radio show, you're now discussing your life. Is that become more real than your life?
Well, I know what he's kind of saying. Oh, I really don't know what he's saying.
Well, I'm almost on.
Oh, we're almost there. Are you on a sugar high?
No, I didn't eat yet, but soon
all right.
I will be.
Maybe you're
sugar low.
Maybe you're insulin deficient.
No,
Now, what do you mean? I mean, what am I going to do? I mean, I'm a public guy. I mean, I talk about everything on the radio. How can I not talk about this?
No, I don't mean it as a criticism.
Right.
I mean, like, Robin is really, as we all are, into the suffering, into the pain.
I'm not. And what?
Well,
no, he's right. Go ahead.
Please.
No, Robin. What I mean is, aren't you suffering from this a little bit also?
I don't think I'm suffering. No.
Hurting for how?
You want to know something, Dominic?
For him, but I'm not suffering.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, even my mother said that. She goes, the only people who are hurting right now are you and your family. It's not.
Yeah, I wouldn't even forget that. That's not even possible.
I'll tell you, Jackie's not suffering.
We're hurting too, Howard.
It is sad. It is, but it is sad.
You know what?
Hold on a minute.
Jackie would never have been married without your marriage.
As far as calling you up, do you ever have with a friend and somebody in their family dies and you don't know? Do you make the call? And
well, you know
one more person calling them up?
I never would have thought that, like, you guys should call me or anything because you want to be alone and stuff. But every one of, like, my wife's friends called and, like, offered comfort. My phone didn't ring once.
That I feel bad.
Well, see, I thought your phone would be ringing off the hook.
No, the only friends I have are you guys.
I swear to you, I said, I'm not going to add to the barrage of callers.
But you know what? I'm glad you didn't because, you know what?
Right, one more person to explain.
Really, because I thought if you have a moment to yourselves, you need it.
Yeah.
So it was a conscious decision.
Well, me and my daughter just sat down and watched Popular. We taped that show. And that was like the nicest moment of the weekend because we could just sit and watch TV and pretend this wasn't going on. It's real tough. It's tough. It's the toughest thing. It's so emotional. It's just emotional. What can I tell you?
Popular was the episode where the girl sees her parents getting it on.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Well, we don't care.
But I'll tell you, Howard, you came on the air today, and you're really saying it all. And Irma and I just want to wish you no pain.
All right,
and
thanks,
Alison
Dominic.
and the kids, too. We love you.
Thank you, Dominic.
Bye-bye.
All right. He's a good guy.
Papa, I'm hungry.
He's probably going to go eat. I hope he does. I wish him no pain not eating.
The other thing is, I thought about calling Alison, and then I thought, well, geez, I don't even know.
Alison wants to speak to you, actually. Yeah. But, you know what? She was on the phone with it. We had relatives calling, and and I spoke to my brother-in-laws and my sister-in-law, and we all just...
Ugh.
Like my father-in-law said to me over the weekend, he said, if I was there, I'd kick both of you in the ass.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah, that's what you want to do, is want to shake you.
Shake us up, but what are you going to do?
And then, people around me were... Because I was really, when I saw it in the paper, I swear to God, I got really upset.
Yeah.
And they were like, what's the big deal? And I'm like, leave me alone. I just feel... I know they're going through hell at this point.
So, I got to take a break. And then I'll read these articles, and we'll, we'll figure it out. Yes, go ahead. You're on the air. I got to take a break, Kevin. Go fast.
Hey, how you doing? So who you sleep with this weekend? Anybody? Yeah, broads?
I had about 10 broads this weekend. No, man, I slept with my...
Talk about it.
I tell you what,
where to get divorced.
I slept with my wife this weekend.
What?
My wife and I was with my wife and my kids all weekend.
All right, well, who's the first girl going to be? Come on, let us know.
Dude, it's so not about that. I know you think it is, and I know it appears that way because we have so many chicks.
You got to take advantage.
Well,
this is your
I'll tell you one thing, man. You go through something like this, you ain't thinking about chicks too much right now.
Yeah, well, I'm all right. I haven't gone through anything like this. But, you got to be thinking of chicks. We all know who you are.
All right.
We know what's on your mind.
I always think about chicks. I love chicks.
You got to get on somewhere.
There's only one chick for me, and that's Robin. Thank you.
Yeah, me too.
So we haven't talked about the conversations in everybeat house.
Yeah, why don't we do that next and read the articles on the air? And also, not on this topic about me, but Melrose Larry Green has tape of Pete Rose getting the crap beat out of him last night in an interview.
Did you see that?
I didn't see it, so I want to hear it.
Oh, man, it was like the guy would not let up. Here's Pete having a nice evening.
Yeah, so we'll do this right after we get back.
Tennis legend Jimmy Connors meets the stuttering John.
Hey, Jimmy, what did you do with the bag?
What bag?
Or the bag you used to put over Chris Everett's head.
I think we better get to business here, but we have to take care of it. Thank you very much.
Game, set, match. Stuttering John. You're listening to Howard Stern. Never. Now.
Testing. 1, 2.
Now, back to the Howard Stern Show. 95X. Turn it up.
For our last exercise, let's kick out the king.
The Howard Stern Show.
All right. We're back. I got a rabbi coming in here today to talk. This is the rabbi who took Michael Jackson to temple.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, he'll come in a few minutes. We'll do a quick interview with him because I know people just want to talk about me and my misery.
I mean, who cares about that at this point?
Right. It's a bad day for him to come in because I got to do short shrift with the rabbi.
This is almost like, one of those situations like the space shuttle blowing up.
Yeah.
They're all about that.
Yeah. This is a show where people really want to know what's going on with me. Quite frankly, I want to know what's going on with me.
Space shuttle blowing.
Well, you can't talk about anything else. Who cares if you had somebody booked to talk about their movie?
Yeah, in fact, you know what, Gary? You ought to rebook Percy Ross, who's calling in. Oh, I do want to talk to that guy. That's the guy who gives away money?
Maybe
he can give you some.
I heard he ran out of money.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's giving it all away.
Oh! Just my luck.
He's giving away all his money. I think he gave it all away. Well, maybe keep him booked.
And the only reason I left it, Howard, is because later on in the show I figured I wasn't sure if we'd still be discussing it by that time.
What am I going to do with the rabbi? All right, we'll ask him. We'll do 5 minutes with the rabbi.
It could get old by then.
I thought he was here to counsel you. I saw a rabbi.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Is he like a real rabbi with the payas?
The whole thing.
All right, here. Let's start by reading some of these articles. Let's get to what we want to talk about.
All right.
All right, so then Saturday, I figured, what are these newspapers going to write about? Because really, you issue a press release, and the press release kind of says it all. But then the Post, they can carry a story for a week.
They got an angle on everything.
Someone said to me, the Post really hates you. I said, I know. I don't know why. I just don't know what I did to them. But
I don't know who's running the thing now.
All right. Experts say crass act cracked marriage. Loudmouth Howard Stern's lewd and lascivious radio routine helped kill his 2-decade marriage to wife Alison. But that makes you feel old. 2-decade marriage.
Jeez.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah. Marriage counselors said this yesterday. So they went and interviewed a bunch of marriage counselors. Right. Okay, great. I've been a marriage counselor. Don't work.
Yendes.
But counselors gave the celebrity ex-couple high ratings for keeping lawyers out of the breakup and settling everything face-to-face for the sake of their 3 kids. Evidently, that's some kind of major... First of all, this has sent a shudder through every lawyer in the country.
Well, nobody knows you can do this.
Yeah, you can do it.
Everybody thinks you need to go to a lawyer.
My wife and I looked at each other and said, hey, we don't want to sit there and have 2 people, basically charging us a lot of money for what we basically know the outcome will be.
Right. Because I was like, oh, really? You can do that?
Yeah, we didn't want to be like, Ron Perlman sitting fighting in the newspaper so everyone could,
Or 7 years later, still having your things...
Right. Yeah. We don't want to go through any of that. We care too much about each other. And Dr. Robert Butterworth, an L.A.-based therapist, said Stern's look but don't touch sexcapades with models, porn stars, and actresses took a toll on his personal life. The beauties killed the beast, quipped Butterworth. It must be hard to be Howard Stern with all those beautiful women coming up to him all the time. My gut reaction is that this was he was probably tempted by all the babes. Well, you know, dude.
How does he know?
He didn't know anything.
He's in L.A.
Yeah. Butterworth ridiculed the couple's official statement that the separation was amicable. Now, it is. Why was I spending all weekend in my house with my wife? It is amicable. You can't.
How are you going to prove it to him? He says he doesn't care what you say. He knows you're lying.
Right. I mean, who is this guy? What are me and my wife doing at a party Saturday night with my daughter? I mean, listen, it's no picnic. We look at each other. There's a lot of pain there. I mean, we look at each other and we just can't believe it's happening. Neither can anyone else. But we're mature enough and sort of best friends enough to... We have kids together.
Well,
and
quite frankly, I see some, that's what makes you think a lot of times that marriages are based on the wrong thing, because people go after each other with such a viciousness.
Right.
You wonder how they could have ever been married in the first place.
I know.
At least this you understand.
Yeah, we don't feel that way about each other. And despite the babe theory of Mr. Butterworth, it was more the workaholic aspect of my life and the fact that my mother said, gee, your whole life you've always kind of needed a whole bunch of time to yourself, and you've always, you weren't working, but you always needed to sort of sit
There are people like that, yeah.
and be alone.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
I know. So you can certainly understand it, and I think that's what did in my marriage. Yeah. I think that I do work a tremendous amount of hours. I think I am married to my career in many ways. I think that it's hard for anyone to be in a relationship with me because I demand a lot of free time, and I think that did us in, but I don't know. That's my theory, and I don't think my wife would take much argument with that.
I used to say, I don't know how you do it, because we do work incredible hours, especially, like times when we were doing the Channel 9 show or doing the movie. Nobody sees us, nobody hears from us, and you would somehow try to find a way to keep people in your life. And I was like, man, I'm exhausted. How's he doing that?
Well, I wasn't. That's the problem. The problem was I'd go home.
I saw you make a phone call. I thought that was incredible.
Like, I'd go home on a Friday night, and all I want to do is sit in front of the TV and sleep.
Right.
Saturday, same thing. And Sunday, I like to get on my computer and start writing for the show and figure out what I'm going to do. And I've got other commitments, with these TV shows I'm doing in Los Angeles. And I'm not complaining. I like doing it. It's just that when you're trying to hold a relationship together...
Doesn't leave much...
It's a drag, and, listen, I love my kids more than anything in this planet, and I love Alison more than anything on this planet. That's what's so odd about it. But
I would, we'd be leaving the Channel 9 taping at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday after working all week.
Yeah.
And I said, man, he's going home to a house full of people. I'm going home to, like a bubble bath.
Yeah, I know.
It's amazing.
And listen, I don't think any woman wants to hear that, I don't want to do anything Friday. I don't want to do anything Saturday. I don't want to do anything Sunday. When are you going to have some time for me? When are you going to be a husband? When are you going to, and my wife is so right on about this stuff. She can't be in a relationship alone, and I guess, I don't know, couldn't hold it together. So we're taking a break.
So what else?
So Butterworth ridiculed the couple's official statement that the separation was amicable. Wait, John Popper's on the phone. He wants to chime in. John Popper, Blues Traveler.
Howard, how you doing?
Hey, man.
I just heard about it. I feel terrible.
Yeah, well, I feel pretty terrible, too.
Where are you?
I'm on a bus on my way to Portland.
Oh, how'd you hear about it? You just tuned in?
Well, yeah.
He had 7 groupies on top of him, so he didn't get the word till late.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I guess now you and me, we can work on our womanizing together.
I don't think so, bro.
Man, I just feel terrible about it.
Thank you.
God, I just, my prayers are with you, and I really just hope that you get through this, and I know you're gonna, but it's just gonna suck for a while. And
well, you separated from Blues Traveler. I guess me and my wife separated. You're used to it. Same deal.
Well, but the difference is, I guess neither of us were getting sex from him.
The sex wasn't the problem.
Man,
all right, thank you, man.
Be a good dad, and I love you, man.
He is a good dad.
No, I'm a good dad. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and just keep doing that, and you're doing everything you can, and I'm just really sorry, man.
All right, thanks, John. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Thanks.
So it's always good to hear from a celebrity chime in on my relationship.
Celebrity. But, you know, those are those guys with no relationships, those vapid, you know, surfacey kind of, you know, another girl every week relationships. They look to you and they go, man, I wish I had what you had.
Right.
And they used to say that.
Right. Neil, what is it?
Howard. Big time fan for many years.
Thank you, Neil.
Fan. I love you. Love Robin. F. Jackie.
Right.
Listen, I got something to tell you, man. A long time, I know you've had thoughts about it, but you love your wife. A lot of times it's the money, giving up the house, giving up half the money. Now you have enough money where you can give up half the money and still it might be bearable. Well, I'll tell you what. If you're going to lose half the money anyway, you have to make a decision. Give up the career. Give up the career right now. And then on the half of money that she...
Dude, giving up my career would make me more miserable. Are you crazy?
You'll have your wife.
Oh, get out of here. That doesn't solve a marital problem, you dope.
Well, you say one of the problems is you can't spend time with her.
No. This is who I am. I am a guy. If I had no job, I would sit in a room by myself anyway. I'm very withdrawn. I know that. Listen, I've been through a year and a half of marriage therapy. I know I'm withdrawn. This is the way I was in high school. This is the way I was as a kid. And you know, listen, my wife knew this about me, and we've always been able to work through it, and it isn't working right now. That's all. If I quit radio tomorrow, I don't think it would solve our problem. Get out of here. I'm not quitting my job, you nut. What am I going to do? I'll sit home?
Give up the career.
Give up your career. What do you think I am, a chick? A man gives up his job. I'll sit home. What? I'll be what?
Mr. Mom.
Mr. Mom? Think I'd be happy doing that? That would end every marriage. The guys had to do that. Stay in the house all day.
I was just reading about one of the QVC women. They say the secrets of the QVC hosts, and one of them, her husband gave up his career and he became Mr. Mom.
Yeah, isn't that great? Who wants to do that's a chick's thing. I don't do that.
Oh, she's the woman who has everything.
If someone goes, quit your job. I'm like, well, gee, that'll take away my whole entire identity. I'll walk around. Then I'll be on suicide watch.
I was like, that guy couldn't have been too happy with what he was doing.
Listen, I can't give up my job. Look at the important work I'm doing.
Well, you know, when they said it was his workaholic, I said, he's not curing cancer.
Right. I'm producing a cartoon. That's important work.
I said, wait a minute. I can understand it if he was, you know, Jonas Salk, you say his work got in the way.
You know what? I got 1 year to get that cartoon on UPN.
I said, this is kind of frivolous work.
All right, Butterworth ridiculed the couple's official statement that the separation was amicable. Well, Mr. Butterworth is completely wrong on that count. If another celebrity were saying that, Stern would be criticizing them for it. Well, no, I wouldn't. I'm telling you it's true. Does Howard Stern think we're stupid?
Well, unfortunately, most celebrities are lying when they say that.
He's hypersexual, and his profession is hazardous to his marriage. That's Butterworth. Dr. Alice Stevens, a Manhattan counselor. By the way, I'd like to see where all these people graduated from.
Yeah, see some credentials.
Yeah, where's the credentials? Where'd you get that doctorate from? Glassboro Community College? Yeah. Dr. Alice Stevens, a Manhattan counselor, said that while Allison probably became immune to Stern's on-air antics, the raunchy routines still drove a wedge between the couple. My guess, these are people who never met me.
No.
My guess is that it must have been very difficult for his wife to sustain her feelings with him when everything was fodder, everything was exposed. She probably insulated herself in a certain way, but with that, by the way, none of these articles are helping me because my wife will read and go, yeah, that's right. She probably insulated herself in a certain way, but with that has to come a deadening of feelings so that she could tolerate what he was doing to their relationship. Stern turned his love affair with Alison, whom he married 21 years ago, in a wildly successful film, Private Parts, but one expert said the details of their breakup would make for a very dull plot. This guy had it right. Relationships fail on things that wouldn't make a great movie. Everyday kinds of things. And in my view, it's practically always about intimacy. And he's right. Says Dr. Joel Block, who works in Dix Hills. Stern's incessant ogling of bare-breasted women and his endless comments about which celebrities he would bet if he were single had to wear on his wife, said Dr. Patricia Farrell. And that wasn't the problem in our marriage.
Well, unfortunately, all these people are bringing what would bother them.
Right.
To the table.
They don't even get it. Howard had the best of both worlds, and I don't think his wife has. I think that probably it reached a point where she couldn't tolerate what he was doing, and he couldn't stop doing it because it was part of his act. Oh, gee whiz. Throughout his marriage, that would make a good part of a movie, you see. Mm-hmm. This is a therapist as a screenwriter. In a nutshell, man, I stayed in my basement. I didn't take her out enough and stuff. I'm a crummy spouse. I'm a burnout. Always have been. Guys are all looking to create some sort of story. Something exciting.
It was good and you messed it up.
Right. Throughout her marriage to the self-proclaimed king of all media, Alison appeared to handle Howard's bathroom barbs with good humor, except when he mentioned her miscarriage on the radio show. You know, that was one thing. The couple spokesman, Dan Flores, I'm just skipping over some stuff. Yeah. This is boring. Dan Flores would not discuss details of any financial settlement, saying only that they have settled all their concerns. Meanwhile, media analysts wondered what the split would do to Stern's carefully crafted image of a crude-minded cretin. Howard Stern's persona is very well served by the counterbalance of people knowing he's a happily married family man. You know, every time I do something, they always say it's going to affect my career. Who the hell plans that? I was a happily family man because I was happy.
They say you crafted that.
Yeah, I crafted it. I got married.
Everybody's always thought that you sit around thinking up this stuff instead of just, this is your life.
Yeah.
And you're making do with it.
And now here's my life. I'm separated. Great. There's a danger of him losing that balance. He's lost a certain level of license to play the game that he plays so well. Oh, let's see. Bob Grant, a fellow radio gabber and occasional guest on Stern's show, said he was surprised the split didn't come sooner. Thanks. The temptation has been too great, said Grant. I would predict that somewhere down the line she'll go her way with half of his money, and he'll go his way with half his money and all the broads he wants. Bob Grant.
Deep thinker.
I think Bob's thinking about getting some broads.
He's hoping you call.
We'll double date.
Get your leftovers.
Yeah. That'll send women running from the room.
Yeah, to slow him down, you keep Bob at the door.
Keep him by my side so I look good. Garner, you're on the air.
Hey, I think you're full of crap. This is fake.
What?
This is all ratings. It's for sweeps.
Right.
Get ready for sweeps.
You caught on.
Yeah, exactly.
You're absolutely... Thank you for busting me. April Fools, everybody.
Every time something terrible happens in your life, it's considered a hoax.
When I got fired from NBC, the press would not report on it because they thought they were being hoaxed.
No, this is.
Dude, have you ever known me to hoax anybody?
You know you're not going to get out there because you're going to get out there and lust after all these women like you always say. Then you're not going to do anything, and then you're going to be that big pussy that you are.
Well, at first you said it was a hoax, now you're telling me I'm a pussy.
No, you won't do it, because then you would be seen as a pussy. Because you lust after him, and you know you get out there, you'd be too...
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
I know you're trying to say something, but it's just completely bizarre. You stupid ass.
No. It's totally fake, because you know if you got out there and you were going to go date, you'd be too scared of germs. You wouldn't want to put your face down on some chick.
You got that right.
There's no way.
Who is this, Hulk Hogan? All right, thank you. Understood.
You made sense.
Seth, hi. You're on the air. Seth? Mm-hmm. Hello, Seth.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah.
So I have two basic predictions for you.
Okay.
All right.
What are your predictions based on?
The first is that predictions based on like 15 years of listening to you guys.
All right.
All right. The first is that Alison is going to get about 10 times as many guys as Howard gets women.
No, she's in the agreement. She's not allowed to date.
What are you talking about?
Not only will Alison get more guys than you get girls.
Great.
Alison will get more guys than Nancy Sirianni is getting when Jackie's at work.
Really? No, they've calculated that that's impossible.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
So you had a head start.
But here's my second prediction. This one's even better. Right around the time that Alison's settling around with like an investment banker or like a 19-year-old listener who looks like Brad Pitt,
right?
You're going to get really wretchedly sick of missing her. And you're going to start doing increasingly pathetic things to get her back.
Like make a tape?
Make a tape?
Yeah, like...
I was thinking about playing Gary's tape today.
But
you know, my professional life is a 9.
Where are you in that scenario?
I have just bought a video camera. Funny.
No, what is your professional life at?
My professional life's at a 9.
And what's your personal life at?
I have a 4. And you gained a lover and lost your best friend. And I gained some lovers, but no, excuse me, I gained one lover.
But I got a new shirt. Don't deflect this mess to me.
Hey, Gary, can you help me make a tape?
I can give you all the tips you want, but it didn't work.
Right.
I have my index cards. I'm ready to talk.
Yeah,
Don't be so hard on yourself. It worked for like 3 days, didn't it? Didn't you get it back for 3 days?
Yeah, it worked like 9 months later.
Yeah. You saw something you didn't realize.
Yeah, set up a video camera in your kitchen, grow your hair long, and act like an idiot.
Thank you. I'm done with him.
So anyway, what was the conversation when people found out?
What do you mean?
What did Jackie and Nancy say to each other?
I'm glad. Serves them right.
When did you find out, Jackie?
I found out about 7 o'clock Saturday night.
And who told you?
When I went downstairs and bought a paper.
Uh-huh.
I'm a little disappointed. It was less prominent in the news than I thought. I mean, it took people a long time to find out.
That's because it was so... If it had been on the front page where it was supposed to be, everybody would have been talking about it.
I didn't realize till Ganji just showed me the paper, because I bought the paper on Saturday morning. I didn't realize that it was theoretically the front page of the Post.
Yeah, it was. But there was a special Yankees section. Thank God for the Yankees.
Page 20 after you get past the Yankees section.
What is it, Johnny Boy?
No, I thought you were going to talk about it.
All right, so let's go back to Jackie.
Yes,
so when did you find out?
I think it was Saturday night, and...
where were you?
I was at Atlantic City. I slept all day Saturday.
So you weren't with Nancy?
No, she's out at Canyon Ranch.
And you know
they're separated anyway.
Yeah, right. They're legally separated. But you want to know something? He doesn't listen to the radio.
Yeah.
He doesn't read any newspapers.
Right.
So how would he know?
Jackie called me, I think.
Everywhere. Oh, he said...
You didn't know?
I found out Saturday morning. Stein called my house when I was sleeping and told my wife. I told it was very sad. My initial reaction was I was very sad for you.
Thank you. No, it is sad. I heard that you got into a fight.
But like then, of course, at night I'm arguing with my wife over the whole thing.
Your wife figured out how to turn it into an argument.
Yes.
My separation turned into an argument.
What are they arguing about?
Because, Scott and I had a party on Saturday night, and a lot of the discussion between everybody was like, everyone was happy, but one of the discussions was, hey, Howard has a chance to bang a lot of women. Obviously that's like going to come up.
Right.
And it came up again with some friends who were at my house, and that discussion came up again. And then it was just like...
You know what, I'm not going to get any women, because you know what, everyone expects me to be out there banging a lot of women. What women want to be with me? I'm banging so many women.
That's right. They don't want to be on your list.
And I got to tell you something, when you go through something like this, man, you ain't thinking about... As odd as this is to say, and I guess only people who go through it would know this, you ain't thinking about banging anybody right now.
I was contemplating calling you, but I don't think you'd want to hear it from me. But
I'm glad you didn't call. Because you know what? If I got to sit there and commiserate with you, my wife got calls from she has such bright friends. They're all psychoanalysts. They're lawyers. They're,
And you got a call from Stuttering
I get a call from like Stuttering John and Ralph.
The only number.
Hey man, how's it going? We're doing ecstasy tonight. If you want to, and I'm over at the drag queen. She's dyeing my hair blonde.
See his hair now, Howard?
No.
It looks painful.
Really?
It's like white blonde.
I don't know. Listen, what does he have to do all day?
But wait a minute, I want to hear...
I want to know what the argument was about.
Yeah, what was the argument?
Then it was like, how could you think that he's not going to go bang women and all...
Who said that, Susanna?
Yeah.
What is your wife's name?
Susanna. Yeah, she was all like, whatever, women meat to you? Is that all it's about? Just, women being meat and how just going to bang women? And it's all thing.
Hey, am I a guy... Seriously, Robin, can you answer this question? Am I a guy who treats women like meat? I mean,
absolutely.
a 25-year relationship.
I was treating him like meat.
Why do I get pinned with that?
It wasn't you. Because I said... or at some point during the discussion, is he going to date? And now it's like, it's about...
This thing was so not about dating, and despite these experts, it was so not about the chicks. It was more about...
your actual relationship.
Yeah.
It's about time, right?
Right. It's about time and your goals for the future and how you want to spend that time together. I mean, listen, my wife wants a partner who, and rightly so, man. I don't fault my wife at all. My wife, rightly so, wants a partner who can take the kids places, can go on vacations with them. And quite frankly, I'm the type of guy who goes, I'm not going anywhere. My wife goes to, weddings by herself.
Can I ask you a question, Howard? I mean, you wouldn't be able to change and just go out? I mean,
well, we were working on that and stuff, but
it's a matter of also a comfort. I mean, it's a
matter of you want a partner who wants to do stuff like that.
Right. If he's terribly uncomfortable, who wants to drag around a
dead weight?
Who's not having a good time?
Yeah, actually, Alison's complaints have been well documented on the show.
Well, listen.
Because you carry your TV from room to room. Remember the old days when you used to carry your TV and plug it in different rooms when her family came over?
Yeah, I know. I mean, the fact of the matter is, as someone said to me last night, Fran Trey said, it doesn't come as much of a shock to me because she said that, I know as Alison gets older and you get older, she was going to want different things than you wanted.
Right.
And that's all it comes down to. And you know what? Her life isn't going to change much because my wife hasn't had a partner in the sense that a lot of married couples have partners. Like even Gary in your marriage, I know that you and your wife...
They work things out.
Well, you go places together, you do stuff together, and I'm one of these people who doesn't do a lot of stuff and doesn't want to go anywhere with anybody. And I swear to you when I tell you I love my wife, I love her to this day, and I'll probably love her for the rest of my life. And the fact of the matter is, she don't bust my balls too bad. And
you still love her.
I still love her. And the fact of the matter is she loves me very much. And that's why we just spent the whole weekend together. And we're with my parents, and we had a party and everything. I know that's not a party about this, a party for my mother's birthday.
Right.
There's a lot of love between us. And she recognizes that, you can tell I've been through therapy, but she recognizes that as a couple, she wants some of the traditional things that couples have. That a lot of couples have. And it's not asking a lot. But I'm one of these...
Most people, it's sort of normal.
That's what you do with a wife.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be going places. You're supposed to be participating in your wife's life.
So it has nothing to do with the radio show or anything?
No, I mean, listen, in a way it does. Listen, I admit that I don't go to a lot of places because it becomes draining dealing with a public persona.
Well,
I've often said, if I wasn't famous, I still would probably be the same kind of guy. I don't think I'd be going anywhere.
That's absolutely true.
Well, I think
because there's so much, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot you get out of this that other people don't get from their work, and they find it in their personal life.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah.
And I know that I'm on overload. When I get home, I feel like I live one of the most exciting lives in terms of my work.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of my career, and it's like you do get home and you're so overloaded that you just want to crawl into a shell and die. Right. But I even know that my personality is such that I would be that way. But Robin makes a good point.
Yeah, I wonder about that sometimes because I don't ever want to do anything.
Right.
And the people always say, I said, look, I had excitement.
Right.
I want to sit here quietly.
But I've never seen you as a person, even from the day I met you, which is like 16 years ago, who ever enjoy, you don't enjoy.
I don't enjoy anything.
You don't enjoy a party.
I have a mission. I'm not going to go into it too much, but the fact of the matter is, what I've been working on in the psychotherapy is the fact that I don't get a lot of enjoyment out of life. I don't. I'm a bit depressed.
But it's funny.
And I think it's hard to be in a relationship with anybody who is like me. And despite Andrea Pizer's column, who, by the way, was somewhat complimentary and went easy on me, but the fact of the matter is, it's a little more complicated than just me looking for a bim. That's like, as she says, to be on my shoulder, so that I could go do that kind of Playboy thing. That's not what this is about. It's about two people sitting down honestly and looking at each other and saying to each other, what are our goals for the future? Are you going to be able to change? Do you want to even change? Is it real for you to change? Can you somehow find enjoyment in going places and doing things? And right now I'm incapable of it. And I'm praying to God that, one day I will be sort of more present. But, right now it became so difficult that we decided that maybe separation would be best. Like maybe that would ease some of the tension and stuff. And maybe that would just give us an opportunity to live under some sort of new reality. I don't know. I can't explain it any better than that. And I'm so sad about it. I've never had sitting down with your kids and discussing this stuff, there's just no more horrible thing in the world you can go through.
I can't, but I've heard people talk about how it feels like such a failure.
It does.
Yeah,
You feel like a loser, man. Yeah. You feel like, well, this is my whole life, man. I've been doing this since I'm 19, being with Alison.
Because every time I get out of a relationship, I'm so happy.
Right.
This is something you really invested your time.
This is my life.
Yeah.
This is more than just give you back your key and be on the other side of the door.
What key? Nobody ever got a key.
Listen, I've even talked to people who just, date people and they get a close relationship. They don't have kids or anything like that, and they don't even like the person, and it's traumatic.
Yeah. But, what I'm saying is I'm sort of like you. The person was there just for whatever, and then I was, glad to get rid of them.
Right. But even get rid, you're not a hurtful person. You don't want to hurt that person, even if you don't like them anymore.
Well, that's why I hardly had any relationships. Right. People used to wonder why. But you don't want to keep dumping people,
right.
Because you just can't do that.
It's painful.
I did it for them.
Oh, shut up. It wasn't about doing it for them. It hurts you to hurt so many people. Get out. Well, that was one of my better ones.
Are you guys still, like, sleeping with each other?
Well, we're in the same house together. We're legally separated.
Why do you have to get so...
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, leave us alone.
Sorry.
It's a good thing you didn't call.
What do you think, genius?
So,
come on.
Enough with you.
We're legally separated.
No, I didn't know if that meant that I didn't make out. You're not allowed to sleep with each other anymore. I'm curious. I'm sure a lot of people are curious about that.
That's their... it's none of their business.
Right. Do you get oral from Alison?
Yeah, I mean, is it limited to oral in the separation agreement?
Do you feel her up? I still have tremendous sexual feelings for my wife.
How many bases do you get in the separation agreement?
But, when you're separated, you don't, it's a private thing.
I didn't know. The reason why I didn't know that if you can still date Alison. Like,
sure you could.
Date anybody you want.
Oh, no, they just came out with a law. You
can't. That's what I'm saying. So then, in other words, you can take her out for dinner, and then...
Yeah. He's so wacky.
Can you imagine being married to him?
I know. He doesn't understand anything.
If he gets divorced, I'm going to have to explain it to him.
Right. Although anal is out of the question.
After separation, and there is a chance that...
Yes, there is. Absolutely.
Why don't you...
I'll counsel you.
Why don't you play with what some of the listeners are thinking about this?
Oh, good. You know what? One of the things...
Voicemail?
A lot of voicemail. But, I'm sure they've been very sensitive to what's going on in my life.
Of course.
Let's see.
Gary, please say it's not so. I just picked up the paper. They said Alison and Howie broke up. Please say it's not so. What's going on? This is not right.
Listen, I just saw Howard's wife with Patrick Ewing. I don't know what to make out of it. Get back to me. Let me know what's going on.
Oh, no. It looks like my wolf is getting separated. I hope he doesn't lose all his money in a divorce, and I hope I'm not out of a job. But maybe he could leave his money with me, and I'll keep it under my mattress. Oh, no, but I wouldn't want Baby Jackson to find it, so maybe he should put it in one of those Swiss bank accounts. Oh, no, my boss is a hypocrite. Now he can't make fun of other celebrities getting divorced. Uh-oh, I better go find some bananas.
I guess Rob's dreams came true, huh? Fact that he has Howard to himself now.
Howard's a loser. And he's just like every other rich loser. His wife left him. Good for him. Good for him. Now, everybody's going to be making fun of him. I miss everybody. Yeah, you better not show up to work Monday, you loser.
Yes, just two questions. First, is Jessica Hahn burning up the phone lines? And second, what time does Amy Lynn's airplane arrive?
Yeah, Gary, I was wondering if you could do me a favor. I don't know if you can get me Alison's number. So I hear she's on the market now. So, I think maybe me and her go out a little bit. Take care of her, a little something, something. Right?
I think he's got an AOL on in the background. Probably in the chat room looking for Alison.
Yeah. They got to be on the phone in the chat room.
Well, we have a very special audience.
Wow.
Look what I've spawned. A group of people who couldn't be more miserable. The First Lady was really crying, though.
Yeah.
I'm scared. She's the scariest one. Yeah, that was real. You know how some people commit suicide when they read like John Kennedy died, or
right.
She's ready to jump off a ledge.
Well, it does mean that much to some people, I guess. You were a hero.
There goes my hero.
A marital hero.
A marital hero, great. That's just what you want to be in life.
Can you still bang?
Yeah, separation's great. You can still have sex. And
it's perfect.
It's perfect.
So my discussion yesterday was,
right.
First of all, my wife was really, really sad about this whole thing.
Right.
She was really bumming out, just, the whole kid aspect and everything.
Right.
So I called you. We were in the car. It was a sad day anyway because we were visiting a sick relative.
Right.
And I called you from the cell phone just to see how
you have any relatives that are healthy?
Oh. Yeah, some.
Oh, okay. Right.
So,
me.
So I called her on the cell phone. I said, I'm just checking to make sure you're okay. See how you're doing. We're still in tomorrow. Is everything okay? And Howard was saying, how sad it is. And my wife's only hearing my end of the conversation. Howard said, whatever you do, man, don't do this. It's just not worth it. I said, I have no plans to. So I hang up. My wife goes,
oh, no.
What do you have no plans to do?
Oh.
And I'm like, I have no plans to get separated. She goes, yeah, that's right.
Damn right you don't.
So comfortable, silent.
Yeah, I didn't know she was there. I was giving you man talk.
Oh, man.
This is something, people say to me, you don't want to go through this. I said, well, at this point we feel like we have no choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you get there, you get there. I mean, you're not choosing this.
Yeah, so then by Sunday they didn't know what to, by today, Monday, they didn't know what to write, but they had to keep the paper going. Right. So Stern's Long Island neighbors in shock. Howard Stern covered up his marital woes so well that even neighbors in his... By the way, I was surprised on the news. They said I live in a Long Island estate. In fact, a couple of my friends called up and go, I've seen your house. That's no estate.
You always wanted to be in an estate.
Yeah, I go, is that an estate? Even my kids said, yeah, they called it an estate.
And your neighbors? I notice how you talk to everyone in your block every day.
Yeah, right, my neighbors. Howard Stern, well, I mean, the New York Post was going up and down surveying people. Howard Stern covered up his marital woes so well that even neighbors in his Long Island community were stunned by the shock jock's surprise split from his wife of 21 years. Me and Alison were going through the newspapers. We just want to see if our pictures look good.
I know. I said, I wonder what... That's one of the things that came up for me yesterday. I said, uh-oh, he's not going to like this picture.
We were in bed Sunday morning reading the newspaper, looking for pictures of ourselves.
But also, you know...
That's unbelievable.
Also, you guys are pretty lucky that you have pretty good friends, because I noticed that I didn't see any, like, unnamed sources squeal.
No, not at all. It comes as a total shock. To me, they had a very happy marriage, said one woman who lives a few doors down from the home Howard and Alison share.
Her best observation could be, I've seen his car go by less.
Yeah, she had binoculars.
I can't imagine how any of my neighbors would know anything about me.
Binoculars, she saw.
I hope they can work it out. Maybe they just need a little cooling off. I saw one internet poll predicts that we will get back together. A source close to the X-rated Gabmeister told the Post last night that Stern will very definitely address his breakup when he returns to the airwaves today. I wonder who that source was. Yeah, because. Hey. Oh, okay, thank you.
You know what else is interesting?
Oh, don't use my name.
I'm doing 18 tonight. You know what else is interesting?
What?
I'm doing entertainment tonight.
Finally.
It doesn't hold a candle because can you still bang it?
All the articles written about you, though, Howard, I noticed, like, they're all like, they try to be sympathetic, but all the adjectives used about you are, you know, it's sad that the disgusting X-rated porn.
Right.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, the 21-year marriage of this schlock jock,
this monster.
You know what else they did? It says from the home Howard and Alison shared. They've already got it in past tense.
Yeah, and we were there together this weekend.
Even they are separated.
Even like the news station seemed happy about
I missed my pool.
Oh. Well, that's, you know, on CNN, your split was the happy.
Yeah, they were happy.
Yeah, that was the light news.
Yeah, the reporters were happy.
Yeah, the reporters liked it.
And in a lighter vein.
In a lighter vein, guess what? Howard Stern's life is ruined. Hey, that's great. Don't expect him to bash Alison in any way. He'll probably talk more about the pitfalls and difficulties of marriage like he always has. Just a few weeks ago. I don't know. This is a source close to me. Yeah. Just a few weeks ago, the couple could still be seen driving around town together in Howard's black Toyota Land Cruiser, residents said. Well, that's true. All weekend we were driving around together. I saw them sitting in their car laughing.
Well, maybe they only looked like they were laughing.
No, we were crying, believe me. They seemed fine, said Leo Vigil, a gas jockey at the local mobile station where Stern fuels up.
Did you stop for gas?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
All my life is either disc jockeys or gas jockeys.
I mean,
everyone's a jockey, though.
That's wearing a little thin when you go to the gas station attendant.
Stern, who regularly boasted about having an ironclad marriage, stunned his fans over the weekend by announcing he and Alison had separated. Yeah, I just wanted to mix things up a little. The rating sweeps.
Sweeps.
The self-proclaimed king of all media has been living in the city, but travels regularly to Long Island to visit his three daughters, ages 16, 13, and 7. Yeah, I just drop in occasionally.
Well, you know, I also saw...
I've only been spending 2 nights a week in this city.
Speculating.
Yeah.
Oh, they said it was wildly rumored that there was trouble in paradise when you bought the apartment.
Yeah.
It's like, no,
it wasn't.
Other people don't have apartments.
And by the way, when we bought the apartment, my wife and I were both into it because I was commuting so much.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Stern fans were burning up internet chat lines, speculating on their hero's bombshell announcement. Some believe the separation may well be a planned hoax to boost the Shock Jock's sky-high ratings even higher.
Oh, sure. People do that.
Yeah. I like to wreck my kid's life.
I like the fact that your whole life is being chatted about by, like, Captain Janks and, you know, Melrose Ladder Green.
I would like to know
you know what I did? Saturday night, me and Alison got back from my mom's and with Ashley, and I went on the internet. And I went in one of these Howard Stern chat rooms on the Internet. And, I gave myself a nickname. And I'm rapping to these guys about my separation. Right. I wanted to see what they were saying.
Yeah.
And they were like, it's probably a hoax. I go, I don't think so. And this guy goes, he isn't going to be in on Monday. They're going to play best of. And I went, no, I don't think so. I think he's always been very open and honest, and he's a great guy.
Maybe you're the inside source.
Yeah.
You were talking to the reporter on the Internet.
Yeah, don't use my name. In the past, Stern has hoodwinked listeners with pranks like saying his wife died in a car crash. Others wonder whether the bust-up came because Stern or his wife was seeing somebody else on the side. If anything, this is in quotes, I think there could be another man involved. I think either they thought I'm hang it or...
they think you're with him?
No. If anything, look at him. He looks like a girl.
How scary is there's a picture of Ralph, and if they put it as your lover.
If anything, I think there could be another man involved, said rabid Stern fan Linda Mann of the Dynaman Publa. Wait a second. I got to go to page 22. I got to read this.
Yeah.
If there's another man involved, why, I'll...
Did I make it into the article?
Public Relations Agency.
A few months ago, somebody called Howard's show and claimed Alison was having an affair. Howard said he would know if she was, but they got rid of the caller pretty fast.
Oh, so you were trying to keep it from us, huh?
No, I'm not having an affair. One of the couple's Long Island neighbors, Bryna Steinberg, I've never met her, said she feared, this is great, she feared the bust-up may have a detrimental effect on a lot of marriages.
That's the best.
I think Howard kept a lot of guys in line. A lot of guys identified with him, and he stuck with the woman who loved him. Now I'm just a creep like everyone else.
This isn't a live commercial, is it?
Word of Stern's bust-up came amid a vow by the Michigan-based American Decency Association to file formal complaints with the FCC against radio stations airing Stern's often raunchy show. They always get that in.
Yeah.
Then they got another article about what a great catch Alison is.
Well, I always like, when Raoul Felder's commenting on you.
Right. Oh, that was the worst. Like, I called Dominick as soon as we were announcing the separation. I said, Dominick, you fat bastard, if I see in the paper you're talking, I am going to be so pissed. He said, don't worry, I know. But Raoul Felder was saying, this is highly unusual for a couple to get to have mediation.
Yeah, he was saying they must get along because they could do that.
Yeah, but it kills Raoul Felder because I'm sure he would have liked the case. So he could have all our money.
Stir up your life.
Yeah. Anyway, then there's a whole article about what a great catch Alison is. She's sexy, separated, and she's a multi-millionaire. That's because they got these guys all try to predict how much money I have, and I think they think I got way more than I do.
Hell, you better come up with some extra bucks. Maybe we have to take up a collection.
You know? I got all my money hidden in the Cayman Islands. You don't think I'd give it to Alison, do you?
I'll be worried about you when I start seeing you do, like, bad TV commercials.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, did you tune in?
Yeah.
Got milk?
Would you like some pies?
And by the way, speaking of that, where is our 1-800 commercial? Every celebrity in Hollywood does one of these long-distance phone line commercials.
I have a new abs workout coming out.
The ab rocker.
This machine really works. Not on me, but I knew it will.
If I see you and Chuck Norris doing the ab machine, I'll be worried.
It ain't going to happen.
He's your new Christy Brinkley.
Gee, Chuck, I used to have to wear really baggy clothes on television because I didn't have abs. Thanks.
And look at this. I just changed the exercise by changing my arms.
Andrea Peiser's column. Howard, please go back home. Some ideas are plain bad. Others qualify as disasters of monumental proportions. Dick Sargent replacing Dick York as Darren Stevens on Bewitched. Madonna in the role of Evita. Frank and Kathy Lee Gifford. Tara Brownies, the Howard Stern late-night TV show. Now we must add to that disturbing list another gruesome image. Howard Stern, the consummate non-drinking, non-smoking, sexually faithful vegetarian, warming a stool in the First Edition pub in Bayside, Queens, downing wine coolers while watching the series with schlubs I went to junior high school with. Howard Stern dating, Howard Stern divorce, Howard Stern loser. Yeah, well, Andrea, rub it in. Then she says, I'll let you in on something I've shared only with my nearest and dearest friends. I love Howard Stern. Not in a romantic way. Yeah, who could love me?
I think you're taking this all the wrong way.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to read this. I'm not going to read Andrea Peiser's column. It's not all that great. She gave it to me good.
Yeah, she waited to the fourth paragraph to tell her when she loved you.
Yeah. Why don't you put that in the headline?
After she calls you a loser.
Right.
I love this guy.
Well, Andrea, I'm not going to be dating you, am I?
P.S. He's okay.
Yeah. We haven't heard Fred's story where he was when he got the news.
Yeah.
Oh, you did, actually.
Well, yeah, but you didn't tell us what you talked about.
He doesn't talk.
No, we were both saying how sad and shocking it was.
Right. Suzanne, you're on the air. No one wants to hear from Fred.
Yeah, I'm a longtime fan of the show, and I was so upset to hear this. I can't believe this.
Honey, if you think you're upset, you should think how I feel.
I know, and I feel like, and part of me feels like I have no right to even say anything because it's none of my business, but it is because I'm a fan of the show.
Right.
And I don't know, I'm like, why would he walk away from that? It always sounded so perfect, like in the opposite way that Kathy Lee tries to portray her life as perfect. Do you know what I mean?
Well, in many ways it is perfect. In many ways it really is perfect. That's what's so confusing to us. But as I just did a 15-minute rap on some of the things that were wrong, I think that you can understand that, that my wife has very legitimate reasons for not being in the marriage, and so do I right now. And we just need some breathing room.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, and I don't mean to impose, but...
That's okay.
It's just weird. It touched me. And
my life's an open book.
I'm sorry, what?
I said my life's an open book.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just... It's
really touching, too, when you start to think about the kids and all that. It's
that's
a real nightmare.
Yeah, and I think part of this...
By the way, are you cute?
Yeah.
What's your breast size?
No. Yeah, right. Quickly. Quickly, how good looking are you?
Anal.
I know. This really depresses women, too, because women want to believe that relationships can work.
Love conquers all.
Right. That's exactly
love conquers all, and it kind of breaks up the...
Right.
Well, that's the sad part of
women hate it.
Rob Reiner movie.
Yeah.
The Story of Us.
Yeah.
It's like... Why isn't this working? We were perfect. It's, this great couple.
That's because everyone who knows us goes, man, my niece said to me, you are my role model.
Yeah.
Even more than my own parents. And my sister's got a pretty good marriage. She goes, you guys are my role model. You're the reason I get married.
In fact, when I met you, it was like, God, these two really great friends.
Found each other.
Who just love being with each other and understand each other and are there for each other at every turn.
That's what my niece said. She goes, you guys can't be real with this. She's in total shock. And I just said, you know what? And we gave her pretty much the same story I'm telling you, because it is the truth, that we just...
In fact, I used to say to people, I loved hanging out with you two. Because...
Well, you probably loved hanging out with Alison.
No.
Really?
I mean, at one time you did hang around.
Right. I did have a life at one point.
At one time, when I first met you, you were there.
Right.
And I used to say it's great to be there because everybody's in love with each other.
Right.
I mean, even, with your entire family. It was like it's a love fest.
Yeah.
As a female listening to the show, the parts I liked about the show was when you would have fights with her. I could even hear through the fighting with Alison how much you really loved each other. And that's probably what drew me in I know most of your demographic is male, but...
Well, I'll tell you something. The weird thing is that we have never been people who fight. And maybe some marriage experts have said, well, maybe it would have been good if you did. I don't relate to that.
They do say most healthy marriages include fighting. Not boxing, fighting.
Boxing. Yeah, I know a guy in jail for that. He just said, I'm just trying to have a healthy marriage.
Very happy.
Right. Pushing down the stairs. It happens. So, I don't know. I mean, we don't fight, and we're not fighting now, and we're just sad. Alison and I look at each other, and we're very, very sad. There's no other way to tell you what's going on in my life than that.
But you see an opportunity to fix this.
Well, we never even thought it would come to this. We've been working on it and stuff and trying to, like I told you about all that thing about seeing our marriage in the future, and Alison sees it one way and I see it another way, and, we just couldn't agree. And so then we've even said, like, maybe a separate. You see, most couples who get separated kind of see this as like maybe a cooling off period, and a lot of couples do get back together. So we don't know. We don't know what this means, but we think that it was the only solution at this point.
But it doesn't definitely mean divorce.
No, it does not. Not at all. We're not talking about divorce. Not talking about that.
So does this have to do with Carol Alt? Just kidding.
Yeah.
I read something that everyone's making bets on who you're going to end up with next.
Well, yeah, they got that out of my book. Remember I did that whole thing in the book? So they're basically reprinting my book where I said if my wife ever died, who I would start dating immediately.
You know what the funny thing about that is?
The list is real old.
Well, I was going to say,
those people, a lot of them you don't even know anymore.
I don't even know them anymore.
You're not looking, but if you were, You've aged, and that list has aged
also.
That list has changed.
I'll be honest with you, I got a whole new list.
Your list needs to be 25 years old at all times.
Right.
Absolutely. I was going to say the age list of the list hasn't changed.
There, you got that right.
A guy doesn't get single to date women his own age.
Yeah. You don't do that. Doesn't work that way.
All right. Well, anyway, good luck to you, and I just wanted to let you know that this touched me, and probably a lot of other females, too, and F. Jackie.
Right. We can all relate to that. Listen, I got to take a break, and the rabbi is out there. He's the rabbi. There's so many people on the phone. Don't get nervous. We'll get right back to this topic. I know that's all anybody wants to talk about. And quite frankly, it's all I want to talk about. It actually feels kind of good to talk about it.
I bet you the rabbi has some advice for you.
Yeah, I don't want his advice. I've had all the advice I can get.
To Shul, so.
Yeah. We'll just stick to Michael. He can give me advice, but I'm gonna smack him. I just want to hear how he ended up taking Michael Jackson to Temple. It's a quick interview. We'll do that when we get back, and then we'll get to the rest of these phone calls. And I think somebody has even some news reports that they can play us.
And don't we have that Pete Rose tape?
Yeah, we have
the Pete
Rose. Oh, yeah, Melrose Larry has that.
Unbelievable.
We got a lot. Kenny, what is it?
Hey, Howard, man, I love you, bro.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know that, you know how, like, you give guys the advice there, like, don't get married. You know, you're going to ruin your life. Trust us. We've got the experience. Dude, work it out, bro. Do everything you can, because both you and Alison are both at some point going to say, God damn it, why didn't we work it out? You know what I'm saying? So just do everything you can.
Who are you, my dad?
No.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I'd like to be the first one to date Alison.
Oh, come on, man. What kind of thing is that? She doesn't like you.
Well, I'd like to request when I go on that
You'll
date.
have to go through me.
You're going to be so busy keeping guys away from Alison.
Yeah,
you don't have time to take
Are you a rabbi or what?
Howard.
Yes.
Well, on that date, I have a list of a couple requests to Alison to make sure she brings the pocket rocket.
All right, get out of here. Maniac.
They know just how she likes it.
Oh. All right, listen, why don't we take a break? When we get back, we'll talk to this rabbi. Not the best day to be talking to a rabbi because we got other stuff on our mind, but we'll do that real quick and we'll be back.
Here's Dennis Rodman.
I missed 10 games. I gave $1 million charity. And
It's okay. It's okay. Just tell him it's okay. It's okay. Get yourself together.
That's cool. It's amazing. I'm not going to never win in this game of basketball, right? No matter what I do.
Okay, Juan.
One more.
Okay, Juan. He's worked so hard, and these people just cut him up.
No matter what I do for this league or what I do for the game of basketball, I'm going to never win. And in a situation like this, a situation right here when I'm playing for minimum wage after taxes, I'm getting what, $250. And I got 10 charities here that I'm going to give $10,000 to each charity. That's $100,000. So basically, I'm getting paid $150,000 on top of that. And even with this, doing this right here, I'm still not going to win. I'm still not going to win with you people. Okay? This is, if you call this selfish, we got problems. What I've done the last 3 years, gave to charity, gave $4 million to charity. If that's selfish, you let me know. Okay? You let me know that's selfish.
95X. Listening to a man who can smell a breast implant at 40 yards. Howard Stern.
Jackie Penthouse Joke Page Martling is 3 filthy joke CDs and cassettes are only $12 plus $4 U.S. shipping last week. Buy 2, get 1 free. Call 1-800-323-KING. Also Friday and Saturday, November 12th and 13th at the Comedy Palace in Andover, Mass. For MP3 audio and filthy 3D Joke Man, visit jokeland.com. We'll get to Rabbi Shmuley Boteach in just a second. Actually, it's Rabbi Shmuley Boteach, I think.
Is he from New York?
Robin, he's from another planet.
Okay.
No, of course he's from New York. Yes.
How would I know?
Because that's where Michael Jackson went to the temple.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. What is it, Kingsley?
What's up, Howard?
Hey.
I just want to let you know, I went through the same thing about a year ago. I didn't actually wind up getting married. I was engaged. I was living with this woman. And I think a lot of people are missing the point. It's not about you going out, getting laid. I totally understand with what you're saying. Right now, you feel like crap, and I just want to let you know you're going to get through it. It's cool.
Thank you.
It's not what you wanted, I'm sure. It's not a situation that you saw yourself in when you started this, but the reality is that you're here, and, you know, it's like...
By the way, where is your ex? I would like to go out with her.
Actually, you know, she would like to go out with you, too.
That's all right. Thank you. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Kingsley.
You're welcome.
I wonder if she's a white broad. Never know, Robin. You want to hear, before the rabbi comes in, you want to hear Melrose with his abrasive Pete Rose interview? I want to hear, because I've heard so much about it.
I felt for Pete Rose.
People say, you know, Pete Rose is one of those guys, it's hard to feel bad for him. People actually felt bad for Pete Rose, right, Melrose?
In fact, they said...
This guy, by the way, good morning, Howard.
Good morning.
This guy, Jim Gray, is an idiot. He should be banned from sportscasting.
In fact, the NBC got complaint calls.
Thousands.
You know, people complain about everything. Meanwhile, it was probably the most interesting thing that happened all night. Melrose, play it.
He thought he was you, Howard, this guy. Now, I missed about 5 seconds at the beginning, and what it is Jim Gray says, will he acknowledge that he was banned from baseball?
Now, by the way, what was the occasion? It was just...
They had some kind of team they put together. I guess
All-Century team.
The All-Century team.
MasterCard, All-Century team.
Players in the last 100 years.
Right.
And they assembled the living ones at the stadium last night, and for one night, they gave Pete Rose the chance to rejoin baseball.
Okay.
The happiest day of his life, Howard. Guy has 4,000 hits.
Let me hear the tape.
Okay. Then I have also you from Saturday Night Live, too, if you want to hear that.
Yeah, I heard that. It's not that good.
Really?
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind being lampooned on Saturday Night Live, but the bit was really bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm not going to admit something didn't happen. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but I appreciate the ovation. I appreciate the American fans voting me on that all-century team, and I'm just a small part of a big deal tonight.
With the overwhelming evidence that is in that report, why not make that step with this
too much
opening?
of a festive night to worry about that. I mean, because I don't know what evidence you're talking about. I mean, show it to me.
Well, that report did, but we don't want to debate that, Pete.
Well, why not? Why do we want to believe everything he says?
Why did you sign a paper acknowledging the ban? Why did you sign it if you didn't agree?
Yeah, but it also says I can apply for reinstatement after 1 year. If you remember correctly in the press conference. Matter of fact, my statement was I can't wait for my little girl to be a year old so I can apply for reinstatement at my press conference. So you forgot they had that clause that was in there.
Well, you have applied for reinstatement in 1997. Have you heard back from Commissioner Siegal?
No, and that kind of surprised me. It's only been 2 years, though, and he's got a lot of things on his mind, but I hope to someday.
Pete, it's been 10 years since you've been allowed on the field.
Yeah.
Obviously, the approach that you have taken has not worked. Why not at this point?
I won't give up.
Oh, well, you said it hadn't worked. What do you exactly mean?
You're not allowed in baseball. You're not allowed to earn a living in the game you love, and you're not allowed to be in the Hall of Fame. And
well, I took your approach. That was apply for reinstatement. And
I don't know. I think this is boring.
Consider that. It gives me an opportunity. I won't need a third chance.
It was rather combative. You should, you have to see the two of them.
Yeah, I'm bored.
The guy had a look on his face like he was scared to ask the questions, and Pete looked like he could take off on him at any moment.
No, I'm going to hang up. I'm bored.
By not.
Right.
But seeing it was really interesting.
Yeah, it was hard to understand, wasn't it, you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to get into it. I couldn't. I'd rather just talk about me. Let me just talk to this rabbi, and I know everyone wants to still talk about this. But the rabbi, the reason we booked him is because this rabbi took Michael Jackson to temple.
We invited him.
Yeah, I thought that was and Michael Jackson showed up.
With a mask and...
Why do you want Michael Jackson at temple?
Why does he need to be there?
Yeah.
They said Michael Jackson suddenly got into Jewish music or something.
Yeah, it's so happening.
What I read. And that, the rabbi said, oh, well, then you ought to really go to temple if you want to really see what goes on.
Yeah, have some real fun. So this is Rabbi Shmuley Botikak. All right, rabbi. And that's a real rabbi.
Yeah.
Not one of these reform rabbis.
Bearded rabbi.
He's a bearded rabbi. He's not like one of these reform rabbis who's practically a...
with the clean shave. They look like businessmen.
Rabbi, are you a conservative or an Orthodox Jew?
I'm a major independent. No, I'm Orthodox, Howard.
Oh, good. This is a real Jew. You're looking at Jew squared. When they show Jew in the dictionary, it's you. Because I'm telling you, these Reformed Jews look like Christians. They don't have beards. They don't have anything.
Well, it's funny you say that, Howard, because on this difficult day for you, I actually came here to tell you, as an Orthodox rabbi, that Jesus loves you. Actually, wrong religion, sorry. I came to tell you that Jaime the baker and Joe the pickle man love you, Howard.
This is some rabbi.
This is why he's mixed up with Michael Jackson?
Right. Now I see. Now I understand. You don't need to say anything else, Rabbi.
Oh, come on. I want Robin to come clean on this. This whole Michael Jackson thing, it was nothing but a ploy between me and Robin Howard. You see, Robin gave me a call a few weeks ago, and she said, Shmooly, I don't know, there's something up with Howard and Alison. How the hell are we going to get you into the studio? And I said, well, how about if we get Bill Clinton to bake matzah or something? She said, no, that's not going to do it. She said, got to take Michael Jackson to synagogue. That's the lure. That's the bait. He's going to get you on.
Is your yarmulke on too tight, Rabbi? I mean, really.
It's tefillin.
I think your tefillin is cutting off your bloodstream to your hands and your brain. Rabbi Shmuley Bodiak?
It's Boteach.
Boteach.
You have to have, like, something stuck in your throat to say it properly.
Rabbi Shmuley Boteach.
And you are you were born here.
I was born in Los Angeles.
L.A.
Yeah.
You're an L.A. rabbi. Do you have a congregation actually here in New York?
Well, I was the rabbi at Oxford University in England for the past 11 years.
Yeah, you know how many Jews are there?
Yeah.
And you are now the rabbi of a congregation here in New York?
Yeah, I run something called the L'chaim Society, which brings really big speakers from around the world to lecture. But you see, deep down undercover...
Now, you haven't been hitting the amount of show it's in the Suki, have you?
You guys were giving me that Mad Dog 2020 out in the green room.
No, really, tell me the truth, though, because, you know what, no one really, unfortunately...
You haven't written a book, have you?
I've written a book called Kosher Sex.
Yes, he's the guy you should be talking to.
Why do you feel I'm here, Robin? In fact, I want to tell you, the best thing that ever happened to Howard and Alison was this separation, because all these women who Howard's been lusting after on the air, that all his fans have been listening to for years, it's all because they were forbidden. He couldn't have them. Now that they're allowed to him, he's going to get bored of them, and he's going to go and have an affair with his wife.
That's it. Well, listen, I don't know.
I can only hope.
We can all only hope. We can only hope that I have many sexual partners. Rabbi Shmuley Botiak.
I knew this was the same guy who wrote that book.
I know. What book is this?
It's a sex book for Orthodox Jews.
No. Now, Robin,
you know how they love to party. Are you married, Rabbi?
I'm married. I got 6 kids. Howard, that's because we don't have a television at home.
Right.
So,
and are you one of those rabbis you don't even let... Does your wife have to cut a hole in the sheet when you have sex with her?
Oh. And it's amazing that you say that, because, Howard, knowing that you're going to be a bit down today, I brought you a gift. Okay?
Oh, geez.
I brought you my own little sheet here. Now, you can.
Oh, and it has a hole in it.
It's right. It's the sheet.
Oh, come on, don't do this shtick, Rabbi. I like you.
Sit back.
Just sit back and relax.
Talk just like real people.
Yeah, don't do the shtick.
But Howard.
Let me ask you something.
He says he's madly in love with his wife. They have wild sex.
Oh, is that right?
Well, you were my great hero, and you still are. Because I know you love your wife. I know you love your kids.
I do.
But that's why I'm here to offer my services. And get this, rabbis never do this. Free of charge, Howard. Free of charge.
I can't take this guy. No offense, Rabbi. You're very grating. Let me tell you something. Maybe it's just my mood today. I like you.
I like you, too.
But you got to calm down.
Okay.
And answer my questions.
Sure.
How did you meet Michael Jackson?
I met Michael Jackson through my friend Uri Geller.
Uri Geller, the psychic?
The psychic.
And
Ben Spoons.
Into you for what reason?
Uri and I wrote a book called Confessions of a Rabbi and a Psychic. And it's all about how life's great issues and how we deal with them, both from my religious perspective and his new age.
All right, so you were introduced to Michael Jackson, and did you have a meeting with him? Is that it?
I met him at his house, and...
Why, Uri Geller took you there?
No,
Neverland?
You were at Neverland?
I didn't go to Neverland. I met him.
I want you to come over to Neverland, Rabbi Shmuley Bodiak. I want you to come over and mellow out with me, all right? And you'll meet Prince and Princeana and Paris. You can come over, Prince of Paris. We'll do a little circumcision on Prince. And why don't you bring some of your kids? I like them Jewish kids, and we could send them over to the special movie theater for the sick kids, and they could hang out.
Well, actually, he does a lot of that. He really does a lot of stuff for sick kids.
Oh, he sure does.
No, after I went to we took him to the synagogue, this guy called me up, a doctor, and he said to me that he runs a cancer ward here in New York City, and Michael Jackson read about a kid dying of leukemia, and he asked that a private phone line be installed.
So what house did you go to?
I went to his house here in New York.
Yeah. Yes. And
I put up a mezuzah.
Why did he invite you over? Is he seeking to become a Jew?
No, I don't think he's seeking to become a Jew. I think he's just very open to spiritualist traditions.
And he has a house in New York?
He has a house in New York.
And a house or an apartment?
An apartment.
It's a house. It's a nice place.
Yeah. I see. I didn't know he lived in New York.
I knew he had a place here, but I didn't know just what size or anything.
Why don't they print his address on the paper? So you're telling me that you go to the house, and was the house beautiful? I imagine a man that wealthy would have a gorgeous home.
It was very pretty, but it was also very homely. First of all, his kids were there, and he's an amazing father. But they say so many lies about him. I mean, I saw on Entertainment Tonight that if a toy touches the ground, if it gets germs, he throws them straight out. And I was on the floor with him playing with his kids.
Right.
And there was nothing like that. But he has beautiful kids.
Why did he trust you to come into his house? This is a guy who has very little trust of outsiders. I mean, he let you into the house without even...
Uri Geller brought it.
Oh.
Well, he wasn't with me at the time. But no, you see, that's another thing that he doesn't trust outsiders and all that. He's actually just a very innocent guy who is very open to things. We had a great conversation.
Was he, in fact, wearing a surgical mask when you met with him?
Not at all. And when he came to the synagogue, he didn't wear a surgical mask either. He didn't wear gloves.
Was his nose falling off?
No, it was...
Well, I had a meeting with him. I saw that his nose looked very odd. You agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
He's got the public relations.
I don't believe it. This is Howard on the air. What is it, Howard?
Alison, I can't believe you're divorcing me. Oh, Alison.
Oh, for crying out loud.
I'm just a horny Jew.
You are so cruel.
Oh, baby.
All right, I'm not going to listen to that.
But Howard, you'd like... Now, when you met him, you spoke to him about Deepak Chopra. I saw that in your book.
Yes.
And you said he's a spiritual guy.
Yes.
And you're a spiritual guy.
I don't know if he's a spiritual guy. I spoke about Deepak Chopra. All he did was go,
I know Deepak.
Yeah, did you really have a conversation?
You didn't have any conversation about it. He barely talked.
No, we had long conversations. And he even, he has a very high degree of empathy for people in pain. He was talking to me about people who hunt.
Good.
And he had tears streaming down his cheeks. He is a very empathetic guy. People don't understand it.
Yeah, he's crying every minute.
He wasn't crying. He just...
You cry when you get separated. Don't cry about talking about...
You don't even know.
No. All right, so what do you say? So you suggested him to come to Temple?
Yeah. Well, he said to me that he'd like to go to a synagogue, and he had been to a bar mitzvah. And he wanted to go again. He's recording an album now, and I said, it's great if you'd hear some Jewish music like that, like we're hearing right now. And he danced a bit. I said,
how long did you spend at his apartment?
A few hours.
A few hours?
Yeah.
And
he's a very bright guy, and I actually found...
This is very odd, because why would he... Was Uri Geller there with you?
No, it was just the two of us.
And he had never met you before you went to his house?
No.
And he let you into the house and spent hours with you?
Yeah, and when I go to his house, he opens the door himself, and he's a very normal guy.
Did you eat matzah? There is nothing normal about him. Did you eat matzah?
I was a rabbi in Oxford for 11 years, where all the great professors are a bit eccentric. But nobody focuses on their eccentricities. They focus on the good that they do for the rest of the day.
All right, do you have any more questions for the rabbi?
No.
Me neither. This is a very boring story. I'm not hearing anything good. Rabbi, let me give you a plug, okay?
Yeah.
Rabbi Shmuley Bodiak has written a book. Did I say your name right? I don't want to say
it.
Bodiak.
Boteach.
Dr.
Just as
Shmuley.
long as you don't say smelly buttock, which is the last guy called me before I got on. Rabbi Shmuley Boteach.
I don't know why I keep saying doctor, but Rabbi Shmuley Bodiak. For advice and to meet your love match, go to loveprofit.com. I can't even tell if the rabbi has a congregation.
I have an organization, Howard. I came to your agent, Don Buchwald, like 5 years ago, to get you to speak at Oxford University. And I pushed him because when you were coming...
Oh, that was you.
That was me. And we wanted you to speak to the most intelligent kids in the world because you're very bright and you know it, and you would have had a great time doing a question and answer session.
No, I wouldn't have. And Rabbi Bodiak's book, Kosher Sex, is available at bookstores everywhere. What is it, Baba Buhai?
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of rabbi this guy is, because looking at the notes, and in his notes he says that anal is good, and that you should fantasize about your wife with another man.
Right, I told you, he's got a wild sex.
He's a sex rabbi.
Yeah.
86% of men fantasize about other women with their wives, and instead of being...
I never did that. Honestly, I never did.
Yeah. Maybe you should have.
Maybe I should have. I don't sit and fantasize. When I'm with a woman, I'm with that woman.
But what clergyman have you ever heard that says you should be doing anal?
No, I didn't say that.
Few.
What I said is that sex and marriage is so important that you should let everything go and just enjoy yourselves together, because I want to see husbands and wives who are in love with each other, and that means you can't be so hung up about what you shouldn't be doing. You should be focused on what you are doing. But 94%...
You know what? I don't want to hear that. It's a little late for me.
Howard... It's not late at all, man. We all love you, and you're the honest guy. You've always said what people think. You're the id running around.
I'm thinking you should get off the air, though, Rabbi. That's that sad thing about I'm thinking right now. Go ahead, Bill. You're on the air with the Rabbi.
I had a question for you, Howard.
Yes.
Just kind of wondering, since you're going through this, when it comes time, if the time comes that, say, your wife wants to go out with somebody else, or you want to go out with somebody else, how would each of you feel about that?
We're not up to that point.
Well, I know. That's something if it came to that point.
How do you think you'd feel?
I know you'd be heartbroken.
Well, of course. So the whole thing is heartbreaking. That's what I've been talking about for 2.5 hours now with you.
Right, but if you would be heartbroken, then why?
Why would I be in this situation?
Yeah, why put yourself
Because I told you. You know, how many times am I going to explain it? I'm going to explain it one last time.
I'm sure that you've had to do this over and over and over again, even in your own life.
You have no idea how many times I explain it. But you know what? Let me do this explanation, and then yentas like you can leave me alone. Is that fair?
Sure.
Here's what happens, all right? There's two people in the decision, number one. It's not just up to me. It's awfully chauvinist for you to think that this is my decision only.
You either go or stay on your own.
My wife and I are so good together in so many ways.
Right.
That we were able to sit down, and my wife was able to tell me what disturbed her about my sort of views of the world in terms of marriage and our future together. And I was able to tell her what my problem was.
Okay.
And we were able to... Shut up! You're so annoying! Yeah. Go ahead, say everything you got to say so I can talk uninterrupted.
Go ahead, I'll listen.
No, you won't. You're not interested in the answer.
I am interested.
You're like so many other people who call me. Off the air I'm talking about. They go, what happened? I start to tell them. They start to talk.
I'm just trying to acknowledge you.
There's no more interesting person on this planet than me. Let me talk and you listen.
Okay.
That goes for you too, Rabbi.
I'm listening. He's saying that jealousy is an aphrodisiac. That's what he's saying.
Oh.
Is that what you're saying?
No one is saying that.
No,
here's what I'm saying. Listen to me. I'm telling you, your tefillin are wrapped in tight.
He must have wrapped it around his head. That's what he did.
That's where we put it, Robin.
Listen, my wife had a lot of legitimate things that she wants for her future life. And I told you that I am a certain way. I'm the type of guy who has an extremely demanding professional life. I'm very busy with that. When we get together, I admit, even if I had no professional life, I'm the type that is reclusive. My vision of a weekend is sitting and watching TV by myself. And it's a very difficult thing for a woman and a man to think about their lives together when you're doing a lot of things that don't sort of go in sync. If I'm the kind of guy that's going to be withdrawn and difficult to live with, what kind of woman wants a future like that? And my wife loves me. Believe me, she loves me, and I love her. So this is a very painful decision that we've made. We love our children. We love our life together with the kids. But I'm telling you, the couch in my house is more active than me.
Well, you know, my parents divorced when I was 8, Howard.
Well, I could see why. It was probably your fault. Yeah, they had to get away from you.
You know how kids sometimes think it's their fault? It was your
fault.
fault.
It was your fault.
You wanted to divorce him, too.
My kids aren't going to end up like you, Ralph, are they?
You know, the question in his family was who's going to take him.
Right. But let me say something. Let me say something. You know, I'm able to get on the air today and talk about this. I'm telling you, Friday night and Saturday, I couldn't even talk.
I believe it.
It's the most painful thing when Alison and I look at each other. We've had 25 years together as a couple, since we're 19 years old. And Alison is my best friend. She is the greatest mother on the planet. And I am telling you that I think I'm her best friend. And we look at each other and we're sad all the time because we know that I'm not able to satisfy a lot of her needs. And she is not able to satisfy some of my needs. And the fact of the matter is that because I want to do certain things on a weekend or during the week, and I have a view of marriage and how it can work, and it's not the same as Alison's. It's as simple as that.
But it's taken you 21 years to realize that?
Well, no. Actually, the way we kind of looked at it, and I'm not going to give away too many details in terms of what we talk about, because a lot of it is her story. And, you know, it's just as much my story as it is hers. But I'll tell you this. You know, when we think about it, we think we might have, you know, been having these thoughts for like a bunch of years, maybe as much as 10 years. But we were never honest enough with each other because we love each other too much. We didn't want to hurt each other. We didn't want to say some of the things that were bothering us. So maybe that was bad. Maybe that's a bad thing when you don't communicate that stuff. But we eventually kind of faced our issues, kind of faced our problems as a couple. And we sat down and we talked to each other. And we came to the conclusion after marriage therapy and a lot of other sort of things that we tried, that right now, because we kept going around in the same circle, we kept going around in the same kind of vicious cycle.
Kind of in a rut.
Kind of in a rut. We said, you know what, it might be best to have some time apart. Now, most couples can do this privately. We can't.
Right.
You know, our separation would be very noticeable with us, and we didn't want to have our kids keeping secrets. Our kids have known about this for some time, and we didn't want them keeping secrets. They should be able to talk to their friends about this. They should be able, keeping a secret is the worst thing that you can do when you're a kid. We live in a goldfish bowl. What if someone had found out that we were separated and I hadn't come clean? It would have looked like I was trying to hide something. Mm-hmm. I didn't want any of that for my kids. And I didn't want that for Alison, and I didn't want it for myself. And we're only trying to do the right thing in a very difficult situation. And it doesn't make sense to any of our friends. It doesn't make sense to our family. My beautiful niece Pam was over the other day, and she's crying and very upset, and she's like, you guys are the greatest couple. I don't understand it.
Well, let's just hope that down the line sometime, sometimes people do need time apart, and,
right.
And maybe,
I never thought we would. I thought we could work through anything, and Alison thought we could work through anything, and believe me, Alison tried to work with me. Believe me. I tell you.
Well, your courage in talking about it, I think 1 out of 2 marriages today ends in divorce.
That's true.
People don't talk about it, and because they don't talk about it, their kids don't understand. My parents didn't speak about it, and because they didn't communicate anything about it, I was just in pain because I didn't understand how could this happen. These people.
Well, that's the other thing. We cared about our kids enough. Also, we didn't want the kids seeing us be unhappy and be confused, and we wanted to be honest. We've been pretty honest with each other. So.
Sounds like you're doing all the right things.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, how many couples that, even settle their whole affairs through mediation? We are able to talk to one another. We don't feel vicious toward one another. We're very good I told you, we spent the whole weekend together with our kids. We went to my mother's birthday party Saturday night. We plan on getting together regularly. We want our kids to be happy. Listen, this is a real nightmare for me. It's a mess. There's nothing happy about it. It's a bizarre occurrence in my life.
And not only for you, but a lot of other people too. It is.
Listen, my wife and I, when we met, one of the first things they ever said to her is that the most exciting thought that I could have was that we would grow old together. And we used to always say that to each other, that we would grow old together. We were kids. We were 19 years old. I
didn't know how old you were going to get.
I didn't realize I'd live this long. I'll be honest with you. I thought I'd only live till, but when you're 19, you think you'll live till about 35.
Exactly.
So we really have had a lifetime of marriage. We have a very successful marriage. I just lived too long. That's the goddamn problem. That's all I can tell you, and thank you for the call.
Well, Howard.
Thank you.
The kids.
Bye-bye.
I mean, with me, when my parents divorced, one of the hard things was because my parents didn't spend a lot of time together, kids have to become politicians. You spend too much time with your mother, you offend your father. You say something else nice about your father. If it's acrimonious, you offend your mother.
You don't want the kids having to take sides. You're absolutely
right about that. And they lose their innocence because they have to be politicians.
Yeah, because my wife and I are having a problem. It doesn't mean the kids have to sit there and solve it and drawn into it. Rabbi, I'm going to get rid of you because this is a tough day. I'm going to give you another plug, though, because I like you. I didn't learn that much about Michael Jackson, but that's all right.
Well, today's about you, Howard.
Today's about me.
Can I just say, because I'm the only guest here today...
what is that, Robin?
I don't think he was going to say much about Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I think he wanted to plug his book so we...
No, Howard, I actually want to say, just as one of your fans, for millions of people out there, I'm here in the studio with you. I know you're in pain. All of us feel it. All of us are with you. All of us love you. We love Alison as well.
Did you ever kiss Michael Jackson?
He made a pass at me, Howard, but I was saving it for you.
You're lying,
of course. I'm lying. I like Michael. He's a great guy, but Howard, we're all with you, and we really understand. And you've been inspiration to a husband. And
thank you, Rabbi. Say your name again because I always mispronounce it.
Shmuley Boteach.
And the advice book is for advice.
It's kosher sex.
Kosher sex. All right, and go to loveprofit.com. Thank you, Rabbi.
All the best, Howard.
All right, Shana Tova Tikkateva. Thank you.
Oh, whatever.
He's the most Jewish guy I ever met.
Hi.
Wow.
Mazel tov.
Go somewhere and be quiet for a few hours, Rabbi.
A book.
Thank you, Rabbi. You're excellent. Look at that guy. Beautiful yarmulke. Blends right in with his hair.
Yeah, you can't even see it.
Thank you. Thank you. What is that? I'm going to throw that right out.
Good Lord, it's huge.
A mezuzah. It looks like a hash pipe.
It's huge.
All right, go ahead, Rabbi. I can't hear you.
One's so big.
Oy vey, I'm in the mood for this. Wow. I get rid of him. He was on my nerves. Let's take a few more phone calls. JD, you're on the air.
Howard.
Yes, sir.
How are you this morning?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure.
All right, well, here's a stick I'll give you real quick.
My penis and I are in heavy depression.
Well, listen to me. Everybody's calling and making fun. It's obvious that you're in pain. You and I share a lot of things together. We're the same age. I was married at 19, subsequently got divorced. Very tragic. Little girl involved. I leave you my phone number if you ever want to talk man to man, but I can tell you, you're doing the right thing.
You're doing the right
You're
thing.
letting your emotions out. See, everybody's making fun, but it's not funny. Am I right, Howard?
Absolutely right.
I mean, am I right?
I said you're right.
Say it one more time. I like to be right.
All right, get out of here. That's why your wife left you.
What condition is he in now? Is he remarried?
Now he's in jail. He just called from prison. He got cut off. Gonna call him.
You're right.
Shut your mouth, you bastard!
Let's go to Ed. Ed, go ahead.
Howard, I was very sad to hear about this.
Thank you.
You've been a role model for me in terms of being faithful to your wife.
Thank you.
But you were talking about your needs. What are your needs?
Well, I need to be left alone. The point of the matter is that, listen, when a woman is married, and I'm kind of repeating myself because people are tuning in at different times, and I do want to sort of get this all out in the open so nobody thinks I'm hiding from this. But to tell you the truth, when you're in a marriage, you gotta give, and I wasn't given enough. I know that. I'd come home from work. I have a huge sort of schedule, and I'm one of these guys that really is reclusive. And my parents have known it my entire... I mean, I was the type that would spend hours alone in a room, and, I don't know, I guess over the years I have needed more and more downtime. As Robin says, when we come off these jobs, we have we're so filled and so sort of drained that you spend the weekend, I would not go to...
Recovering.
Like, my wife would go to a wedding, and I wouldn't go with her, and...
Yeah,
part of me,
what you don't need is more exposure.
And part of me sort of felt like, gee, I don't want to deal with people, because all they do is ask me about work. But really, maybe the problem was deeper. I just didn't want to go anywhere, and didn't want to do anything, and I'm so busy.
But it is also about being the Howard they expect.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, and I don't know. When she came to me finally and said, look, I love you so much, but you gotta change, but I want someone who really wants to change. And I said, how can I change? And we sat down and we started really talking about what our view for the future was as a couple. And honest to God, I'm telling you the truth. We just kind of couldn't come to an agreement that that's what I wanted and that's what she wanted. And we were just devastated that we were having this sort of not sharing the same vision of the future. And we looked at each other and said, maybe it's true. I always thought when people said they grew apart, that it was bull. But in a sense,
used to say that
I did. But it is true. I mean, I have to revise that statement. The fact of the matter is my goals were not the same as hers, that she wanted a certain type of future together where we did certain types of things together. And me, I'm like a lump. But I don't think it has to do with being famous so much. Some of it plays into that, but that's my personality.
Well, again, you can't see what you would be like if you didn't have all of this going on.
Yeah.
If you just had a job where you sat in a cubicle all day,
I don't know.
You need to blow out and have a friend to go do it with and enjoy that kind of stuff. But you don't know because this is your life.
That's a good point.
Yeah, this is your life.
I feel real funny about, talking about it on the air, but Alison and I discussed it when she said, go ahead and talk about it because, we just don't. We don't want speculation stuff. It was as simple as, in fact, how many couples, sit down and work out all their differences with, what do you call it, mediators?
No one.
No one. We didn't.
I know people who are, still at war.
Right. 7 years later.
Oh, my God.
We just kind of, I love my wife. I honestly do. I can tell you that. I love her, and I believe my wife loves me, and that's why we're so pained. And our children just, I think, love us. I have a special relationship with my kids. They're my best friends. And that's pretty spectacular. And believe me, I'm in fear of losing that, so I'm going to work extra hard to make sure my kids are happy. And I'm going to work extra hard to make sure that things aren't too rough for Alison while she's going through this. And what can I tell you? I'm so sad. I'm so sad this happened to me, but it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life.
Well, sometimes, it just seems, from an outsider, not your marriage, but marriage, is that there's really not room to be an individual.
Yeah, some of that was going on.
Yeah.
The fact is that I was sort of needing some independent time and stuff, and you can't always do that in a marriage. Your partner's not always going to understand that. And partner's not always going to understand why you don't want to go to the movies and why you don't want to go to weddings and why you don't want to be out as a couple. Alison has, I think, very normal needs in a marriage. I don't think she's asking for anything too much. I just think that I'm a different person. That's it. I don't think I'm a guy who's too carried away with himself. You know, I kind of...
you have to be ready to take on the idea of never being able to just think of yourself in that whole situation.
Right. And I tell you, I kind of winced when I saw, like, Andrea Peyser's column, because I just said, oh, that's such a typical reaction. Like, you know, oh, yeah, Howard wants to go out and have bimbos. And that's not what I'm looking for. I mean, I think I'm a pretty legitimate guy when I tell you I was in a relationship for 25 years. I mean, I'm not the type that just...
throws things over.
And Alison and I have been talking about this for now 2 years. I mean, this is something that we've agonized over. And she's agonizing with. I mean, we literally, yesterday we were looking at each other saying, maybe we should just call this all off. We're very confused by it. We're confused. Our kids are confused by it. Everyone who knows us in our personal life is confused by it.
This is not an easy thing to go through because, you need some kind of decision in order to, have a life,
Yeah. And I know there are those people that say you stay together no matter what, and believe me, we were trying, but we think that maybe a break now would be even healthy for our kids because, they're seeing that we're not on the same page. And I don't want my kids to think that all marriages have to be like that,
Was this a sudden decision?
No.
He just said they've been agonizing over it for 2 years. Are you listening?
No.
Most people do not listen. This is why I'm telling you. At least the guy's honest.
At least he admits.
He tuned out for a while.
That's amazing.
I know you're waiting to hear something funny about this, but I figure there's nothing I can really tell you except that's what's going on.
Okay.
I tried everything. I even tried smoking weed. Thinking that would work. Jackie told me it would work.
Yeah, anesthetize yourself against life.
I mean, this is the second worst thing that ever happened to me in my life.
What's the first?
Hiring Jackie for the show. You know that. Everybody knows that.
I forget. Yeah. I just try to pretend that didn't happen. Now, see, those are the kind of decisions
right.
that are very painful to
Pete, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at the China Club last night, and I saw your wife there with Dennis Rodman.
Somebody already told that joke to Patrick Ewing.
Oh, man.
So everybody has your wife with a black guy. That was the most hurtful.
Well, you can see how these guys think. What was she doing there with him?
They weren't really. They were just fondling each other, but nothing serious.
Slow dancing.
I guess Will Chamberlain's dead. She couldn't go there with him, huh? Thanks, bastard.
Man, I love it. It's got to be a black guy.
Yeah, it's always a black guy.
Turn the night.
Racist.
Like any guy wouldn't do it.
No.
It's a black guy.
Don't tell me my wife with this white guy. That doesn't have the same sting. Yeah, she was with Hop Singh from...
Tonto. You saw your wife with Tonto.
Bob, you're on the air. See, a lot of men are very sensitive.
Bastard. What's
a dick. What a dick.
Okay.
Let him work it out. Let him work it out, Robin. Please, if he can get out all of his tears.
Yeah,
it's a very, very special audience, my audience. They feel my pain. All right. I can see you're completely distraught.
Can't talk. Thought they'd be able to talk, but they can't talk.
He's good.
I just want to see how long he keeps this up before he cracks. All right, get out of here, you animal. Elaine, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard. I've been a fan for a long time, and the reason I listen to your show is because, number one, you're funny, and number two, you're a very black and white kind of guy. I've heard you give people hell for, appearing victimized by other people's decisions or by luck. What you say to me, what you say to your viewers is that,
Who are you, Dr. Laura?
No, I'm not Dr. Laura, but you know what? This is your decision. It's nobody else's.
No, it's mine and my wife's.
No, okay, the two of you have a choice.
Yeah,
and
we do.
You have chosen to separate.
So who's saying no?
No, but what I'm saying is that if you really want, you keep saying how unhappy you are about this and how tragic it is.
It is.
It's not. God didn't do this. You did.
No, honey, you're not catching on. What I'm saying to you is that when you have a 25-year relationship and there's many wonderful things between me and my wife, it's sad when you have to go through something like this. But we were not clicking in terms of our needs and what we wanted to do for the future. I was not able to how many times am I going to...
Look, I've listened to you. I've heard every word you said.
Yeah, so
I understand what you're saying, Howard. I understand what you're saying.
This is a sad
event. 17
event.
years. What happens in marriage is that sometimes you're in love, sometimes you fall out of love. But you
Honey, we know
it.
that. We know. Listen, I've stuck with it for 25 years. It's not an easy decision for me and my wife. We're not having... Listen, you don't stick with something when two people are feeling that it is not working well.
I understand, but there are things that can be done. You can make choices. Like you're saying, what I heard this morning is that you're saying is that your career is more important than
I'm telling you that if I didn't even have a career, it is my... Listen.
I understand if you have a personality that's exclusive, but you know what? You are the master of your own life.
No kidding.
You can make a
well,
change.
That's what we made a choice to separate.
Okay. But
so
this is nobody else's decision.
I am sad about it, and I don't care. You can't take that away from me.
Of course you're sad about it. You can't
bitch.
have everything, but you know what? You can make this work if you want
All right.
to.
Well, I don't...
There are
okay,
sacrifices.
then you know what?
You know what? My husband and I have been happily married for 17 years.
Yeah, so that's you. So was I.
When you get to 25, call us.
Call us when you hit the 25 landmark.
I'll be there in 45, and so will he. Because we just make the sacrifice. We decide, when we know that.
Can you imagine being married to her?
The good times will be back.
Do you imagine how long she is making some guy's life?
She's acting as if whether you stay or not, that this turmoil isn't going on.
Right. I saw him at Scores, her husband, by the way.
My husband thinks you're a big jerk.
Yeah, well, you tell him tell him he's right.
You know what, Howard? I turn you off when the stuff gets too lewd. But when you are funny, you are very, very funny.
All right, your husband must be deaf.
But the thing that I like about you more than that...
I could never be married to you, I'll tell you that.
Probably not.
A quick decision.
Yeah, there would be a very quick decision. There would be no agonizing over getting away from you, I'll tell you that.
Listen, Howard, it's your decision.
Yes. So who says no? You're you're trying to be profound, and you're not.
You make it sound like something came down from the sky and did this.
No, we don't.
You did this.
How about... Honey, of course we did this. Me and my wife decided to do this because we were unhappy.
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, so you say yeah, and then you act like I'm saying something else.
No, but you prioritized, right? And your priorities
my priorities are who
you are.
Right. All right, thank you. Thank you. I can't argue with you because you're not listening.
I am listening very clearly. You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, I heard what you said. You and your husband are together, so me and my wife should be together. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying what?
You and your husband are together, so me and my wife should be together.
I'm saying...
Get out of here, you loudmouth creep. You make me sick. You know who she thinks she is? Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. I sat and watched those tapes with my wife. Let me tell you something. That's a crock.
That guy is from Mars.
That guy's from Mars is right. Get over it.
I have absolutely sometimes been amazed at things I have done. I would never have imagined that I would do that in my life.
Right.
And you do reach certain points in your life when your life just takes turns that you wouldn't imagine. At 19, you could not say who you would be at 45.
I never predict this. You have no idea. Problem is I live too long.
I've taken some stress.
You do stuff you go, oh, man.
Robin Quivers doesn't do that.
Right. Well, I don't do this. But here I am doing it.
There you go. That's life.
Right.
It will teach you lessons.
Yes, Cosmo.
How you doing, Howard?
Hey, man.
Hey, I feel for you, man. But listen, I know the Jewish side of you is sit and shiver over your lost money. And the Italian side's doing the tarantella because of all the tang you're gonna get.
No.
Well, whatever, yeah.
Hey, Robin, nice cans, man.
Thank you.
Listen, for real. I saw Hank, the angry drunken dwarf, spanking your wife at Hellfire's last night.
All right, thank you.
Wait, one more thing. One more thing, man.
Same joke.
Listen.
Right.
I want to thank you for being a good earner, because as I'm having your wife, I'm going to be enjoying half your money.
Yeah, well, thanks. Not to worry. That's great. That's probably my biggest fear. Norm, you're on the air.
Hey, Howard.
Hey.
Good morning. I was just wondering if you've thought about maybe hiring Mary McCormick and having her play Alison for the rest of your life.
Just a thought.
Hey,
does this mean I have to separate from my movie wife, too?
Yeah. That's right.
I'm pretty much separated from her anyway. Thank you. No. I actually spoke with her. She called.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very upset.
So you did get a call.
I did. I got like 2-3 calls.
Did you hear from Neil?
No. He's the last guy you want to speak to. Because he'll just laugh.
He can't handle anything real.
I would have heard from Wayne Siegal, but he was out on a date. Cal, you're on the air.
Yeah, Howard, how's it going? Sorry to hear about all
Thank
this.
you.
Listen, it sounds like you're handling this healthier than anybody I know, because everybody I know, and also including myself, when I broke up with my girlfriend, it was just a nightmare. It was the worst. We couldn't sit down and talk to each other like you guys were doing, so it sounds great. But we did break up for like a year, and now we're back together. This was about 3 years ago.
Is your wife or your girlfriend?
Girlfriend, but we've been together for about 10 years, so it's basically a marriage at this point.
Right.
But it was the best thing we could have done, because, yeah, we had grown apart at that particular time, and then the year off, it was like we realized...
It happens, yeah. Sometimes it's the only solution.
Oh, heck, the guy I'm with, I've been to his wedding. What's the big deal?
Is that true?
Yeah. I watched him marry somebody else.
Really? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, you don't know that?
Don't you think he ought to get a divorce before you date him?
He is divorced.
Oh, he is.
But I was there at the wedding.
Wow.
Well, anyway, it just sounds like you guys are handling it like two adults, and it's the healthy way to do it.
The one thing I'm going to congratulate me on and congratulate my wife on is that we are very aware of the right way to handle this, and we're able to agree on that. And we've, it's so difficult dealing with the kids. I can't imagine how people do this when they're hating each other.
And what it does to your kids if you are hating each other.
So it's just really nice that my wife and I are, I told you, the most bizarre thing, this news is breaking, and my wife and I are sitting and talking and watching television together, and then Saturday we spent the day together with the kids, and Saturday night, 2 of my daughters had to go out, but my little daughter, my 6-year-old, Alison, and me, we went to my mom's, my sister for a birthday party for my mother. Mm-hmm. Happy birthday, Mom, by the way. She was really thrilled.
I'm sure. Thanks, Howard.
Yeah, right.
Just think, when you get back together, maybe she'll do, a 3-way or something, because she'll be more open or something. But I just want to say, sorry to hear all that. Hope everything works out.
Thank you very much.
And go to pseudo.com.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Throwing in a little plug for pseudo.com there.
Whatever that is.
Right.
It's an offshoot.
All right, one last phone call, and then I think we're done with me, right? We've done 3 hours on this? Is it enough?
I don't know.
You need more. All right, here's Howard.
Hey, Howard.
Howard and Howard.
2 Howards.
I've been hearing what you're saying, feeling your pain. I actually went through the same thing. My wife and I were married for about 8 years. We separated for 10 months. We got back together, so...
Well, maybe there's hope.
Everything working out now?
Excuse me?
Everything working out
Everything is much better now, but I don't know if you addressed this before, but I guess you're feeling all this pain, and I'm hearing you, and you're saying you do anything, you love your wife, your kids, I know you do. I guess the monumental sacrifice would be maybe to take a leave of absence temporarily or permanently from the air to get your life back together, because it consumes so much of your life.
Well, I don't think that's the answer. I've considered that. I think that would make me more miserable.
But the old point is that that's not real life.
Yeah, and that's not who I am.
Your marriage has to exist in your real world.
Just to refocus.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you get off the air and you create a whole, as Robin says, a fake environment, the point is I want to work. I don't want to give up my work. So if, let's say, I take myself off the air, that's going to make me unhappy. And then, as Robin says, that's an artificial environment. You're going to go back to work eventually. Or maybe you're not, but I don't know. Who wants to do that? Like, why do you want to give up your work for somebody? That's a terrible thing to do to somebody else. Put that responsibility on them.
But you say, after you're done on the air and with your TV show and everything, you're absolutely drained. How can you have a private life right now?
Well, I don't know that it would even help if I wasn't on the air because, quite frankly,
That's living in a vacuum, and that's making yourself, miserable. It's like saying, hey, take everything else out of your life, and then it's almost like priests.
It's almost like an illness.
Yeah, like, you know what I'll do? I'm going to take myself away from young boys and women and everything, and I'll never be tempted sexually. I'll be a priest. Like, I see a lot of guys with sexual hang-ups do that. And the thing is that, for me to go create some sort of bizarre life so that I can be married doesn't really fit into the plan.
I hear you.
All right. Thanks, though.
All right, Howard. Take care, man, and it'll work out.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
All right. Captain Janks, first.
Oh, I was waiting for this.
Hey, good morning, Howard.
Captain Janks, my friend.
How you doing, Howard?
I say this will go easy on me. Yes, Captain.
Actually, I just want to know, do you now feel bad for Larry King?
No.
Because he went through this 5 times.
He went through it 8 times.
I don't think it was quite the same.
I think there's something pathological about somebody who gets married 8 times.
And can do this 8 times.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent my entire life in a relationship. I'm not saying, hey, listen, I ain't saying that's anything to crow about, the fact that I'm getting separated, but I mean, I don't think I'm the kind of guy who gets in and out of relationships in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you got to know, I wonder what he was thinking when this all came down.
Who, Larry?
Yeah.
I'm sure he was happy.
Well.
He's like, yeah, you see?
His wife's pregnant again.
Yeah, well, there's something very, very sick about that.
I think he got somebody to do it for him.
No, I don't know about
He's
that.
got to be shooting sawdust at his age.
We like to think, anyway.
See, when Larry gets remarried each time, he has to sit down with his 42 grandchildren and explain it.
Really?
I only got 3 kids.
Hey, well, I wish you the best of luck and everything.
Thanks, Captain.
Alison.
Thanks, man.
Bye.
Captain Janks. Old-time friend.
Yeah, you got to wonder about people who do this more than once.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got a real problem with that.
Man.
Yeah, you got to, if you go through something like this, what I'm going through now, and I see, it's like, you're doing it again. If you know it doesn't work for you once, why would you, listen, if I was going to be happy in a marriage, the only person I could ever see being happy in a marriage with is Alison.
Right. If you're going to have a marriage, why not be married to her?
Right. I'm saying, maybe, but just maybe, I'm not marriage material.
But why would you get into this and rip apart another family?
Right. You got to be nuts.
Ever done this before?
Yeah.
Oof. That's the kind of carnage that people do that I can't fathom.
That means when you went through it, you didn't feel anything.
Yeah. You don't know what you're doing.
Right. Jackie.
Oh. Please, Jackie never left anybody behind.
I know a lot of people who want to leave Jackie behind.
Minervini is, still using that.
Right. All right, listen. You going to be all right?
Robin Quivers would do.
Yeah, like work with you bastard, and forgive you. I should never have forgiven you for what you did, you.
Hold it. God is on the phone. God, you're on the air.
Yes. Hello, Howard.
Yes.
You know I love you.
Yes.
First your wife is leaving you. Now your parents will leave you next.
Your parents?
They will be dying. I'm sorry to tell you.
Thank you,
Your
God.
children will grow up to marry niggers and spicks.
Oh, my God.
Your money will be spent on the old-fashioned way on drugs, hookers, and alcohol.
This is a very depressing commentary, God. Do you think this guy's really gone, Robin?
I hope not.
Robin will lose her...
Get out of here. I wonder what the other people in the office are thinking.
Oh, one of the interns just came in. She's devastated.
Which one? Bring her in.
My news intern?
What's her name, Robin?
Why are you putting me on the spot? You bastard.
You don't know your news intern's name?
She's only been working with me 3 months. Give me a break.
You know how I am.
You know. What's her name? You know the girl I see every morning?
I want to know her name.
She's a very lovely girl.
She is a lovely girl.
You know Robin doesn't know your name?
I had a feeling Robin didn't know my name.
What is your name? I know it.
Maria.
Maria, yeah. Tell Robin.
Why can't I remember that? Now I will know.
Maria, you're devastated?
Yeah. When Robin brings in her cats, she says, say hello, but never say hello to Maria.
Right. What do you think of that?
It's okay.
Yeah.
No, they say their names at the very beginning, and they never say their names again.
Here comes Gary.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me pile on.
It's funny because we're just talking about you guys in general, and there's there's 2 guys from the CBS show who shoot for... They're in the hallway here every day.
Yeah.
Can you name either one of them?
Yes.
You can.
What about Mike and Pete?
Well, Pete is right. I'm surprised to know that, but the other guy's name isn't Mike.
All right, that's a good guess. I know Pete, though. I'm sure I know Pete.
Which one is Pete?
Pete's the guy out there. No, I was right?
I don't know. That was a lucky guess.
No, Pete has been with us almost from the beginning.
Yeah,
I know Pete. He's not a talker, though. He doesn't talk to anybody.
No, nobody says anything.
And there's another guy that's quieter than Pete.
What's his name?
Ian.
When I was going through all this separation stuff, I went to the smartest man I know to ask for advice.
Who's that?
Of course, Mel Karmazin. You know what he said?
What?
Buy lots of companies. Buy a lot of companies. Buy CBS. Buy Internet. Buy everything.
Buy billboards.
Yes.
No, which is which?
Yeah, Pete's right there.
Pete's which one?
Does anyone know his name?
I don't want
That's
him.
Ian now.
That's he looks like David Grohl from Foo Fighters.
But that's Ian.
Ian, right? Yeah. No, I know Pete. Well, Pete, you didn't think I knew you?
No, you know me.
All right, get out of here now. I don't want to know you.
But I don't know anybody. So
I'm not only separating from my wife, I want to separate from you, Pete.
Of course, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
Pete doesn't bring you your news every morning.
Right.
But you know what? It's. I feel bad saying, "What's your name again?"
So ask me.
Robin, so let's get back to the point. Maria, why are you devastated? Let me help you through this.
Well,
Maybe in helping you, I can help myself.
I mean, I have a boyfriend who's pretty reclusive.
Oh. Right.
He'll sit around playing a game on the internet for hours upon hours.
By the way, to me, that's an extrovert. At least he's on the internet playing.
And he'll ignore me for hours and hours, and I'll be bored, and I'm kind of dependent. I need him to be around me, and he just does what he wants.
Well, you know what you're doing? How old are you now?
21.
You're doing something that is very important to go through a process. By dating people, you're going to learn what you need. So this is good for you.
Keep doing it.
Keep dating.
For a long time.
But don't say you have to get married and spend the rest of your life with your boyfriend.
Right.
Or don't get married in your 20s even.
No, but what kind of hope do I have for the future when my role model of a perfect marriage is crumbling?
Well, listen.
Yeah, she said it. She feels hopeless today.
Well, let me tell you something. In many ways, my marriage is perfect. It's just not perfect in every way. My wife and I communicate better. You know, most women dream of communication with a man or anybody. And the fact of the matter is that we have tremendous communication.
But even though you're communicating, a lot of her needs aren't being satisfied.
That's right.
And I can totally relate.
Right. So sometimes you're sometimes you can be satisfied. You can build a life of your own where you're totally satisfied and you get enough. But I don't think what my wife is asking is unreasonable.
Well, you were asking how she felt, how Maria felt.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be explaining right now.
I know. Why do I do that? All right. So, Maria, what are you feeling? Let me be sensitive.
I just feel awful because even my parents at home look up to you and your marriage.
I mean, oh.
Oh, yeah.
My mom thinks you're the greatest family man and the greatest father.
I would like to explain this to you over dinner, if you don't mind. Excuse me, in my grief,
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. I can't believe that came.
And I was shocked when she came in and she was so devastated because she hardly knows us. She's just like, I really don't know him, but he's a role model.
Well, I'm still a role model. I'm just a bad one. That's all.
Well, if it can't work for you, then who can it work for?
You.
Fred? Yeah. Hope so.
No, it won't. Believe me.
In tears. What are you doing, Howard?
All you broads think guys, you see, you think guys are good at this stuff. The only marriages that work are women who are willing to put up with these guys.
We're married to women, man.
Right.
If you want some advice from my parents, what they do is they take separate vacations, and they don't spend their weekends together, only at night. Their daytimes
my wife would go for that.
Separately. Yeah. And that's how their marriage has worked for...
So maybe you can handle something.
Yeah, so you've seen a really great marriage, haven't you?
Yeah. How do you know it's not great?
It
Just
could
the
be.
time they spend together has nothing to do with the quality of a marriage, and that's what people don't understand.
By the way, I've said that many times.
Nobody was listening.
No one was listening. I don't think I haven't thought that. All right, here's a young lady who is obviously upset. Michelle, you're on the air.
Hi, Howard.
Hi.
I just wanted to call and tell you how so sorry I am for you.
Thank you.
You just, everything, you public out, the way you were in public with your wife is just such an inspiration to so many people that it makes me think there's not much in the future for everybody.
Wouldn't it be cool if people started committing suicide over this?
Please,
You know what I mean? Like,
No, it wouldn't be cool.
Sure it would.
You find the strangest things cool.
I know a couple whose parents are, they've been married 56 years, but they live in different countries. So it works very well. You know who has a good marriage? The guy from the National Enquirer.
Mike Walker, yeah.
Mike Walker. He lives in a separate state.
Well, I used to think when Connie Chung and Maury Povich lived on opposite coasts, that was the best relationship.
Oh, I guarantee you now that they're together, there's a problem. So you're disillusioned, Maria. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes. Well, me too.
Said it's sad.
I thought that I was
above all this.
So did I. Yeah, so did I. I really thought I was above all this. I did. I never thought this would happen to me.
I never thought of you as a celebrity or a person who had like a celebrity marriage that lasted for 6 months and then they went on to the next bimbo. So it's definitely devastating because I always thought of you as the ideal.
Yes. Well, as it turns out, I'm not the ideal.
She's even like, why did they announce it? Oh, she's
I had to.
expressing herself the way she did it here today.
We had to. We have children. We have a life.
I tried to explain, but she's why?
Really? Are you saying why?
Just like a celebrity marriage now.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't think of it like that. We're two pretty responsible people, but my wife and I weren't going to sit there and stay in a marriage so that, people will idolize us or think, wow, they're perfect. Believe me, I thought of that. The fact of the matter is, when Glamour magazine comes out and says, hey, one thing good about Howard Stern, he's in a long marriage. And you sit there and you go, geez, that's not why you stay together.
But will this separation make you happier, either of you?
I have no idea. I know that we weren't sort of happy staying together, so we're going to try this out for a while. Are you all right, Michelle?
Yeah.
You going to be able to get over this?
Like I said, it's just disillusioning. You just always seem so happy. That was one of the happiest things you talked about.
All I can tell you is my family does make me happy in many, many ways.
Good.
And he's not going. I mean, it's not.
No, I know.
Leaving completely.
Yes.
I know.
He's going to be there in every way he can.
Yeah, believe me.
Maybe he will be the role model for how to separate.
Yeah, so far we've done a pretty good job of it. What is your cup size, ma'am? Hey, listen, Robin, I have to find these things out now. I need another long-time marriage.
It's a really important question.
Yeah, something important. In your grief, maybe I could console you. Is there dinner tonight? Right. I said, you know what I should do? It would be really funny.
What?
Like, I'll go to a Yankee Stadium for the World Series, sit right behind home plate with some big blonde.
Right.
And put my arm around her and start making out with her.
They said that Jerry Seinfeld was with Gwyneth Paltrow.
Yeah, I should hire Gwyneth Paltrow for the day.
There you go.
Hey, yeah, honey, come on. That's not what this is about. That's what I tried to explain. It's not about, being with Gwyneth Paltrow at the Yankee game.
Yes.
So, what can I tell you? I hope that I don't become a cliche. I don't think that's me. I don't think that I am. I think that I'm in a terribly sad situation. And, I'm not going to dwell on it for weeks and weeks and weeks. I figure we get it all out today and be upfront about it. And that's it. And I'll keep you posted on how it's going.
Good luck to you, Howard.
Thank you. Oh, here's Wayne Siegal.
Oh, Wayne got finished with his date.
It's about time I heard from you.
Hey, pal, how you doing?
Pal, now you're back in the good graces.
Wayne Zipper's at half-mast. Wayne's the guy I know. Wayne's a car dealer. Give yourself a plug. What is it? Is it still Legend?
It's still Legend, Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen here in Arizona.
Him and his wife split up how many years ago now?
It's about 4 years, and we did what you did. It was the mediation thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, Barbara called me, and I said, yeah, I knew you were going to call. Yeah, I heard all of it, Barb. I know all of it. There's no right words to say. I feel bad. I could be empathetic to the cause, but it gets better.
All right. Thanks, Wayne.
I don't know. Anytime you want to talk or BS, you could always call me.
That's all right.
Don't start joining those men's groups.
No, I ain't doing that.
No.
Wayne, I don't want to talk. Wait, I don't want to talk to you about this.
Around the campfire.
Yeah, I'm not talking to any guys about this.
No. Actually, you wind up becoming, even though if you think that your relationship with Alison is okay now, it gets better. It really does.
Really?
The relationship gets better. The relationship with the kids gets much better. It truly, absolutely does. And I didn't know if it was appropriate to call or not call, but I'm telling you, from being there, it does get better. It gets great. The pressure's gone.
You don't still bang your wife, do you?
Nah, don't bang my wife anymore.
All right. That's very sad.
Huh?
That's the one thing you have to give up to have a good relationship.
I said to my wife, can I still bang you? She's like, no. I said, oh.
And there's no
I like doing that.
I understand that.
Yeah, I'm like, well, what are you talking about?
Yeah, why do you have to? I don't understand why you have to give that up.
Yeah, because we're separated.
And you don't get that.
Now we're getting along. We can't bang.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, we're getting my wife and I are like totally in sync. All right, thank you, Wayne.
All right, pal. I'll speak to you later.
Marie, I'm sorry. I see there's a look of pain on your face. I actually see that.
Yeah, she was. I was really surprised. It was a shocking thing. Because I didn't expect that kind of reaction, but she really was personally touched by the whole thing.
I want to have you checked out.
Ah!
I'm My advice to you, seriously, wear a name tag so Robin can know your name.
I know her name now. Hey, you know, now that I know her,
hey, you.
Her name will stay. I never said, hey, you.
We'll ask her tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
I think she knows it now.
Young lady.
This was good. What is it, Benji? Do you want to say something? I assume you don't have to put on headphones. Just say something.
Well, no, I actually, girls were calling me up all weekend crying, and I was hoping to capitalize on the situation, maybe pick up a girl.
What girl called you crying? That's a lie.
Actually, Marianne, the ex-intern here.
Marianne?
All weekend.
Really?
Literally all weekend crying. And I was hoping to comfort girls and make something out of it. It didn't work out that way.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking is, I mean, I know you're talking about this seriously. I know you're very sad about it, and it is very sad. But the thing is, you can really define a relationship any way you want. Like it's a tragedy that...
Look who's talking. You haven't even had a relationship.
He has to make up a lot.
Dude, you've had no relationship.
Compared to a marriage and the kids.
You've had a relationship with what, a hooker?
No, I've gone through...
and a married one.
Yeah, I went back to her twice.
No, I've gone through the pain of a breakup, and I cried for about a year about it and everything. It took me about a year to get over it.
Yeah, he broke up with his waistline.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, you love Alison. Alison loves you. You love your kids. You're very happy with your friendship and everything. You're almost like going. There's only one definition of marriage and everything. There's only one definition of what's the success.
Stay away from my wife.
Okay.
All right, get out of here. Now, leave. Look, I know.
Pictures this weekend?
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. She doesn't want you. If she did, I would kill myself.
We hope.
Right. All right, Marie. I'm sorry you're so disillusioned. Nobody's more disillusioned than me. We have to take a break. When we come back, we'll do the news, Robin. Hopefully I can get out of
I
here.
haven't even pulled any cars today. That's how upset I am.
Good.
But we will talk about that.
All right.
Good luck, Howard.
And I have to show you my list. You know, I always make a list of what's going on in the news in the morning. I write down things to talk about. Your name was at the top of the list.
Really? I made the top.
You made
Not the
top
Yankees.
Of the news list.
Wow. Bye, Maria.
The Yankees.
Maria's like in a winter coat. Honey, take off your coat and relax. She's walking around in a winter coat. You're really in mourning.
Do you have any idea how cold it is in that office?
I trade places because it's 100 degrees in here.
It's never higher than 60 degrees in that office every day.
It's currently 58 degrees in my office.
It's crazy. I don't know why Tom can't regulate the temperature.
He got the air conditioning in the wrong place is what happened.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
You know what it is? They have to keep our studio so cold because of the hot lights.
Yeah.
And then the whole building gets affected.
Right.
We can't regulate.
Right. Thank you.
Some things don't change.
No.
All right. I would love to keep taking these calls because they're, quite frankly, interesting.
You had to expose me that I don't know her name. Oh.
No, it's great.
That was so horrible. Man, I feel so bad. I feel worse now.
Say hello to my kitty, you.
All right, we'll be back right after these words.
Hi, I'm JonBenet. Howard Stern is my kind of guy. Talented, exciting, and doesn't force his kids to do beauty pageants. Word up.
On 95X, never Stern Show.
Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, Bill, what's up?
Yeah, Howard.
Yep.
I was wondering, why don't you have Alison on and voice her point of view?
Well, actually, Alison might actually call it. I mean, today's a tough day for all of us.
I understand we don't want to, make this as miserable, but, I mean, it sounds like you're kind of sugarcoating it a little bit.
No, not at all. I think Alison wouldn't even be opposed to that, quite frankly.
I mean, you guys used to be a part of everybody, and she used to come on a lot, and I know, us at the shop here, you noticed that Alison hasn't been on in a long time.
That's true.
And you get in an apartment. So we, even though you didn't have to tell us, we kind of felt that something was on there.
All right, well, you're smarter than me. I didn't know it either. Okay, thank you. Everybody's analyzing.
And they knew.
I think I had enough. I think I've answered enough questions for 3.5 hours.
Well, it's amazing to me that people, I'm sure they still want to hear.
Oh, yeah.
How long do you think somebody can bare their soul to you?
Yeah, it's painful enough, but I'll do it.
I would not advise.
I tell you, I'm already tired of talking about it, but,
Yeah, but people just got up. You've been talking about it since 6.
Yeah.
There are people who are just joining us.
A lot of strange marriages out there. Let's talk about Mike Walker, right? The National Enquirer. Him and his wife don't even... he's always on the road. I don't know how they keep it together, but they do. They have a great marriage.
She likes it that way.
Yeah. If his wife died, I don't think he'd be able to identify the body. They'd have to call someone else.
Question is, when would he find out?
That's right. But I'm saying there's all kinds of different things going on.
Well, the sad part is that a lot of people are trying to force themselves into a box that someone else created.
Frank Gifford's on the phone. Yeah, Frank.
Hello, Howard.
Hi.
I just want to say, in spite of
all the terrible things you said about me and my wife. I do sympathize with you.
Thank you, Frank.
And I want to let you know that I wish I had your strength and your balls to throw my Jew bitch wife out as well.
Oh, for God's sake. You're absolutely out of your mind. You've heard nothing. Well, that worked out well.
Knew Frank would know what to say.
Yeah, what a nice guy. Starting John went out on the street to get people's reactions.
Really?
You want to hear that?
Sure, I would.
You do?
Is he out there?
Actually, I don't even care what people's reactions are anymore.
Is he there or not?
I don't even know how to bring him up.
Well, this will never work.
Maybe it's this. John? John? Oh, there he is. Oh, there's John. John.
Hello.
Hi, yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Well, John's the man on the street. He's there all by himself.
There's no man on the street with him.
I am out here. There's a bunch of people,
Well, that's a cardboard cutout, John, that you're talking to. Look at the thing behind you. That's a cardboard cutout, John. I thought you were interviewing that.
No, ma'am, have you heard about the separation of Howard Stern?
I'm late so much I cannot...
Hey, ma'am, have you heard the separation of Howard Stern? Have you heard about it? No, you don't care. Hey, sir, have you heard about Howard Stern's separation?
No, I haven't.
Well, what do you think about it?
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, okay. Hey, sir, have you heard Howard Stern's separation?
No.
God, everybody's rushing around in New York. Do you notice?
Nobody even wants to go.
Have you heard the separation of Howard Stern?
I don't know. Understand that really.
All right, John, get up here.
All right,
no one cares.
But, you know,
I told you. No, I haven't heard it.
I thought
any Americans in New York? There was not one person who knew the language.
Didn't have an accent.
All right.
I don't know.
Leslie West is on the phone, but I really want to do the news and just be
Well,
done.
you better talk to Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
Hello?
Yes, Leslie.
Howard?
What's not Leslie?
That certainly isn't.
Howard?
Who's answering the phone?
John is downstairs.
I'm in the bottom of this heater box over here.
Get out of here. Kenny, you're on the air. What is it?
Oh, I was at a charity fundraiser at the Kennedy Hospital here in Washington on Saturday night, and I was hanging out with Tom Arnold, and I had one thing in common with him. I said, I listened to you on Howard, and he said, hey, buddy, Howard's getting divorced. Can you believe that? And I thought he was making a joke, and, I started laughing, and he started laughing, and I quickly changed the subject because I thought maybe he was going to get talking about himself and Roseanne, and so we talked about other things, and, of course, then I hear the news today, and sad as everybody else.
So he wasn't making jokes about it.
But this guy couldn't believe Tom Arnold was telling the truth.
I'm just...
You couldn't believe Tom Arnold was telling the truth.
You don't get your news from Tom Arnold.
Yeah, very shocking when... Victor, what is it?
Hey, how you doing, Howard?
Hey, man.
I can't believe you are acting like such a bitch this morning.
Like a what?
A bitch. Like a
bitch.
woman.
Oh.
Like a woman, man. Come on, man.
Well,
this has been going on for a year now, you're saying?
Well, let me tell you, it was an aggravation in our lives. It was a disgusting thing to have to deal with. It was hard,
come in
yeah.
this morning and act like it's like something new or something. Get over it, all right?
Oh, get out of here.
I want some girls in this morning.
There'll be plenty of girls on the show. Don't worry about it.
No.
This isn't the morning for girls.
Some hookers, something going.
Get out of here, creep. See what I mean? He belongs there.
I'm sure his life is working out very well.
Mm-hmm. That was Dan Foreman, I think.
Wow.
All right, sorry.
There is a family who's having a worse time this weekend than yours.
Can't imagine.
Oh, yeah. There was a young girl who was paralyzed by the shooting at Columbine High School.
Oh, yeah.
And her family and friends had gotten together and renovated the house so that it would be handicapped accessible for her. And they were just planning the party for all of her friends so they could see how well the house had come together and she could thank them for everything they did. But instead today they're preparing for a funeral for her mother, who committed suicide because she has been so devastated by the effect of that shooting on her daughter. She walked into a pawn shop on Saturday, I think it was, asked the pawn shop owner if she could see a gun. He handed her the gun. He turned to get something or do something while she was examining the gun. She loaded it with her own bullets.
Wow.
Shot one bullet at the wall and then blew her brains out.
Wow.
Yeah, so they are preparing for her funeral today. And the family is devastated. You know, they were just at the point of accepting what was going on with this girl and trying to get on with their lives. And now the mother has committed suicide, and everyone who has been involved in that situation in Littleton is now saying that their own recovery has been set back. Counselors have been working full-time to help those saddened by the death of Carla Hochhalter. Her daughter suffered injuries to her spinal cord, back, and chest when the two gunmen fired at her at Columbine High School in the parking lot last April. Counselors say they've received calls from those who had sought comfort previously and those who had not, because obviously it's not that easy to get over.
Robert, you're on the air.
Hello?
Yep.
Howard. It's Robert. Listen, I got some inside information. I can't talk loud. I'm in a dispatcher's office. I work for a plumbing company in Long Island. And, because the business I'm in, I can't get work too much. So if I get fired, you got to let me...
What do you want from me?
Howard, I'm trying to tell you some special information.
Well, tell it already.
Jackie's getting divorced.
Jackie? That true, Jackie?
Wow.
Yes.
What?
I have hard...
Get out of here, animal.
Please. He's a plumber, and he knows Jackie's getting divorced.
Jackie ain't partying with his money.
Please.
I know better than that. Let's take a break, Rob, and we'll continue the news right after this.
Now, more songs of praise from fans of the Howard Stern TV show.
Stinks. It's all filth. He has no talent. He's filthy. Guys showing their butts and jokes with double entendre and all that kind of stuff. He's not talented. He's being paid big money for pornography. That's all. I hate him.
The Howard Stern Show. 95. X.
Now back to Howard Stern, here on 95X.
A man more overworked than Imus's liver.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Howard Stern.
Go ahead, Ann. You're on the air. Hello?
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
I'm just calling to tell you that if you're going to do it, you're doing it the right way. My parents separated when I was 11, and we didn't really even know. They talked weekends together. Family vacations are still family vacations. You know, if you're going to do it, your daughters are going to appreciate it in the long run, the way you're doing it.
Thanks.
And can I tell you one more thing?
Yeah.
My parents live in the same house, different apartments. So it wasn't that they didn't love each other. It was my mother just couldn't live with them.
Yeah, I understand that now.
And it works that way.
I get it.
Don't let all these fools tell you you're wrong because you're breaking up the family unit. Family unit's how you make it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She made a lot of sense.
It worked for her.
Yeah, right. Boy, a lot of talk about me this morning. Boy, I'd love to be goofing on somebody else. Somebody do something stupid.
And take the heat off you?
Yeah. I need a tragedy or something big to happen.
Sorry.
I need the president to go get more oral sex. Anything would help. Is there anything really dumb in the news that I can comment on?
No.
Oh, too bad. Just me. You know, Stuttering John told me he has a friend who signed a prenup, and in the prenup, it specifies that his wife can't gain weight. How do you get a chick to sign that?
Maybe she doesn't have a weight problem. Now.
Right. She can't gain over 10 pounds?
She'll be surprised what happens. Well, their marriage is not going to last.
I think it will.
No, it won't. Anyway, the Ku Klux Klan does say that they will return. So I guess they're still going to fight this mask thing.
They're going to come back.
So they can come back in full strength.
What is it, Ellen? Hello?
Yes.
You're on the air.
Thank you. My husband and I were separated for 5 years, and we got back together. And this isn't I don't want to come across as being some kind of flaky person. I've been listening to you forever. You have been referring to Alison all morning as your wife. You've been talking about how you spent the weekend together looking at pictures. You're going to lose all that. You're not going to be able to call her your wife.
you're not going to be able to have that feeling with your 3 kids, your dog. These people didn't ask to come into your life. You brought them into it. And I feel that as long as you can sit here and tell millions of people that you're still in love with her, you owe it to try to work this.
Well, honey, I don't think you heard a thing I said.
I did hear.
No, I don't think you really listened to what we were saying. We listen. First of all, it's not me alone making this decision. It's me and my wife.
And I understand.
It's not only up to me. It's so silly.
Robin just did a terrible story about a woman who committed suicide because her daughter was paralyzed in the hospital last year. You and Alison are talking about your marriage of the future. People don't know what the future is going to be.
No, we each have a different... Come on, I'm not going to go through this all day. I mean, I've explained myself 25 times. I think I made a reasonable explanation. My explanation might not work for you.
Well, look at you. You thought you were breaking up, and you got back together.
Yeah, why'd you separate for 5 years?
Well, the point is that it's difficult to get back together, and you've got a 7-year-old daughter.
Yeah, we both love our kids. It's not that we're thinking about our kid also, not seeing a marriage where 2 people are unhappy.
Well, you make it seem
like that's a good thing for kids to just see you.
I used to wonder what in the world was keeping my parents together. It was the strangest thing to watch.
Well, you have to just close your eyes and imagine high school graduations, weddings, and your wife, who's not going to be your wife anymore, might very well be there with somebody else.
That's right.
And that's okay with you.
No, it's not okay with me. The thing is, listen, if I go through another 25-minute explanation about how this all...
You're still talking to somebody who was separated from the one they loved for 5 years.
I mean, you know,
I don't understand her.
This is reality for me. It's not necessarily what I'm happy about. It's reality.
You did it.
You make it seem like you didn't do it. You did it, too. I mean, there are things sometimes that you need a separation, and maybe your relationship is stronger for it. Unfortunately, I've got to do this in public so yentas like you can sit and speculate about me.
I don't think that's right.
Oh, I think it's very right, and that's my problem with all of this. But listen, I chose a life of a public kind of job. I'm on the radio, and I've always talked about everything. I'm talking about it. I've explained it 4 times within the last 4 hours. And for me to explain myself again to you, who you don't hear what I'm saying, you don't get what I'm saying, you have a difference of opinion, don't you think I've thought about everything based on the intelligence I used in describing what is going on between me and my wife?
I feel very sorry for you.
Well, that's what you're supposed to say. You feel bad for what I'm going through. But to sit there and pontificate about my life...
Don't do what I did.
Yeah, just because you did it.
I don't mean to pontificate.
All right, you know what? You're giving me a headache, and a headache is what I don't need today.
And just so that you know, when we heard the news after the Yankee game, it was my 2 kids, my husband, and I, and we all turned to each other, and we thought it was a joke. We just couldn't believe it.
All right. Well, it's not a joke.
I know, and we all...
I don't like you. You're annoying. I don't know how... Now I know why you and your husband couldn't get along. It's different than me and my wife. You are annoying. Oh.
Let me alone. Good, let me alone. Let me be, will you? Why me? Why me? Why did it have to be me?
I want to know why that guy came back.
You think people want to get off this subject?
No, I want to get off the subject.
They don't. I told you. They would love to go on and on and on, examining your life so they don't have to examine their own.
And tomorrow I might have more strength for it, but I've had 4 hours of it.
You can't do it anymore.
It's enough. And I have a sore throat, I'm sure, from all the stress of this. I got another one of those nasty cold things going on.
Really? Where's your coldies?
Oh, please, I don't know. I think I lost it. I used to have coldies, and now it's not mine anymore. I used up my half. You hear that, Raoul Felder? Boy, that's weird. Watching the news and seeing Raoul Felder commenting on my life. Yeah.
Because when I read it, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, it's like, oh, please. You know.
You reached a point in your life you don't really want to go to. Not when Raoul Felder's coming on. You never wanted that.
That's why Alison and I were like, the worst way we didn't want to. We can handle it, but not in public. Ooh. Well, obviously, the 2 of them seem to have gotten along enough to work out a...
This is highly unusual.
Usually, they'll hire 2 sharks like me to spend millions of dollars, and we get rich.
Yeah, look at my suit. That's from people who couldn't do it that way.
I got the greatest trimmed beard hair ever. because of people in that financial situation who, rip each other to shreds and hire 2 attorneys.
Look, I'm wearing a Rolex. This will all go away
Yeah.
if people start using these mediators.
I'm sure Ralph Felder went into toxic shock when he heard that Alison and I did mediation.
Yeah, let's nip that in the bud.
How am I going to live? If everyone does mediation, we'll all make $10.
I don't recommend it.
I like when people fight. Well, I just got a very nice note from Stan Dworkin, my running mate when I ran for governor of New York. I don't think he'd mind if I shared it with you, dear Howard. I listened to you on my way to work this morning. I was amazed by your candor and openness that you displayed regarding the current state of your marriage. As much as your show has always been a precedent setter, the frankness, honesty, and detail in which you discussed your separation has been another groundbreaking step for radio. I know this is a painful time for you, and to open up to millions of strangers in this manner takes a lot of courage and strength. Please know that Kathy Dworkin and I wish both you and Alison nothing but the very best during this trying time, and we hope things work out for both of you. Best regards, your friend, Stan Dworkin.
Who's that?
My running mate, Rob. Cost me the election.
Oh, dear.
You know, so odd. I thought that by coming on the air, speaking about this for now 5 hours, would be enough. And yet Gary tells me, like, extras downstairs and all the camera crews. And, it's like, I really have nothing to say to them.
Off of you.
I've said it all to my audience. You can quote me. The New York Post, outside my door every day, following me. I don't understand why.
Now they want to be along with you on the separation.
Yeah. I mean, please. It's enough. I've said it all. I've told you everything I know. Probably more than I should have.
Maybe ABC can set up a special show.
Yeah. OJ had it easier.
Yeah, go follow him. See what he's up to.
I mean, that's who I want to know, what he's up to. Yeah. I demand the New York Post go after OJ. Robin, in the light of tremendous focus of my personal situation, you came through the news beautifully. Very professional.
Even though I completely forgot about the news listening to you.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. Even I was curious to see what I was going to say. Hold your head up high, Robin. You did a great job today. Once again, you've triumphed.
No.
In the face of...
There's nothing wrong over here. You have lots of problems over there. I hope they all work out to everybody's game.
Triumph.
Jackie Penthouse Choke Page Marling, Robin.
Can I put my foot on his throat since I've tried?
Whatever your name is, my bring me podcast.
His 3 Filthy Joke CDs and cassettes are only $12 plus $4 US shipping.
And that movie...
I feel your pain. Now plug me.
Won Best Comedy.
I want to thank Jackie for being so sensitive and giving me a call this weekend to see how I was doing.
Yeah, really. Couldn't stop.
No, whatever he was doing.
Did you call Robin?
Didn't have time.
I spoke with Robin.
We spoke at length.
We spoke for over 2.5 hours.
Wow, it was Thursday.
Was Robin examined to see what the hell was wrong with me?
Well, I just wanted to make sure you weren't making a rash decision.
Did you think I was speaking sanely?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Oh, Robin.
Robin and I
I wanted, he had considered everything.
Now you and I are the longest standing relationship. No, me and Fred, actually.
That's true.
You're my longest
But
female.
you had a separation from Fred.
Oh, God, that was the best years of my life. See, I got back together with him.
Yeah, it could happen.
It happens.
It worked out. And look, now you're stuck like glue.
Right.
You go through separations with Jackie all the time.
I went into mediation with Fred. I still can't get rid of him. Let me say that Jackie Penthouse Joke Page Marling.
I'm always
Marling.
Smarty.
Going home.
Call 1-800-323-KING.
I'm going home and giving Nancy a big kiss.
Yeah. If he could find her. She's off somewhere else. Take care of herself.
Protecting our marriage.
By staying away.
Friday and Saturday, November 12th and 13th. What?
Works better this way.
Right. At the Comedy Palace in Andover, Massachusetts. For MP3 audio and filthy 3D joke man, visit jokeman.com.
Does this rock shock any of the people on the show? Does anybody think, oh, my God?
It's not like we're all not standing on ice floes.
Hey, seriously, are you guys like, what are you guys thinking? Can you be honest here for a second?
In terms of...
I'm not any more scared than I was on Friday.
Really?
You've always been
Does
scared.
this affect you at all in terms of your own relationship?
I don't think it can.
Right.
You know, we're on again, off again. It's very hard.
Right. Jackie admits it's a hard thing being married.
Oh, please.
Very hard.
But I don't know what's hard about it for you. If any two people,
another human being,
were perfectly matched.
You know, anytime you got to live with somebody else,
exactly,
there's always going to be conflict.
I don't even know that Jackie notices somebody else is there.
He's usually very drunk, and then his wife doesn't want him to drink. Drinking would save his marriage.
We all don't live the bliss that you live as you watch your husband get married, or whatever, he's getting married to somebody else. Then someday I'll steal that bastard. Someday
I'll be a homewrecker.
Let her wear him out, then I'll get him.
What are you thinking? Is this racking your universe?
It is. I mean, it's racking everyone's universe. But like when we were talking earlier, like I'm going to 2 Halloween parties this weekend, Saturday. Not 1, but 2 on a Saturday night. And I look at that as an opportunity to meet new people, and you look at that as an opportunity to be stuck in a room with 60 people you don't want to be near.
That's right.
I mean, you don't look as a party as an opportunity to go have fun, do you?
Right. No.
Yeah, you fascinate me how you like to meet people.
No, I mean, I think it's fun.
Because you're like a chick, you love to chat.
But even Jackie's the same way. Like a party to me is fun. New people.
Yeah, it's not for me, and that's what. And you want to know something? That's what's hurting my marriage.
New people.
I don't have the ability to have fun.
Well, what about Fred though? He's not a fun guy.
No, but he can be.
You think his marriage is going to last? Let's be honest. Fred, is your marriage going to last?
You're not going to throw stones at me right now, are you?
No, I got to behave. I'm in such a vulnerable position.
Possibly can't throw stones at me right now.
You think you're a fun guy.
I still say my marriage is better than Fred's. I really do.
I don't know
about that. I think Fred has more of an ability to bend. In other words, if he doesn't enjoy going to a party, he'll do it.
Right.
He'll try it.
Right.
What?
You won't even try it.
No. No, I do try it.
But I know, but you don't like it.
I went to the Let's Go Bat Mitzvah last weekend.
Oh, boy.
That's living La Vida Loca.
No, I know you've been trying, because I know you've been going to the movies and stuff.
Yeah.
I can see you've been trying.
Yeah.
10 minutes of Joe Glenn.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I went to Jackie's house. Listen, I got to hold things together as best I can. This is like a tornado for me. I don't know what's what. I honestly mean that. I mean, I just feel like I'm in a tornado. And,
well, because we always wondered if this happened to somebody, what would it do to
there'll definitely be fallout.
Everybody else.
I mean, the planets are going to realign. You know, we just don't know what's going to happen. And nobody knows where they're going.
I'm taking you all to hell with me. You don't think I'm in this alone, do you?
Get on the train.
Right.
I just hope the show doesn't end up like those old Tonight shows where we all get divorced and then we all sit on the couch, like me, like Johnny, Ed, and Doc, and all discuss all our failed marriages.
Yeah, I think Gary reminded me of that. That was the funniest stuff. Like when they would start talking about how the little money they had.
Right, and it all became grist for the bill.
The best one was they had one that was on the anniversary show every year where it was the night before Thanksgiving, and they were all just talking. Doc goes, "My wife's stuffing the turkey with my money," and they just were all pissed off about how they were going to celebrate Thanksgiving
their money
with new wives, ex-wives,
they had all kinds of love problems,
all sorts of children in different areas.
Well, I'm looking at Donald Trump. He's thinking of running for president. He's got Marla out there like a loose cannon.
Don't you always think of that stupid movie where the 4 guys and the one guy got divorced and he had the young chick?
Yeah, Alan Alda wrote it.
4 seasons.
Alan Alda wrote that.
That was the most uncomfortable.
I'm sure
that was long before I was married, and that was uncomfortable.
I'm sure Alan Alda's wife enjoyed that movie.
You know what the greatest scene in that movie is?
Yeah. That story came in. Yeah, he wrote it.
Howard, the greatest scene in that movie is that it's all the different seasons. They're going from place to place, and they go on the boat.
Right.
And the quarters are really close together. And he's banging her, and she's so loud, no one can sleep.
And Alan Alda's married to Carol Burnett.
Right. He couldn't actually give himself the young girl.
Right.
He had to marry Carol Burnett.
Right.
But that other guy, he had, I remember Bess Armstrong in the tight little bikini.
Mm-hmm.
Right, diving off the boat.
She's like, "Hi, everybody. Is anybody tired? I'm not. I got to go out and swim."
I don't want to think about it anymore. For the rest of the day, none of this is real.
You should all go watch that movie. Homework.
You go watch it. It's too late for me. Don't miss Stuttering John.
You should all go.
I don't want to watch it.
You should all go to see The Story of Us.
No, that movie's just depressing in the first minute.
Honey, I ain't going to that.
I guess only unmarried people like me can go to watch.
My wife and I almost went to see that last weekend. And I said, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right. You know what I think of when I see that movie? My father always used to complain when my mom took her to the movies. I go to the movies for joy. I don't go to the movies to be depressed.
He's right.
That is like actually living it. Woo.
What's the story? What's going on out in the halls? Everyone talking about it?
Well, people are, everybody's, it's like a tornado went through here. And everybody's wondering what's left.
In our area, it's talked about a lot, but in the rest of the building, it's like no one's asked me about it yet. In the rest of the building.
I just know that there's, conversations all around here, and everybody's saying, everything from what about the dog to...
The dog. The dog.
Man,
I spent the day with the dog yesterday.
Did you?
Did you break it to her?
Did you explain to the dog what's going to happen?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She's so innocent with all of this. All the secretaries are in miniskirts, though.
Yeah.
They'll doll themselves up for me.
Whichever the dog you get.
Thanks, Jay.
But it's discussion. We're just talking in the E-room about it. Just trying to figure out it's really not about us, it's about you, but we're just trying to figure out what the ramifications will be for everyone in general.
Nothing will change.
Well, we hope not.
Well, everything will change. What are you talking about? You just disturbed a grain of sand on the beach. The whole world different.
You know what? Einziger came in laughing.
This is that movie Pleasantville.
I think Einziger had some kind of suspicion this was going on because he used to say weird things to me the last couple of months. I'm telling you.
But this reminds me of that movie Pleasantville. Everything was perfect. And now everything's sort of out of alignment.
That's right.
Einziger's laughing at me.
No.
No, I'm not laughing.
Hey, dude, at least I didn't spend a month in a hotel.
I did, a month.
I know.
But no, I would ask you from time to time how you were doing.
Right.
Because I heard some stress in the air.
You did. You picked up on it. You're a very sensitive man.
Yeah. Well, I went through it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He saw the markers. But he went through it after being married for 2 days.
Ooh. Yeah, I know.
See, but I could tell, even by the way you were talking on the air in the last month, in fact, ask Pete and Ian, I would sit down and it would be, I would say 2 to 3 times a day you would go to the part where two people weren't meant to live together. That was coming up a lot on the air.
Yeah, we all speculated.
Who cares? I don't want to hear it. It's too upsetting. I speculate. How much money Alison has?
Come on.
John was just sitting out there marveling that he knows his wife for 5 years. Could you believe I know my wife for 5 years?
Wow.
No, actually, I was didn't know if we should put the plugs up.
Yeah, I don't want to read your plug.
I said, I'm
exhausted.
I asked Guy if it would be too insensitive to put our plugs in.
Yeah, it's not insensitive. My voice hurt. I got a cold now because of all this stress. Right, Robin?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Don't you want to just stay here?
Yeah. Wow. Now I got to go deal with it. I don't know why these reporters are bothering me. Haven't I said everything?
I know you have the Post downstairs.
Yeah, but you haven't said
Their individual.
The Post came to my house 2 times, and it was just like, Mello, I don't do it. I got kids here. What do you think you're going to learn? I'm going to stop and have a chat?
This is why I
we don't even do
about
that,
reporters, because they don't act like they're human beings.
Right.
And know what this is like. Like, they just go for it.
I know.
They'll gouge and gouge and gouge. They don't care what it does to the people involved.
Yeah. They say I'm bad. I think reporters are 10 times worse. I would never go to somebody's house.
You remember that show they did on the paparazzi, Howard? And that guy was like yelling at Michael J. Fox to the camera. He's like, Michael J. Fox is famous. It's his tough luck. This is, now he's got to suffer.
Yeah. I just don't deal with him. I'm not going to talk to him. I've just said for 5 hours what happened.
In all this, we never even talked about the Tyson fight.
Well, what happened?
Yeah, that was something, huh?
Did he fight?
Yeah, he had a fight.
Watch a Tyson fight. Don't get too comfortable.
No.
It was over in the first round.
Who won?
Nobody won because Mike hit the guy after the bell.
but they didn't give it to Tyson. They didn't give it to the other guy.
Right.
What did they say?
And the guy went down, and it looked like he took a fall, quite frankly. He says his knee got twisted.
I don't know
He took a fall after the bell?
Yeah.
Mike hit him. The bell clearly had rung 3 times. Ding, ding, ding. Pow. And the guy went down, and then he wouldn't come out of his corner. He says, hey, hurt my leg. Can't fight.
Tyson swears his punches at the same time as the bell.
That's bull crap.
I punched at the same time as the bell.
Tyson doesn't believe the guy was really hurt.
Nobody does, because you know what this means? The guy gets 2 paydays.
Right.
Yeah.
They got to pay him for this fight, and then they'll have to fight him again and pay him again.
Tyson, either the stupidest guy in the world or the smartest guy
I don't know. Nobody even, you know what? I used to watch every Tyson fight. I didn't even watch this.
Well, this was the first time I had come back since he bit Holyfield's ear twice.
Was this a free fight or a pay fight?
It was a free fight. It was on Showtime. Oh. And it was like, here we go again. Can't get through a fight.
Hey, if I'm sick tomorrow, it's not because I'm trying to avoid any questions. I'm just sick. I'm just sick over the whole thing. What?
Nothing. He's
just being John.
Yeah, you just had to make fun of me one last time.
Yeah, if you're going to be gone tomorrow, let's get in our...
I am very sad for Howard.
What?
I am very sad for you. It's very sad.
You're so stupid.
I'm very if you want a shoulder to cry on.
Roger?
I'm thinking of sneaking out in the OJ mask.
I say that we invite them all up and then we just sneak you out. Yeah,
I'll just deal with it. There's nothing to say.
Yeah, that's a funny idea.
I don't want to talk to him about it. I mean, I've talked enough.
And then they have the pictures. No comment, no comment, no comment.
Yeah, who cares? What's the comment on? This is no fun. You know, I've said it all.
Really news.
It's going to be on every broadcast.
Apparently.
Evidently
No,
it
but
was,
I mean,
though.
it's not really news.
I mean,
We already know. He's separated.
My local paper had picked it up off the Associated Press. So
we released it. We released it to the Associated Press.
No, but I mean, the fact that people picked it up and printed it in the paper prominently means...
No. But I'm saying there's no more news.
Yeah, that's the news. I mean, it's all I'm going to say about it. I mean, you know.
You've been totally forthright.
But Robin's right.
I think so.
Robin's right. You haven't spoken to each of them individually.
Yeah, well, I'm not. You know what? This is not a publicity tour. I'm not trying to promote a
You
book.
would have held a press conference if you wanted to do that.
Yeah. I don't really think I owe it to him. And quite frankly, my wife and my kids don't want me doing that, so screw it. I'm not doing it.
Just pull a Bob Goldthwait, just like say the F word. Yeah.
No, I don't even want to do that. I just won't say anything. I'll let Hank the Dwarf talk for me.
You're my...
I'll
go out.
Hey,
He's my spokesperson.
I meant to do this earlier in the show, but, you know, in this unusual time, I forgot. Our Saturday night syndicated television program is looking to profile extreme fans in an up-close and personal
now,
segment.
what does that mean?
If you consider yourself an extreme fan of this show, I mean like a fanatic, like you know, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
They're looking for super fans, people who are obsessed, who just...
Well, what would they do? Give me a description.
I'll give you an example. Remember that one guy who had his whole basement covered in pictures of us and like had a whole shrine to us?
All right,
He called and left a message.
That's a guy, yeah.
Crackhead Bob with all the tattoos.
Yeah. You'd be an extreme fan.
Melrose.
Like I met a guy...
When you're tattooing Howard and Robin on your arm, you're an extreme fan.
No, when you're tattooing Gary.
Right.
Like I met a guy this week. I met a guy this weekend, Howard. He had every single thing that ever had to do with private parts, including like Japanese posters and like he had everything.
That's a fan.
Wow.
Email a brief description of yourself and contact information to seekfan@hotmail.com. SEEKFAN @hotmail.com. And you must be located in the New York tri-state area because our program is probably too cheap to fly out and see you, which is ridiculous.
I understand.
John, go ahead. Say where you're going to be.
Oh, I'm going to be at Wild Wild West on Wednesday night in Brooklyn, hosting the Miss Wild Wild West Beauty Pageant 2000.
Gary?
This Friday I'll be at Century 21 Department Store on Old Country Road from 2 to 4.
Are you shopping?
And then catch me at the new Goldfingers in Long Island City, hosting an undress contest on Friday evening.
Your wife's letting you do that?
Yeah, she's had a big change of heart about a lot of things. I'll tell you that later.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, I'll tell you why later. But she said she's done a complete turnaround.
Really?
Yeah, complete. Now it's like can't get out enough.
Oh, really?
Smart. Because of this whole situation?
No.
Oh. But something good had come out of it.
Oh, I understand. I remember.
Oh, I know why.
Go.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, my friend Frank came to pick me up on Saturday because I had to go down to Philly.
Right.
He goes, boy, I never seen her so happy to see you go to work.
Sending you out with a kid.
Hey, when these broads want money, suddenly it's okay.
Yeah, I'm just like that. I go out and work.
Tomorrow, Bush will be here performing live.
Oh.
That'll be a nice break from the the further discussion of my tragedy. We'll be back tomorrow, God willing.
Oh, these broads.
We'll be back right after I go have more of my nightmare.